Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Wow, just look at all the entries we had for our Design A Quilt Block competition, and this Friday on Sewing Street the 12 lucky winners are going to be announced. Our team of judges have worked tirelessly to find the best of the best, and they're going to be made into a quilt which you'll be able to see at Festival of Quilts at the NEC this year. Don't forget to tune in on Friday Sewing Street to see if you're a winner.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Sorry, I was just doing my thing. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and what a cracking day I've got for you. You picked a good one. Let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Producer Ben's done a good one today. It is Odif 505 Quilt Basting Spray. It's the 250ml can. You know I absolutely love this product. Totally essential. One of my hero products. Use it for basting the layers of a quilt together prior to quilting. It holds beautifully. It washes out. It's fabric safe. It does an amazing job. Let's drop that price. Stock up on this because while it's an early bird, make sure you've got some in stock. You're saving £1.50 on the price, £6.49. Now, I do not even have 100 of these cans. I don't have loads. So if you want to stock up, today is a very, very good day. If you've never used it before, it's a light temporary adhesive, fabric safe adhesive. You spray it to your wadding and lay your quilt top, your quilt back on top, and they will fuse together for quilting. Full instructions are on the back, and it does a great job. It's fabric safe. It's the one that I always use in my studio. Absolutely terrific. Morning to Jan, who says morning, Stuart and all. Morning to Steph, who says morning, Stuart. Lovely in linen. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. So warm at the moment. I think it's all linen and cotton and light things now, isn't it? I'm still making quilts. Excuse me. This is a great product. Odif 505. Loads and loads in baskets. Do check out. Good morning to Delia. She says, morning, Stuart and team. Happy Friday. Yes, indeed. Happy Friday. Yay. And Sandra says, good morning. Gorgeous Stuart from Scorchio, Glasgow. You know, it's one of my favourite places in the whole world. Love it. Right, that's your 505, your early bird today. Do remember to check out your basket, and also remember that once you've paid your postage for the day, that's it. You don't pay postage again. It's a flat rate, £4.95 all day. Right, let's jump to the menu and see what's coming up. We have got, excited, I am announcing the 12 block winners of our Design A Block competition. The blocks have been chosen. They are going to go into a quilt. It's going to be on display at Festival of Quilts this year. I'll be there every day. I hope you'll be there at least one day, and we can meet up and see that beautiful quilt. We've also got fabulous quilting fabrics in this hour, including the quilt that's hanging behind me. Now, at 9 a.m, I'm joined by Hayley Smith. We're going to craft ourselves silly with some fabulous William Morris-ish fabrics. At 10 o'clock, Kerry Lord is here with the most beautiful array of sea-themed TOFT. And then at 11 o'clock, Hayley is back with more Craft Yourself Silly. And at at 12, oh, you got me again. It is more fabulous crochet with Kerry Lord and TOFT. Good morning, Donna. She says, morning, Stuart, team, and everyone. Have a great day. You too, my love. And Helen says, good morning, Stuart and team from sunny Hereford. I love Hereford and Herefordshire. Absolutely beautiful part of the world. Now, just a reminder, our early bird today is ODIF 505. It's quilt basting spray. You're going to spray it on your wadding to fuse the layers together, your top, your batting and your backing together. Stays in till you wash it out. It's fabric safe. It does an amazing job. It means you don't have to pin or thread baste. A £1.50 saving. Third of my stock has now gone. Loads in baskets. This could easily sell out in the next few minutes. If you want the ODIF 505, please be quick. Yeah, lots of you multi-buying on this as well. It's the 250ml can. Good for, I should say, a couple of good-sized quilts. But if I was you, while it's £1.50 off, I would multi-buy if you can. Remember, there's only one P&P all day. Right, let's move on. Kate says, morning from sunny Crantock from Reggie and the Salts. Good morning to all of you. Give Reggie a cuddle. Right, here we go. Now, we're going to announce the winners in a second, but first, Ben has put my pattern in. I have to say that because it sounds like I'm always, look, I've got a pattern. Have you got your copy of my brand new, the first edition of my bi-monthly quilting, well, it's almost like a little magazine type thing. It's called We Love Quilting, and the first one is on scrap quilting. And the concept is this. You start off, there's a theme to the booklet, and this time it's scrap quilting. So we've got pages, actually 6 pages of useful tips, hints, expertise, methods for scrap quilting, making your colours work, sorting your fabrics, even how to piece together your batting and your backing fabrics so that you can use up all your scraps of both fabric and wadding. And then you get 3 different quilt patterns. You get Sticks and Stones, which is completely beginner friendly, fully patterned. You get Bold Braid, which is a confident beginner level quilt, totally different look, totally different method. And then you also get Radiant Circles quilt, which is an intermediate level quilt. Has the illusion of curves, but it's all about the piecing. All of these quilts would work brilliantly to use up your scraps. So if you haven't already got your copy, make sure you get one today. And every 2 months, I will be bringing out a new edition. And they'll always have a bit of a scrappy look because that's my favourite look. So they're always going to be useful for using up your scraps. But we will cover different kinds of quilts, different techniques, a little bit of history. And we've all decided, haven't we, that from now on, they must have a recipe in them as well. So look forward to sharing some of my favourite recipes that I cook for me and my family and share them with you, and hopefully you'll enjoy them too. All right, let's leave that. I think it's time to announce the winners of our Design A Block competition. You know what? Every single year, the standard, we don't know how you do it, but the standard seems to go up and up. My goodness, you have surpassed yourself this year. The blocks we were sent were amazing, absolutely amazing. Here are the winners. Here are the winners. Do we want to do the whole, everyone? Let's do the slide first. I want you all to know, all 12 of you, these are our winners. Melanie Smith, Nan Edwards, Christine Lyons, Debbie Dunn, Marie Raybold, Carol Bowen, Cheryl Harris, Paulette Bogle-Ivy, Sheila Killen, Philip Ramsey, Debbie Adams, and Jeanette Harris. You are winners. Let me show you the blocks. These are absolutely incredible. This one is Melanie Smith's. It's a swan a-swimming. Look at that piecing. Incredible. And can you see the embroidery? Just an amazing use of colour and piecing and pattern. That blew our socks off. Next up, we have got, this is Nan Edwards' block. That is an absolute classic beauty. Stunning, stunning 8-pointed star there. And I love the corner details. Really beautiful. Next up is Christine Lyons, a beautiful machine stitch cathedral window. I mean, absolutely exquisite. And the scale of the piecing is just so perfect for the scale of the prints. A really immaculate job. Next up, this is exquisite. This is from Marie. A vision of Japanese loveliness. You've got the geisha with the birds and the blossoms. Just beautiful. Isn't it incredible how one fabric panel can inspire in so many different ways? Carol, absolutely gorgeous. The embroidered details here just elevate everything, but the piecing, just a wonderful job. That's such a beautiful block. Well done. Now, this one I could look at for hours. This is Cheryl. Look at that. We've got the beautiful cottage, just bucolic, a smiling sun, the birds in the air. It's very much like home. It's lovely, really lovely. Folky, gorgeous. Love the blanket stitch detail there. Next up, absolutely stunning. A scrappy classic from Paulette, pineapple block. Again, it just shows beautiful use of the fabric. The scale is perfect. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Beautifully made. Next up, some more applique with machine embroidered details from Sheila. How fabulous. Pomegranates. And I love the machine embroidery on the almost like little seed heads or flowers there. Beautiful. And the patchwork basket. What beautiful inspired idea. Fiona says, congratulations to the block winners, but it must have been a difficult task to choose them from all the great creators out there. We had like 200 entries, and seriously, they were all fabulous. They were all brilliant. They're all going to be made into charity quilts, so not a single block will go to waste. It was an incredibly difficult decision. But the quilt that these 12 go into will be at Festival of Quilts. You'll be able to see it there. This one's Phillips. Magnificent. The piecing. And this block is so incredibly accurately sewn as well. I poured over this one and the piecing is just fab. Very, very well done. Like rose window, isn't it? Next up, I just love, this is so charming. This is Debbie's, a rabbit in amongst the meadow, butterflies around it. Every single one of these blocks came from the same panel. Every single one, it's totally different, but so beautiful. You're all superstars, you really are. Jeanette, again, look at that. Look at that. The geometry, the precision, the balance is knockout. And the fussy cutting throughout the block. You see it first in the very centre, but if you look here in these outer squares, almost every single piece has been fussy cut and placed with precision. Just wild. Well done, Jeanette. And last of all, this is from Debbie. Absolutely glorious. Such a fun block. I love the little details, the number 5, the little teddy bear, you know me, I love a bear. The sewing machine, the little sewing street label, the yarn, the buttons, the heart, it's everything we love. Absolutely knockout, the lot of you, you're brilliant, and we were all so impressed. Well done, well done. I was so proud to be able to announce the winners. I'm going to pop them over here. Just a lovely job for me this morning. Well done, well done. Maureen says, a very good morning, Stuart and the gang. Hope you're all well. I'm looking forward to the quilt fabrics. Wait no longer. Here we go. Now, we're going to start off with a fabulous new range from Jason Yenter from In the Beginning Designs. This is exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. The fabrics in this range, look at that. Painterly. The colours so soft, watercolour effect, almost batik effect, but of course done with digital printing. Jason Yenter designs are always an absolute knockout. Ben, I would love half a metre for free. Any chance? It's called Daydreams. There you go, there you go. 98.89. Now, that's fab. Still on split pay. Under £50 to get this home. This is the main collection. So you are getting 12 half metres there. Wait a minute. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Sorry. 11 half metres. But look, you're also getting half a metre. It's a border print. It's a border print. But look at this. You get half a metre of this as well. How beautiful is that? Now, we do have these fabrics by the half metre as well. But even in a half metre cut, this is, I'll just show you one repeat. Look at that. I mean, it's the centre of a pillow with some piecing, top and bottom. That would be fabulous. You could make 4 of those just from that half metre. Gorgeous, isn't it? Really stunning. We've only got bundles today. We've only got bundles today. Okay. We hopefully will have some of this by the half metre then. But I think that is gorgeous. You've got the hummingbirds. You've got this almost sort of tree of life style. That is so elegant. Absolutely beautiful. Loads in baskets. Actually, lots of you have already checked out your baskets. That's a sneaky. That happened without me even noticing. Look at that. How pretty. Do you know, it's lovely, isn't it, to see a range which is really, truly pretty. Soft, gentle, delicate, and the designs are as delicate as the colours too. Really soft. The precision in the print is incredible, but you also get these wonderful sort of almost painted effects in some of the fabrics, and that's the joy of digital printing. Such a pretty fabric. Very, very pretty. It's absolutely flying out. Now, I need to let you know already 20% of the stock has gone. We haven't got this by the half metre. I was wrong. We haven't got this by the half metre. Certainly not at the moment, not today. So this is your best chance of getting it. This is a lovely one. Look at that. Now, I love, love, love lilac, purple and turquoise together. It is such a classy combination. I would put solid white with this to really kind of show off those prints. How yummy is that? And that would really make them pop and glow. That's a beautiful collection. Absolutely gorgeous. Lots in baskets. Lots in baskets. Wow, I've only got 7 bundles left. You're going to have to be really quick. Check out, won't you? Check out your baskets. I'll give you a chance to check out. I'm going to show you the other collection, which has... So it's the same collection, but a kind of rainbow version, which is going to be your favourite. This one has 5.5 metres, so 11.5 metres, including a border print. Oh, I think you're going to like this one too. Now, you could vary... Yes, I want to save half a metre. Go on, go on. For me, only for me. Look, that is yummy. Oh, that's lovely. That's a good, can you see that's got a gorgeous kind of almost paisley print on it? Oh, wow. Very, very pretty. Again, soft, gentle. You could very successfully mix these two bundles together. Check this one out, though. Check this one out. Look at that. Look at that. That is absolutely beautiful. The colours, stunning. Absolutely stunning. Now, I've got about 20 of these bundles left. You've already been checking out. And here is that border print. So here's a repeat. Here's a repeat. I'll show you the whole width of that actually, look. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, I want this bundle. Gosh, it's really good, isn't it? Super. It's from In the Beginning Fabrics, and Jason Yenter is their head designer. He's the head of design. And he is just super talented. I think these fabrics are gorgeous, absolutely exquisite. Now, this is going a similar way. 20% of my stock has already gone. Steph, you're right. The Jason Yenter range does match my shirt. Yeah. Well, I was thinking something like that would make the most brilliant shirt for John, or for me, maybe, I think. Or that would be lovely. Actually, I think John might have a shirt like that. But, oh, they're just fabulous fabrics. And they almost look like they've been Inktense and then blended with a paintbrush. They're yummy. Martin says, good morning, everyone, from a lovely and sunny Costa del Gateshead. I mean, everywhere is like the Bahamas at the moment, isn't it? It's so sunny. I'm walking around all the time now with factor 50 on everything. I hate getting burned. Diana says, wow. The congratulations, winners. Those blocks are amazing. Steph says, congratulations to all the block winners. They are amazing. Oh, it's Cloudy in Hales Owen. Oh, Cloudy in Hales Owen. Right, I'm going to leave that with you. I've only got 6 of those bundles left as well. You will need to be quick. Okay, now Ben has made up some gorgeous bundles of fabric, and these are all made from our solids, our cotton solids from Rose and Hubble. They've all been inspired by fabric ranges, so the colours go together absolutely beautifully, but they're amazing stash builders. Don't worry if you haven't got the original fabric, you know, that this was inspired by. I'm not even going to tell you what it was because it doesn't matter. It's just about getting a bit of inspiration and getting a colour palette, and that can really set you off, especially if you want to do some scrap quilting and you've got my new scrap quilt pattern, because having some solids will really help you focus what you pull from your scrap stash. The most successful scrap quilts are not anything and everything, although they can really work. Sometimes it's better to have a plan. Right, let's get started. I'll start from the bottom row. Yeah? Okay, here we go. So we've got, colour-wise, there we go. Definitely got gold there. We've got gold, we've got marine. We've got sage, beautiful shade of green, bamboo and black. So these are all fabulous stash builders. £15.95. That is a special price. What is special about that price, Ben? It's less than it would have been if you'd bought the individual, but I don't know how much. 2.5 metres of solid. So we've got gold, bamboo, sage, marine and black. £3.90.5 metre. Well, that's a fantastic bargain. It's terrific. Absolutely fantastic. That's our first one. They certainly do. Lovely. Right, next up. Shall I pass them down to you, Dan, at the end? Yeah. Oh, I love this. I love this one. Oh, that's gorgeous. I've only got 10 of these. I think there's a bit of William Morris in this, isn't there? The inspiration, look. First of all, stunning. I've only got 10 of this bundle. Be mindful, I've only got 10. Oh, yes, yes, yes. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. 26.53. Half a metre for free in there. Gorgeous. Colour-wise, we've got bottle green and cadet. We've got gold there, lemon, powder blue, salmon, teal, and terracotta. Yeah, beautiful. This very New Mexico, might I say. Very New Mexico. Yeah, it's a moody Mexico. It's a moody Mexico. I think that's fab. Great stash builders, these. They've already been coordinated for you, so you don't have to. Lovely message from Nicola, who says, good morning from deepest to Dorset. I rushed back from the gym to watch. Oh my goodness, you must have been up early. Good show, well done. Love the inspiration every time I switch on. I'm looking forward to TOFT 2. Absolutely. And we're going to craft ourselves silly. What's not to love? Morning, Stuart, says Angela in Manchester. Those fabrics are lovely. Very warm, but very cloudy in Manchester. That's from Angie. Well, the gardens need a bit of rain. Just saying. Susan says, morning all. Got to say, the colours in the quilt behind look amazing and make your shirt stand out. This, incredible. I love this. I've got 2 colourways. I'll show you very shortly. Right, next up, I've got all the blues. Again, this is such a good stash builder bundle. If you like my Santorini version of the New Mexico quilt, that was just inspired by all the lovely blue fabrics that we do. This has been popular. I've got low single figures left. This was inspired by the Crafts of Tranquility collection, of course. Yeah, I remember this bundle, absolutely beautiful. This would be fantastic, actually, if you've got Jenny Jackson's teacup pattern. This would make a lovely kind of blue and white, especially with a bit of machine embroidery, or even just decorative stitches on your regular sewing machine around the top of the cup, you know, things like that. Be lovely on solids. Really nice. These are gorgeous. £17.95. You're saving £2 on the price. Now, next up, I'm going to take you to the beach, because on a hot and sunny day, I think being by the beach is a very good idea. Only thing is, everyone else does it too, don't they? I remember one year, Charlie and I, it was Boxing Day, and we thought, let's go to the coast, let's go to the beach. No one else will go. Everybody was at the beach. Of course they were on Boxing Day, but it was still lovely. Look at that. Beach house, ha-ha. There you go, little crash, £15.95 for 2.5 metres. You're saving £3. Now, what a great, yeah, I could tell. Sandcastles, the dunes, the sky, the sea. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Of course it's a beach. And also, of course, Kerry Lord is doing all things under the sea today. So, I mean, perfect. It's perfect. I love that. You could do a lovely seascape. Use this as your base. Grab some other more patterned fabrics to add in, some batiks, some blenders, some patterned fabrics. Oh, that would be so much fun. So much fun. Actually, I've got a pattern for a seascape, which I shall do for Sewing Street. It's a lovely one. I used to teach it as a workshop. Does that sound like fun? Yeah. Right, this next one, glorious. Glorious. I think that's Copen blue, isn't it? What a yummy range of colours. Really pretty. Should be, yeah, little crash on that. I love that shade of green. Yes, Copen. apple, salmon, of course, gold, and vanilla. Oh, yeah. Raspberry summer. Yummy. Yeah, that was made to complement a Moda collection, but beautiful in its own right. Single figures on these. Real bargain, aren't they? $15.95. Yeah, so useful. Whether you've bought the original fabric range that inspired them or, you know, sometimes it's just a theme. Sometimes it's just the time of year and it just inspires an idea. I think those are fab. Very cute. Right, that is Raspberry Summer. Right, next up. Ooh. Ooh. This is nice. This is nice. You see, I can see Ben in a lot of these collections, which is no surprise really because you put them together, didn't you, Ben? But I know the kind of colourways that Ben like. Look at that. That is such a pop. That is such a pop. Wow. And remember, solids work brilliantly on their own with each other, but also with patterned fabrics, blenders, florals, you name it. Do it. So you should be saving £2, but Ben's doing a very special markdown on this. £4 off, $21.93. Super. Yeah, it's gorgeous. I love the teal particularly. I love this shade. It's almost like a Celandon, isn't it? This is amazing. What colours do we have? Teal, of course. That's spearmint. Yeah, pink. Magenta, gold, of course. Hawaiian and emerald green. Yeah. Absolutely beautiful. You're making a £4 saving on this bundle. So it's a little bit naughty of Ben, but we all know Ben is a little bit naughty with things like that. He's the deal fairy. He does what he likes. That's fab. Gorgeous. Grab that while you can. It is flying out. If you want that particular bundle, the Botanica collection, you'll need to be quite quick. Oh, very, very pretty, this next one. Lovely shades here, soft and subtle. Lots of lovely blue shades, but also there's some grey and some lilac in there too. Again, very, very useful this for a landscape quilt or a plique as well. Very suitable for things like a plique. And then look, you've got this beautiful little pop of lavender in there. How pretty is that? £27.99. That's for 9.5 metres. See, solid fabrics are such an economical addition to our stash, and they really, really earn their money. Light grey, misty blue, moss. No, there's no moss, there's no nude, there's no rose, there's no teal. That's not the right. No. No. No, the system's failed. These details are wrong at the moment. Do you want me to put that to one side for a second? Diana says, oh no, I've read that one. Sorry. Hang on, I've got more messages. Sarah says, hi Stuart and Ben. Well, hello, hello. We'll say hello to the gallery in a minute, actually. Jill says, morning Stuart from a warm Tewkesbury. Very nice. Give my regards to my old hometown. Jenny says, house facing south. Going to try and make some pull down blinds to fit in the windows. Yes, do you know, one of the best tips I ever learned for bedroom coolness was keep your curtains and your windows shut all day upstairs. Every window, keep the curtains shut all day and the windows shut. And the curtains and blinds shut. And then in the afternoon, when the sun's kind of moved around or started to go down a bit, then open your curtains and the window, let the cool air blow through. And it really does make a difference. Really cools you down, really cools you down. Right, I will put these to one side for now. Do you want to I've got that one, I think. Just a minute. That's 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh no, that's not that one. You found the blues. You found the blues. Great, lovely. Right, we're back in business. The blues, the blues. Lady sings the blues. There we go. Sound of the Sea, that makes sense. 26.53, and there's a little price crash. Sorry about that, folks. 22.53. That sounds like a £4 saving again. Yum. Thank you. Great. Great. Dan saved the day there. Sea foam and sky, evening light. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, really lovely. Remember you get half a metre of each of all of these fabrics. Let me tell you the colours you're getting. You're getting white, slate, navy, light lilac, light grey, cloud. What else are you getting? Navy? Cadet. Cadet. Yes, and navy, of course. Yeah. Oh, gorgeous. It's on a screen in front of me, Ben. Ben was very impressed with my colour knowledge then, but yeah, it was just on the screen. Right, shall I go to this one now? Now, this is making me think of roses and flowers. This isn't like pixelated rose or something, is it? I'm seeing the rose, background, a bit of sky, bit of leaf. Yeah, that's lovely. You've got some seeded natural cotton in there. Lovely. So there you've got, this is pomegranate. That's your pomegranate. You've also got coral. You've got Copen blue, one of my favourites. You've got cream. You've got, is that powder blue? Or like, cloud and chartreuse. That's beautiful. 18.99. Yes, Norfolk Retired on Facebook. I have shown the winners. I have. If you stick around, I'll show you the slide that has the 12 winners on at the end of the hour as well. I'll show that at the end. But yes, I have already announced the winners. And very, very deserving they are too. They are amazing. Right, that is that. Well, I would make like a cross-stitch style pixelated rose. Right, next up, oh, very classy bundle, this. This looks a little William Morris-esque as well, actually. Sort of dusky rose. Oh, yes. I like that. I like that very much. Yes, it is William Morris, isn't it? You see, you can just tell from those colours. Five half meters. Cheeky little pound off there. $15.99. I'll take that, that's great. Yeah, yeah. Colour-wise, you've got teal, you've got misty blue, that's that lovely soft misty blue. You've got light grey, you've got cream, and you've got blush. And there are days when we all just need a little blush. Yes. That's gorgeous. So very William Morrissey, that one. Now, next up, I think let's do something bright and beautiful. This is like a tropical sunset. This is Caribbean sunset for me. Ooh, oh yeah, it's beautiful. Is that a Jenny Jackson? Was it Tula inspired? Yes, inspired by Untamed. 24.93. Wow. 7 half meters there. 3.5 meters in total. You've got spearmint. And you've got ice green. There it is. Sunshine. Orange, of course. Pink. Magenta and purple. Oh, I love that. Very nice. Very nice. Use them on their own, but mix them with your fabrics too. Use this as a starting point. So I would take that to my scrap stash, and then I would find all my fabrics that were in that colour palette. Lighter, darker, you know, then that one, and before you know it, you'll have a table full of scraps in 7 different piles. You've got your solids that pull it all together. There's your quilt palette. Easy, easy. Now, another one which is a little bit New Mexico, I feel. I've got your number. This is smashing. Ooh, is this nude? Latte. Oh, talking of latte. Excuse me. Oh, why does that morning coffee taste so good? You don't like coffee, do you, Dan? You drink tea? Oh, that's all right then. Thought for a moment we couldn't be friends anymore. Oh, those are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yes. Right. I'm going to speed up. I've got, a few more bundles left. Right. Yummy. Oh, no, we're not missing this one out. My goodness. Look at this. You'll like this one a lot. Gorgeous. It's always a dilemma where you put the greens and the... Oh, this is Granada. Yeah. Liking that a lot. It's very limited. I've only got 10 of these bundles left. Yes, gorgeous. That is very, very nice. Very nice. See, sometimes it's just about having the inspiration to kickstart an idea, and then we're all away. It's just getting started, isn't it? That can be the hardest thing sometimes. But with a little bit of a palette to just get you on the right road, boom, and off you go. Right. That has got nude in it. Yes. Oh, okay, right. I'll pop that to one side. Right, next up. This one has got 8 half meters. 8 half meters. Oh, yeah. Now this has got, is it night we call this one? Or midnight? Which is that really super dark navy, teal, that gorgeous copen, misty blue. Is that claret? Oh, that's duck egg, sorry. Claret, magenta, light lilac, and lemon. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is a very, very good deal, this one. Can you do it? Yeah, do it. Yeah. £5 saving here. £21.92. Look, £21.92. What's the half metre price on that, Ben? I want to know. What? No. 21.92 divided by 8. 92 divided by 8. £2.74 a half metre. There's being naughty and there's being naughty, isn't there? Ben, you're in so much bother. Right, next up. Oh, again, such a brilliant stash builder. Great. That's not black, by the way, at the end. That is midnight again. It's a blue. Oh, let's just... Moody skies. Something borrowed, something blue. 21.53. That again is an absolute bargain. 7.5 meters. Great. Absolutely great. Oh, oops. Right, let's just move on. Ben did make a mistake on that last bundle. Never mind. We love a bargain anyway, don't we? Yes. This is a big bundle. It's beautiful. So many different gorgeous colours. This is your price. This is your price. £0.5 metre for free. That's amazing. That's amazing. It's called Tilda Sanctuary Fabric Bundle. I'll tell you why that's such a gorgeous selection. I picked it. Melanie, of course you can ask about the quilt behind me, and I haven't already mentioned it. I'm going to mention it in like 2 minutes. Very good timing there. Very good timing. That's lush. Absolutely gorgeous. Right. Okay. Right. Next up, autumn leaves. Oh, smashing. I want this bundle so much. And it is absolutely autumn leaves, right? All the right shades. Maple leaf quilt block, I think. Here's your price, £28.92. And that's a £3 saving. You get 8.5 metres. That's absolutely beautiful. Awesome. Awesome collection, that. Really lovely. That goes together so well. And the next. Ooh. Oh, this is nice. Yeah. That shade of red. I don't think I've seen it either. It's almost like a carmine. It's almost like a carmine red. It is... Oh, can't see it on my... Oh, paprika. Well, it says paprika, but that's not paprika. And there's no misty blue. I think that's the wrong details. We'll put that one to one side. Let's try this one. This looks like crocuses. A tula. It's got to be tula, right? It's got to be tula. Yes, full moon. £23.94. Oh, no. Wow. Wow, that is a good price. Goodness me. £18.94. 3 metres of fabric for £18.94. That's bonkers. Remember now, for a metre of designer fabric, we're talking £16.99 to £18.99. This is 3 metres of complementary solids. Absolutely gorgeous. Grab that while you can. That is flying out. Now, do you want to try that bundle again, or? Yeah. We're all intrigued about what colour red that is. Crimson. Ah, so we've got crimson, we've got chocolate, we've got teal. I think this is no, not bamboo. Tan? It is bamboo, it is bamboo. Slate and light grey. Yes. Yes. And then does that leave one bundle, Ben? doesn't leave one bundle. We've got a mystery bundle, and it's actually really nice. Look, it's gorgeous, but we don't know. We'll try and find. If we find it, we'll bring it to you later. Right, Melanie, this isn't just for you, but it is kind of just for you. I've got this quilt kit. We'll do this one. Yeah, it's the one that's hanging behind me. This is called Countryside Blue. Now, this is a big quilt. I'm just going to pull it up so you can see. So it's going to be 13 blocks. 13 big blocks set on point with that beautiful blue background and that amazing border. This is a big quilt. It's a lot of quilt for your money. You're not paying $279.99, by the way. This is Rachel Hannah. Let me tell you, the price is unbelievable, actually. $199.99. Baskets full of this. It is amazing, isn't it? As soon as I saw this kit yesterday, I saw it on a trolley, and I said, oh, when's that on? When's that on? And Ben said to me, we've got it on tomorrow. And I was like, yes, it's absolutely beautiful. We actually did high five, didn't we? I think this is absolutely gorgeous. It's a beautifully designed kit, and the fabrics inside are wonderful. You get your full instructions, okay? Full instructions. You also, I mean, how's that for a big bundle of fabric? I'm shooketh, the desk is shooketh. And beautiful. That blue, gorgeous. I'm going to open this up a little bit just so you can see. You've got that beautiful blue fabric that provides your background. Look at those gorgeous bees on like a jade background and little dandelion clocks blowing in the background. You've got the insects there, the fireflies lighting up the way. Gorgeous teal background. A little bit of cream in there as well. You've got this fabric here with toadstools and frogs. There's a lot of really nice fussy cutting, actually, of centre squares in this quilt that highlight. Look at all of these. In fact, it might be easier, actually, just to get everything out because there's loads of different fabrics. You've got moles. You've got snails. Squirrels. You've got little pussycats. It's almost like a kind of woodsy Tula pink, isn't it? In many ways. Oh, you know, it's interesting. It's interesting. You see a lot of detail in this quilt when you get up close and personal. But from a distance, it's just kind of gorgeously rich and interesting looking. You get an awful lot of different fabrics here. That is amazing. There's your fireflies. Look at that one there with the frog. Little butterflies. Gosh, this is worth getting just for the fabric alone. Look at these fabulous little ants crawling around. That is amazing. And then you've also got, of course, that bit of cream. You've got a great big chunk of your blue for the background. And then look at this amazing border fabric. So it's almost like an I Spy quilt, isn't it? With all the different woodland creatures there. Melanie, what do you think? I think it's gorgeous. Such a lot of fabric there. You really do get a lot. The quilt itself is 224 centimetres by 224. So kind of 2¼ meters square. So it's a big quilt. 88.1 inches square. So fabulous for a double queen or king size bed. That is luscious, absolutely luscious. So that is the blue countryside quilt. I have a second colourway, which is the cream, countryside cream. And you know it, we are going to go to the same amazing price. That is unbelievable price, actually. That is a really good deal. Let me grab this one out, and I'll get the fabrics out too, because there's a different mix. I want you to see exactly what you're getting. Excuse me. Let me just show you the cover quilt itself. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous. Let me show you. So you get your pattern, and then inside fabric. Oh. I always recommend that you use some scraps first. Make a test block before you start cutting into your main fabric, because it's a really useful exercise to do, and it's got nothing to do with being a beginner or inexperienced. I do it for every quilt I make. Right, beautiful, beautiful mix of fabrics in these quilts. The quality is fantastic. I think it's probably a very similar range of fabrics, if not the same, but you've got that crisp, creamy background that just makes the whole thing light and bright. Oh, I like that. I like that one very much. You've got your bees, you've got fireflies, and that border fabric again. But it looks so different against the cream, doesn't it? It's a very, very clever design. And, you know, it's 13 blocks, so it's not a massive undertaking, even for an 88-inch square quilt, you know, to make 13 blocks and set them on point. Very good. Very good. Loads in baskets. Best of luck with that. Now, I just want to show you the slide with our competition winners again. Oh, you found the fabric bundle. Oh, let's do that then. Yes, let's do that. And then I'll show you the winners again. Right, here's your prize. It's called London Bouquet. We all love this combo. It is beautiful. That's gorgeous. There it is, London Bouquet. You're saving £3, £28.92. Yes, fabulous, fabulous. Right, let's talk winners. Let's talk winners. We have a slide. Here we are. Here are our 12 block winners. Designer block competition winners: Melanie Smith, Nan Edwards, Christine Lyons, Debbie Dunn, Marie Raybold, Carol Bowen, Cheryl Harris, Paulette Bogle-Ivy, Sheila Killen, Philip Ramsey, Debbie Adams, and Jeanette Harris. Absolutely incredible quilt blocks. The quilt will be made, quilted, hung at Festival of Quilts, and all the other entries will be made into charity quilts and donated. So every single one of your blocks is going to go to a very, very good home. We were all bowled over with the talent, with the time, with the skill, with the joy that you have worked to make these amazing blocks. And actually not just the winners, but all 200 entries. We think you're wonderful. Well done. Right, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, we're going to craft ourselves silly. Hayley Smith is here. We're going to have a fabulous hour, so don't go anywhere.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Really good to have your company. I'm Stuart Hillard, and this
I'm not.
is Hayley Smith. No, exactly. How are
I'm
you?
not Stuart Hillard. I'm fine, thank you.
Good. You have brought
Sunny,
so many
got my
fantastic...
watermelon shoes on.
You certainly have. Got the espadrilles. That means it's summertime. You've brought
Watermelon
so
shoes.
many wonderful products for us today. We're going to dive straight in with this fabulous panel. Tell me about the...
Everything's quite different
Provenance.
today as well.
Very
like,
different.
Project to project, everything's quite different today.
This one's called Morris Work in Progress.
So what we
Intriguing.
did with this was we went online and we managed to find some images which were the kind of the preparatory sketches for a lot of the very, very famous William Morris prints that you will know and love. But these just lend themselves so much to, you know, a bit of embellishment on them. So a bit of embroidery maybe you're looking to just quilt them in. It is a massive panel as well.
It's huge. I think the
We've
best
got
thing
it
is
folded
to
in half.
hold it up, isn't it? If you have that corner and I'll have this. It is
With the right way up? Yes, we are.
massive. And I love the concept of it too. You can see, and we'll show you some more details, where some of it is almost sort of pencil sketching, some of it is painted in, some of it is sort of gridded.
It's kind of him working out the repeats, working out the colours, working out what's going to go with what. And you can see there's some where the colours are different to what we would remember. Obviously, there's the very kind of famous acanthus one. All of these are absolutely crying out to be made. I mean, these are tote bags all day long.
Yes.
Because there's
How many
bigger
of the
panels,
large
there's
images
smaller
do you
panels.
get?
So there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10
of
big
these
ones.
large. And I think when you see this, Hayley, when you look at the preparatory sketches here, you can appreciate just how much detail goes into every design.
And the prints as well are super clear. I mean, we're kind of quite zoomed out on the cameras there, but I mean, they are crystal clear, the prints that we've got.
I find this very interesting, where you've got the sort of grid work to balance the design and then starting to fill in, starting to add colour. It's very interesting to see the process.
It's kind of just a glimpse into the process of it all as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of these where you can kind of see all the different layers and where they're kind of adding more detail and where they're kind of joining into the next block and things like that.
This one here shows the repeats because you can see here, almost like a jigsaw puzzle, you've got the gap that this on the next repeat will slot into. This is fascinating, Hayley. I've never seen a fabric range or a panel like this.
It's not something you would maybe normally see, because usually these are the beginning bits, and then what you actually see is the full finished thing.
This is actually the stuff I really want to see.
These lines are so fine and so delicate, and that is a testament to obviously the printing as well, the quality of the images that we start off with. It's very, very, just to see the process. And this one, I think, with those gaps in.
Yes.
Is
this would be
so
for
cute.
screen printing, wouldn't it? Where those layers build up. That is only one side. You've got all of these as well. And again, you can see here the richness of the detail. The colour palette here, sort of almost painted swatches. What an inspired idea.
You could cut these out and kind of block them back together as a quilt. What you may have to do is kind of trim some of them down so you've got them all the same width, because we haven't fiddled with these. These are just as they came.
Yep.
So we've kind of left them true to his designs. We haven't
move
fiddled
this
with
around
scale
a little bit,
or
Hayley,
anything
because you've
like
actually
that.
got more down here. Is this another 10 small images?
Yes, there's another 10, because we had a little bit of a gap on the side, so we thought, let's exactly. Well, let's get the most out of it and let's fill it. So if you're thinking maybe little zipped pouches, you're thinking little book covers, you're thinking little smaller needle case projects.
Oh yeah.
All of these are perfect for those.
Kate's got in touch. Says, I have a few books on Morris showing his design process, and it is lovely to have this on fabric. I've got mine. It's gorgeous. It's such a clever idea, isn't it?
So kind of intricate and just so beautiful.
It's
and
a really
I think
inspired idea, Hayley. I love it.
There's a lot you can do with this for bigger projects and for smaller projects. For me, it's not going to maybe be a quilt as such. For me,
I could see it in a quilt.
For me, I'd be putting them into kind of, smaller.
Oh, I think definitely each one of these, it could be like 10 tote bag fronts or bag fronts. Use something like a William Morris, something on the back, maybe even strip piece, the back of your bag. We've got some strip rolls, William Morris strip rolls.
Yes, because we've been asked for that.
That would make a great backing or border. Handles for your bag. And then you could use the smaller images for either a big luggage label to hang on the bag, a little purse to go inside.
Yeah, there's absolutely, you could use the panel as a whole. You could just say, right, that's what...
Quilt it, bind it, we're done.
Done.
Especially if you're really into that kind of the process of how fabric's designed. Like I say, Hayley, I've never seen this done before. I think it's a super clever idea, really inspired. I love it.
Thanks.
I love it.
I mean, it's not my work. It's his work.
It's such a clever idea to do it like this. Would you mind holding that side again? And I just want to show you the whole panel again, because you are getting such a lot for your money here, and it's something that's truly different and really stands out.
I just think as individual pieces, they are perfect to be kind of standalone on their own. But then you also have kind of the colour family. So say you wanted to use all 4 of the blue ones together to make, say, a lap size quilt. But then you've got other ones that have got kind of orange and green tones in, and we've kind of grouped them together down this side.
They make really nice rectangular cushions.
Runners. I mean, maybe table runners, things like that, maybe bed runners. You've got a lot of options because they are kind of all put into panels. Now, what we did, though, was we did try and make them all the same width.
Great.
So then that's a little bit easier when putting them together, because as you can see there, you can stack them together and they are all the same kind of dimensions, at least in one direction.
Double-sided bags, double-sided cushions.
Shall I fold?
Oh, bless you. Thank you. It's a big panel, and I'm terrible at folding sheets and things like that and duvet covers. Just screw them in a ball.
Is that just because you don't want to do it?
No, I'm just really bad at it. I've tried to get better, but I can't. I do need to let you know, though, the stock is dwindling.
Can't and there's won't.
I think they call it tactical incompetence, to be fair. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd love to help, but I just can't.
I just can't.
The stock is dwindling fast. That's fab. Right, we've got
It's very unusual as well.
It's
unusual because usually prints come ready to put into a quilt and things like that, and it's quite nice to see how it's put together.
You're going to love this next box of delights. It really is a box of delights too. That's not the price you're paying, I think. There's a little crash?
Yes, there is.
There is a little crash. Let's do the crash and I'll show you what you're getting.
We were asked to bring... We bought a quilt, a State Fair quilt, and it had a kind of Morris-esque, one of the willow bough prints in it. So we said, OK, that's very nice. And then people were emailing in saying, oh, can we have them? Can we just get the rolls on their own? But it came as a kit, so it wasn't really a situation where we did them on their own. But that's what we've done. We've done them as a set. Now, these, I hadn't envisaged these. They're lovely boxes, though. We've got a box that fit just absolutely perfectly.
Oh, look at this. So, what you'll get, this is a 12-metre
Yes, so each
roll.
of the rolls are 12 metres long by 2.5 inches wide. So if you've got a load of beautiful William Morris fabric and you are just wanting to finish that quilt with a binding, then one of these rolls will do. The quilt that was hanging up there that you just had before, that was about 2.2 metres square, that one of these rolls would go all the way around that and you'd still have a little bit left over.
Amazing, but also jelly roll, quilts, jelly roll, rugs, anything where you're using 2.5-inch strips. If you've got my scrap pattern, that uses one of the quilts there, Sticks and Stones, uses 2.5. But look, you're also getting a 1.5-inch by 12-metre roll of solid as well.
And we spent a lot of time doing test prints to get them so that the colours were spot on for you, and everything will kind of work together. So you can choose to work them together in a quilt if you wish, because we do have quilt instructions that come with this.
You get a pattern as well.
You do get a pattern as well. I'm going to show you. It's not in the same fabric because who's got the time? But this is the same quilt.
Oh yeah, this is lovely.
So it's all squares. So it's dead easy to put together if you're a beginner. But it's kind of concentric squares, but they're all put together in a kind of a completely kind of random way.
And this uses the 2.5-inch and 1.5-inch strips. So the first part of your cutting is already done. We all love a quilt like that. We love a quilt like that.
So you can get straight to the good bit. That's
Yeah,
the whole point of what we do.
What I think is amazing is that you're getting two blue 2.5. So you get 2.5-inch wide by 12 metres, 2.5-inch wide by 12 metres, 1.5-inch wide by 12 metres. There's your blue set. So the same in the green, and then the same in the claret. So you're getting 3 different colourways. That is huge.
I mean, or lap quilts in their own right, if you wanted to use them in that way. If you wanted to combine them and put them into that quilt that I just showed you, you would need, you would need 3 of those and 3 of those. And that would give you that size quilt that I've just shown you down there.
Those you could use for something
Those
else.
can be binding, those can be anything else you like. Or you can, absolutely, you can mix and match them.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to top them up, we do have them as individual options.
Yeah, let's do that next. Let's do it. But I do think that value is exceptional for $99.99 for 9 pre-cut rolls. Yeah. Let's start with blue, because that's been the most popular on its own.
I shall rebox them as we are finished with them. How's that?
Thank you.
Tidy as we go today. Tidy as we go. Not something I usually do in life, to be fair, but here we will.
Let's do willow bough first. So this is 12 metres long, 2.5 inches wide, $14.99.
All of our rolls, they're all the same. They're always 12 metres long, and that's a continuous piece. There's no joins in there. We guarantee no joins in there. It will, well, I didn't guarantee it until you said that I should last time. But there you go. I mean, imagine that just round the edge of a quilt. We've used William Morris colours, so we've kind of gone and we've found 3 or 4 different prints and tried, because there's ones from all different companies as well. So we've tried to kind of take the ones from all the different companies and hit a kind of middle ground for all of them, and that's what we've kind of come up with.
One of the most classic designs by William Morris, though, isn't it? Really lovely. And of course, you could literally just use that plus a couple of solids to create a quilt or blocks or a jelly roll rug on their own. A message from Carol. I haven't started my William Morris Moments quilt yet, but I've bought one of the William Morris rolls for the binding. I think it pays to be prepared, Carol. Also, bought the panel, which I will quilt. Yeah, I think that will be beautiful.
But if you've got the panel, especially where you've got those kind of blue ones, then adding...
Yes.
Fold a couple of blue ones out.
Yes.
So there's a couple of blue ones
there. And
there.
then use that. We'll give you the graphics for the panel as well. That would work beautifully, wouldn't it? Yeah, absolutely brilliant. This, I mean, it's absolutely romping away, this. It's absolutely gorgeous. And yeah, absolutely, Hayley, you could use that for sashings, the binding of that quilt if you wanted to make it as a quilt. Gorgeous. Right, let's do the blue larkspur. I'll show you this one here. So again, 2.5 inches wide and precision cut.
And when we kind of scaled the pattern, we tried to scale the pattern so whichever roll you get, there'll be kind of enough to it that it will make sense.
Yep.
And you'll still see larkspur within it, even if you take that to kind of binding width. You've still got pattern within
Absolutely,
it. So,
that looks
you know,
lovely.
it's important for us because we do, we do a lot of this, and scale is a massive thing for us, getting it, the scale right on something that is potentially going to be used at a quarter of its size.
Yes, because I suppose originally a lot of these would have been much, much larger scale for wallpaper or curtains. Yeah. Scaled for patchwork, absolutely brilliant. And again, the price is brilliant, $14.99 for 2.5 inches by 12 metres. Way more than you'd need for most size quilts if you're just using it for binding. Now, we do have that 1.5 inch wide roll in solid. Now, I think it makes a lot of sense to get this. If you're getting either of those or both, I would get the solid as well because it complements perfectly.
Yeah.
And look, it's only $5.99.
All of our fabrics, these ones that are printed and these ones that are plain, all come to you pre-starched. So they will feel stiff when you're working with them. That will either kind of work its way out as you work, or as soon as you wash it, it will go. But it just makes life just 10 times easier.
So we're not going to pre-wash these fabrics?
No, don't pre-wash these ones. Use them as they are. Everything's pre-shrunk. Everything we work with is designed to do the job.
Spot on. That's the blue collection. Very, very much in my ballpark. Love those. What colour should we do next?
Green.
Let's do green. Let's do green.
Why? Just decision.
Right, willow bough first then.
That's a bit in the box. So
Again,
exactly the same kind of principle, 12 metres long, 2.5 inches wide. It's very straightforward, just one big long strip.
But again, it's that, as you say, you've scaled that print to suit the size of the strips just perfectly. And even folded down into a binding, you can absolutely, anybody could spot that is William Morris.
Yeah, and it's important for us to kind of get it right because, yes, absolutely, you could take all 3 of those green rolls. So you could have the willow bough one, you could have the larkspur one, and the plain one, and make yourself a beautiful little kind of lap-sized quilt out of those 3 rolls, and it would be beautiful. Yeah. But you've got to factor in people using these four binding, 4 borders, 4 edges, to maybe make the fabrics that they've already got go that little bit further.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That is spot on, beautiful. Next up, larkspur. Larkspur's a really pretty print, isn't it? It's lovely, it's delicate, it's fresh. And you know, this is the genius of William Morris. So many of his fabrics are heritage, but they also look really modern and fresh.
Yeah, and with this one, it would have been very easy for us to take the kind of chrysanthemum type bits that are in there and put a colour in that, because originally that's what it would have been.
Oh, okay.
But we actually took it out because we were kind of, again, factoring in if maybe your quilt is mostly greens and then you've got the random bit of orange in there,
right.
Is it going to work?
Yeah.
So we just pared it right back to thinking, right, what is going to work for most people in most situations for a binding or a border, or even just combining with, you know, the other rolls that we brought you to make a mini quilt in one hit.
Yeah, brilliant. I love the fact that you can get straight to the sewing. The cutting's already done for you. Right, essential really. Get yourself the 1.5 inch wide roll. You're still getting 12 metres for $5.99. Do you know, that would save me an hour at least of cutting time. That is worth $5.99 in itself.
What's minimum wage right now, you
see?
Exactly.
Yes.
And the sewing together, that's not just the cutting out, not the sewing together again.
And it's a continuous piece. Yeah, there aren't any joins at all. Don't think it's going to be joined. No. And
it's not like bias binding, because bias binding has to have joins in because of, you know, it's cut on the bias. These don't have joins in. They're cut straight. They're cut, you know, we quilt. They're cut by quilters for quilters for it to make sense.
Yeah, brilliant. And also really easy storage of these fabrics too, aren't they? They're not going to get creased. They're not going to get folded. They're not exposed to sunlight because they're all on a roll. It's a great storage method too. Right, let's do now is this claret, wine, burgundy?
I think we just called it red.
I'm trying to be clever.
I don't think we were that kind of inventive. I think it was just red.
Well, beautiful it is. There you go. We'll start with willow bough. Oh, ignore the image, but yeah. Oh, I see. Right.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. Yeah. Willow bough, Morris-ish on a roll.
Well, because we couldn't call it William Morris because it's well, he didn't do it. So we did it, so it's Morris-ish.
Oh, gotcha.
It's nearly William Morris, but it's not quite.
2.5 by 12 metres, $14.99. Just about picking a colour. I think that red, that would make really gorgeous things for Christmas.
Yeah,
because it's that sort of lovely, soft heritage red. Yes, exactly.
You could William Morris your Christmas with the two.
That weren't really Christmassy, but just had the right colour, the right vibe. Classy Christmas.
Classy Christmas, why not?
Very nice. $14.99 for the red. Next up, we've got larkspur. Producer Ben and I think, are in firm agreement that larkspur is our favourite. Okay. I think that's just beautiful.
Well, I'm glad that we picked the one that you know. I mean, there's so many to go at. Yeah. That's the thing. And we kind of started with some absolute classics because we thought that would be the best place to start.
Yes, absolutely. It's so recognisable. And even if you've never seen the designs before, as soon as you say William Morris...
It's kind of one you can't go that far wrong with. Do you know what I mean?
You do.
And especially with, you know, combining them together. So if I bring back the willow and we put the plain in the middle, there you go. You kind of can't go that far wrong with it. It's it's an instant project.
Yeah. Delicious. Right, let's do the solid then. 1.5 metres, £5.99. Now, of course, remember, if you're not buying any of the other William Morris inspired designs, this in itself could work really beautifully with your scraps, with your stash, as a sort of ready-made sashing on a roll.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have all of the plain colours both available in 2.5 and 1.5. They're all on the website. So if you are looking for sashing for a project and you can't be bothered to cut it, we are just the people for you.
Well, especially for £5.99. Like I say, just the amount of time it saves has got to be worth £5.99 of anybody's money. Brill. Right, don't forget that incredible panel that we showed you first off. I'm going to give you another little look at it. The story behind this, I think, is also fab.
I'm just thinking with that one.
Oh, yeah.
Those kind of colours.
Yeah,
Maybe even this one. Yes, I'm happy with that. Carry on.
Works really well. So the idea behind this then, Hayley, was William Morris work in progress.
Yes. So we came across all of these images of kind of him working on his designs, working out where the repeat was going to be, getting them ready to be printed, and either, you know, working out where the repeats needed to be, working out what colours needed to be in there. It's just him kind of working it, or his designers working things through.
It's that process, isn't it? I love this where you've got sort of the outline, the main sort of self-coloured details, and then with the colour added, so you can actually see the progression. And then even at the side then, you've got the space for the next repeat to go in. So it's a real insight into the process as it would have been for designing fabric.
So this one...
Massive panel.
It's, to be honest, it's still not that far off this today. It's just done digitally.
Yes, yes. And I love seeing things like the grid and the pencil drawings and the beginnings of colour and just how it goes together. You get 10 of the large images.
You do. You get 10 big ones. They're all the same width, but then they are kind of different heights. So if you're wanting them to work them together in like kind of table runner fashion, then, you know, you can put them all together. And we'd have kind of grouped them in kind of blues and the ones that have the greens and the kind of russety colours in them.
And then do you see down my side, you've got the same 10 images, but done smaller. So if you wanted to make sort of smaller projects, purses, zippy bags, things like that, you could quilt the whole
You've got a matching set as well, haven't you? So you've got, I mean, it was just extra space, and we thought, you know, it was quite nice to have them on a different scale.
I totally agree. I totally agree. The designs are stunning, really beautiful. And Hayley, you mentioned at the start embellishing, beads, embroidery.
I think this one is crying out for a bit of hand stitching on it.
Yeah.
Just all of them are just crying out for that little bit of hand stitching in them.
Grab yours, $23.99 before they sell out, won't you? Because they are flying out and we do have a limited number. Right, the box of delightful William Morris rolls. It's very close to selling out. You get 6 pre-cut rolls of William Morris fabric. You've got the willow bough in this beautiful china blue, leafy green, and in the deep burgundy red. 2.5 inch wide by 12 metres in length, each one. Then you've got larkspur.
I'm just going to creep that blue one in there, just saying.
You've got larkspur in blue, you've got larkspur in that green, and again in that clarity red. And then you've got 1.5 inch strip rolls. Again, these are 12 metres long, each one, in that deep red, the green and the blue. So, I mean, a quilt, a quilt, a quilt. Or other projects, just fab. That's brilliant. Grab yours while you can, because there's way more in baskets than we have available.
Yeah, I mean, well, we might do some more then. I mean, you tell us what you want in rolls and we'll just do it.
That would be fab.
Right.
Now, I'm always talking about change your needle, change your blade. Change your needle, change your blade. But actually, we can sharpen rotary blades.
We can sharpen rotary blades.
We've got the blade sharpener. We've got the blade sharpener. And you showed me this earlier, Hayley. It is so
it is
easy
jazzy.
to use.
Right, so yeah, that one's hit and miss at the minute.
Yeah.
So what we are going to do is we're going to take it out. Have you got my open one that's over there?
I do
shall
indeed.
come over a bit. There we go.
So this is
Take
what it
that off.
comes like.
When you take this to bits, make sure you either put it in the right order or take pictures as you go, because they're all slightly different.
Yeah.
And we've all done it.
Yeah.
Right. There is a little kind of pick-up magnet with yours. I've put mine somewhere and I don't know where I've put it. So I am going to be careful. So what you do, there's two sides. There's a 45mm side and there's a 28mm side. So if you've got those smaller ones, you can sharpen those as well.
2 in 1, bro.
2 in 1. So what you are going to do is you are going to take this side, because it's got the little kind of spigot thing in the middle, which this should match with perfectly, and we're going to pop that in place. Then we're going to put the 45mm side on, pop that through, and then there should be 2 little marks. You see the black mark there, and there's a black mark there. They should line up, and it'll sandwich together. Once it's sandwiched, then we are just going to roll.
Oh, I can hear it sharpening.
But then
Can
it'll...
you hear that?
Yeah, but listen, in a second, it'll change. I can hear it starting to happen now. There you go. Oh, this one's bad.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. Can you hear it?
I can.
It's changed
Yes.
tone. And also, it's it kind of grips. You can kind of, it feels different as you're doing it. So then we're going to take it apart. This is where you really could do with your magnet.
So that's sharpened one
side. We're going to flip it over.
Got
Carefully, don't do what I'm doing. Use the magnet. And then we're going to pop it back together. So we want the 45 against there again. And then 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to do the same again. I must say thank you to Sarah at White Gecko, because she sent me like a whole pack of blades that were blunt.
All blades.
Actually, that's a good question. She hasn't asked me to send them back to her, but I feel that I should.
Wow.
Oh. Can
Yeah.
you hear it? It's kind of,
Yeah.
it makes a different noise, and you
Yeah.
can kind of feel it. It's very hard to explain.
Clever. Grab yours.
Right.
This is brilliant. Think of the money it could
So,
save by sharpening blades instead of replacing them.
This will kind of renew a blade, make it last about 3 times longer.
Great.
So you can do it as many times until the blade will no longer hold, a point, and it's no longer sharp.
But I mean, I say change your blade at least every 6 months. So if you sharpened your blade every 6 months, that means your
slide that
rotary
in
blade would last
before
you a year and a half instead of 6 months.
There we go.
Well, that's fab.
Going to put the safety bit on before I have an accident. And we do it on live telly, which will always go down well. There we go. Right, let's tighten that back up. I don't feel that's quite tight enough. There we go. Yeah. And then
It's a
that.
great price, isn't it? $12.99. I mean, you can pay $12.99 for a pack of three or four rotary cutting blades. Is it £25 for 3 Fiskars blades? Or $12.99 to be able to sharpen them all?
Yeah, I mean, it is an absolute little wizard of a gadget. We had it, sorry, there's a little kind of...
Absolutely fantastic.
There's a little kind of spring clip that goes in this one, which is not sitting flat.
There we go.
There we go. That's better. That's better.
There we go.
Right, let me just go and get a ruler before I chop my fingers
Yeah,
off.
sure.
'Cause
I
we
mean,
don't-
it takes a
we want
couple
to
of
keep all the
minutes to
all
sharpen your
fingers.
blade, and then, of course, you've got another 6 months of fabulous cutting. Oh, yes, what a difference.
See? And it works, all the rotary cutters are the same. If it's, a cheap one, if it's you've got a snazzy one, maybe you've got a Fiskars or something like that, all the same. And they all sharpen the same way.
Fabulous.
Do another one.
Yeah, let's do another
Oh,
one.
I'll tell you what, do the rest and then we'll do another one at the end.
All right, okay.
Do the rest.
I should have brought my blunt rotary blade.
Well,
then.
now you know.
While the
Now
knife
you
sharpener
know.
was here. Right, this is a really, really fun product next, and I think you need to get yourself one for you and a couple to stash ready for...
These are so giftable.
They really
aren't
are.
They're
They
so
really
giftable.
are.
I think if you're thinking maybe Secret Santas, I know we're a bit early for that.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
That's that kind of thing. It's yeah, perfect thing.
Eat, sleep, sew, repeat. You've got your book, you've got your pen.
Our lives, isn't it?
Gorgeous. Well, it is really. Rose gold and navy, very classy. Now this, you might be thinking, okay, a notebook. It is, but it isn't.
It's
Look.
a dateless diary. So you can add the date to it, and then you've got kind of, you can start at any time of the year you wish. But there are little kind of project planners in there. There's a project planner every single week. So if you've got, things going on and you've got to remind you, oh, I've got to pick up these bits, or I need this certain colour and I've got to buy that, then they can all go in there. There's always little games and things in there.
So like little crosswords, word searches.
QR codes, which will take you to the Craft Yourself Silly YouTube channel, and there's various different kind of Stitch of the Weeks and projects.
So just use a smartphone to scan and...
Yeah, smartphone to scan. It will take you,
Brilliant.
or tablet or...
Well, I'm trying to work this out now.
Can't just be doing the puzzles.
Bon bib. I want to say ribbon, but it's
bobbin.
not. Bobbin,
What's
of course
wrong
it is.
with
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? It was you've been no good on countdown.
I am no good at things like that at all. I can do a word search.
There you
You've got
go.
word searches. Oh, give me the pen, I'll do it. It'll be fine. But the fact that you've got your planner, you've got your weekly diary.
Oh, look.
A quilt. What's the opposite of irony? Wrinkly. Very funny. Spot the difference. How much fun is this? So you've got 52 weeks.
Yeah, there's 52 weeks in there. So you
I'm
could
not
use
even going to
it.
try that. That means that says sews. I know that. There you go. Boom. This is fab. What a fun idea.
So it's just a really, really cute little kind of bit of fun that we had. The pen is lovely. We went through lots of pens, deciding which was the nicest one to write with.
Yeah.
It also has the nibs that you can use on screens.
Oh, great.
well,
Great.
so-
Well, so many of our sewing machines now have a touch screen, and it is much more precise and easy to use one of these pointers. So you've got that too. You've got your beautiful pen as well that says Eat, Sleep, Sew, Repeat.
Do you want to have a scribble on my pen?
May I?
Should we see if I can find it?
Yeah, definitely. I love the sort of rose gold
you
as
go.
well.
You can send the card to somebody.
Oh, okay. Was it
There
say
you go.
for all
I found
your...
it under there.
Yeah.
Happy Christmas.
me
Love,
put-
Stuart.
Oh, now that does right.
It's nice, isn't
beautifully.
it? Yeah, we went through quite. Do you want some more? I've got some more down here.
I'll just
That's
do
what
all
you
my
get,
Christmas
paper
cards.
people,
I'll do
if
all my
you leave
Christmas
stuff
cards
lying
while I'm
around.
here. Oh, thank you. There we Oh, very, very impressive.
Well, that one's already got writing in it.
Very impressive. Now, if you want the pen on its own, $5.99. Fabulous.
It is a lovely writer
Sleep,
as well.
So repeat. Well, that's very, very giftable too, isn't it? For $5.99. Beautiful. Yeah, that is true, actually. Yeah, if you bring a pen to the station, you have to leave one in the gallery for us to use. To be fair, Hayley, if you don't, it will just get stolen. If anybody, I've got a really bad reputation. If anyone leaves pens
Are you
lying,
the pen stealer?
I don't even think about it, and I don't do it deliberately. But any pen I think is mine.
Thank you.
I think those are smashing. Absolutely brilliant. $5.99 for the pen on its own. $19.99 for the Eat, Sleep, Sew, Repeat diary. But remember, it's a dateless diary, so you can start it as soon as you get it home.
Absolutely, you could
Do
start
12
it.
months.
You could start it this very week, but you kind of. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can use it whenever you like.
I think that's a lovely idea, and I am such a notebook person, Hayley.
Well,
I've
there's
got
space-
about 6 on the go.
Yes. Now you see, for me, that's very much an ADHD thing. Because you think a new one's going to fix it all, and you're all going to be organised all of a sudden, and then
Well, no, I am organised,
doesn't.
but I need one in my car. I need one in each of my bags. One upstairs, one downstairs, a couple in my studio.
It's got eyes on it.
But when you get an idea, when you see inspiration, yes, take pictures on your phone, but if you're going to make any sense of them, you need to write bits down as well, little sketches, a plan of action. I think...
You've got a very organised life compared to mine, Stuart.
Honestly, I write a list every single day. I love a list. I love ticking things off a list. And Hayley, you'll laugh. Sometimes, if I do an extra job well, no, but if I do an extra job that wasn't on my original list, I will write it down so I can tick it off. Yes. Yes.
Right. Can we?
Of course we can. Of course we can. Fiona says, love this pen. So glad you can buy it now. The book is great too. Fiona's a fan. Right, Frank. We both love ducks.
Yes.
We both love ducks. This is Frank and Friends.
Yes. Frank's 5th birthday was on Tuesday.
Happy birthday, Frank.
He's now 5. She's getting a few grey feathers. She's got a few rounder beak and a few rounder eyes. And she's got white eyelashes. They go grey?
Yeah. Oh. And Frank, by the way, is a girl.
Yes, Frank is a girl.
Yes, just
with
to
ducks,
be clear.
You kind of don't really know. You can what's called vent sex them, which I don't like the idea of because you have to squeeze them, and I don't want to squeeze ducklings. So, well, I do in a cuddly kind of way, not in a mean kind of way.
No.
So we just wait till they quack. And Frank quacked, and she's a girl.
Fair enough.
So what you get in here is you get, let me get rid of the box for a second. You get your booklet that has all of your instructions in. You get your panel.
And there's 3 projects in the pattern, isn't there?
So I've got the projects down there. I've got my original ones. This is the revised version where we've, well, I mean, I think the technology print-wise has changed and the fabric has got so much better.
Yeah, yeah.
So we've upped the colours on this because this was the original one. So you will be able to make a bag. This is mine that goes round in the car forever. And it's, I mean, that's the same age as Frank now. And
love the spotty lining. Oh, 5 years old, going strong.
It is going strong.
Oh, that's
and then
really nice
you have scissor keep as well. And you also have little zippy bag to put all your bits in. So it's kind of a full...
instructions for all 3.
Instructions for all 3 are in there. You've got a panel.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Has come with some extra francs, just in case you want to add them to other things, because you never know.
Yeah, cute. Very nice.
Extra francs. So you've got those, and you've got, there's your little pouch, there's your scissor keep, and these are all the bits that go onto your bag itself.
Lovely. That's lovely. 3 projects for $24.99. It's remarkable value. Remember, you're also getting your instructions,
which contain lots of pictures of Frank.
Lots. I'm glad to hear it.
Do you know how long it took me to get that picture?
What's it for it to actually
How many
keep
P's
still
I've had to
long
Photoshop
enough?
out of it.
Yeah, I bet, yeah. They are the most hilarious creatures on earth, they really are. Now, can I just check, do we need to buy these things separately?
No, they come with.
Hello, so look, you're also getting...
like a complete.
For $24.99, you're getting your zip as well. You're also getting your stabiliser, your fleece.
Yes, so that's your super soft batting or wadding, as whichever way you want to say it. So that comes with.
For the zippy
that's
pouch.
going to make the scissor keep.
Scissor keeper, right.
Because it's thin enough, because this is our super slim, and remember you're going to have to fold this 3 times.
Yeah.
And you're still going to be able to sew through that right till the end, because when I made my first one, I put a much thicker one in, and can you see, I couldn't get it through the machine at the end there because it was just way too thick. So we've given you that, which will go in there as well, and that is also for the little zippy pouches.
But then also, look, you also get the super stiff and sticky.
So this is brand new, and we do have it here today. We'll do that in a minute.
Yeah. So let's just recap the kit for a second, if we can, because this is phenomenal value. So for $24.99 then, you're getting your boxed pattern for 3 items,
Yes.
your bag, your scissor keeper and your pouch. You're getting your full panel. This is your linings, your outer, your straps, everything. But then you're also getting your zip for your pouch. You're getting your slim.
Super slim, yep.
Super slim for your scissor keeper.
And
Thank
your,
you. Zippy pouch.
Yep.
And then you're also getting your super stiff and
Super
sticky.
stiff and sticky. So this one is the same as our super stiff, but it is sticky.
Yep.
I mean, we've thought for hours on that name.
Does that iron on?
Yes, it does.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so it's a
That
heat
is
fix
phenomenal
adhesive on
value.
it.
Normally, with a kit like this, you'd have to buy these stabilisers, you zip separately. It's complete.
That super stiff and sticky allows you to do this, which is like a faux binding. So because that super stiff is going to still stay like super, super straight, what you can do is, rather than tuck the whole thing in and stitch it flat, you can do that and it will give you a kind of really nice solid edge. But what you can do is leave it proud, so you've got like a faux binding on the top.
I like that
Very
look.
cute.
I like that look very much. Brilliant value kit, isn't it? 3 items, really, just add a reel of thread and you're done.
I mean, that's why kind of nothing matches in this first hour, because we were like, oh, well, we want to do the Morris stuff, but it's Frank's birthday and these have just arrived and like, oh, shiny.
Now, we've also got the
We have
super
got it.
stiff and sticky on a roll.
We have got it on a roll as well. It's a 3-metre piece, which is enough to do about, well, 3-ish tote bags, depending on how big you're doing them. And it is $14.99.
What's the width on this?
That's 47 centimetres, 18.5 inches.
Great.
But it's kind of the perfect size for bags and cushions and things, and that's why we cut them the size we cut them.
Well, again, a
Because
bit
it's-
like the fabric rolls, it's your storage as well.
Yes.
It comes on a roll, so you've somewhere to store it.
And it comes on a roll, so it isn't folded.
Yep.
Because we all know with things like the foam stabilisers and things like that, which are very, very expensive, for number one, and you'd probably only get one tote bag
Yep.
worth for $14.99 in that kind of stuff. And it doesn't have creases in, so it's much, much easier to work with. You're not kind of fighting to get those out. And some machines just don't get on with the foam stabilisers.
yeah.
And because this is needle felted, your needles will sail straight through.
And in terms of fusibility, any advice on heat, time? How do we fuse the layers?
Stick it on. Make sure you leave it to kind of cool, and then you're good. So it's only one side that's fusible. The other side is not. So yeah, just reasonable heat. Obviously, it depends on what fabric you're putting onto it. So really go based on the fabric that you are putting onto it. If that fabric won't take that much heat, then maybe you're going to have to go over a couple of times, or put something on to protect it. Some even like baking parchment.
Fair
stuff
enough.
like that would do it.
It's a great price, isn't it, for 3 metres, $14.99.
It is smashing stuff. We are very excited to have our stuff.
And it does have really good kind of stability to it. So you're going to get a very nice structured bag without having to add any extra interfacings or foams.
Plus no weight. It's really, really light. So that's the one thing about making bags, is sometimes you end up putting so much in them that they're so heavy that by the time you actually put stuff in it, it weighs a ton. So yeah, really, really light as well.
Absolutely terrific. Yeah. Top tip from me on how to store this. I know our first thought is, can store it like that, but often they get in the way. My photographer taught me this. She puts like a string through a roll.
Oh, ties it.
And then hangs it on a hook.
And just pull it off as you need.
Yeah, it's such an easy, and it's like, oh, that's genius.
And if you do what we've done there, masking tape, not sellotape or anything like that, because sellotape will pull the fibres, but that's kind of a reasonably low tack option.
Brill, I love that. Very clever. Very clever. Right, we have got some plain fabrics on a roll.
Yes, all of the basics. So I'll put cream white and pearl jam together first, because it's more about seeing the difference between them. Because they look very similar, but you've got white, pearl jam, which is kind of more like an ivory, and then cream, which is a little bit deeper again.
Yes. Let's start with white then. This is that pure kind of polar white. That's amazing. £9.99. This is 13 yards, 2.5 inches wide.
Yeah, think about if you're just looking for an easy, quick project, teaming these with one of the rainbow rolls that we've got in the next hour. That will work. That will be a lap-size quilt in next to no time.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And a great contrast for patterned fabrics as well. Fabulous. I've only got 10 of these left, though. If you want one of these, I know.
You had loads.
10 left. £9.99.
Now, do bear in mind as well, we are only showing you some of the basics, some of the ones that you will kind of are go-tos, but we do have all of the colours available on the Sewing Street website.
Right, Pearl Jam next. Love the name.
Thank you.
This is lovely clean ivory.
Well, you see, we named these all after kind of bands and songs and things like that, and it was very funny at the time.
Oh, is this White Wedding?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we kind of continued doing it, and now it's got to the stage where it's a little bit
To get a bit
tricky.
complicated.
Yes. And we did I did a show with John, and he didn't recognise most of the names. So he said, oh, well, the next set you should do should all be musicals. So I did. So we had some flannel. So we did like a brushed cotton one, and they were lovely and fluffy. So we thought...
Oklahoma?
Yes, that was, well, it wasn't Oklahoma, it was one of the songs from Oklahoma, I think. So yes, and I had a list of them all written out so I could test him to see if he knew them.
That's a good one. If you love your Tilda or your Liberties, that Pearl Jam's going to work ever so well. Next up, we've got Cream.
Yes.
Creme. It is. What's the
And
posh
do you like
name
that
for
we
cream?
put the... Oh, the creme anglaise. No, that's
Is
creme
it
anglaise is like posh custard, isn't it? It's just
I
custard.
don't like it. I just like birds. Yeah.
Oh, that was so easy to have said something there. I held myself back and I
Yeah, I
won
just
some
like birds
points.
custard. Thanks. Ah, that's that one. Lovely, warm, creamy colour. Right, next up.
So many self-points. We've got silver lining. So we've got actually 3 greys in the range that we currently have. There's new colours coming. I've just ordered a load of new ones.
For a second, just
So
you
that
can
one's a navy. So that one is silver lining. That's the lightest. That one is Grateful Dead. That's the darkest. We do have Grey Day, which is in the middle. Again, go and have a look on the Sewing Street website because they are all on there.
Fabulous.
Apart from black, because we've run out of black.
So this one's silver lining. This is the light
It's all right.
grey.
I'm on it.
And again, it's a lovely sort of clean grey. Nice, clean and bright. Lovely. Okay, nice and modern, that one.
Grateful Dead, which is the darkest of the greys that we have. Again, grey is a nice alternative to black. It goes with a lot of different things.
Oh, I'd use that with like bright K facet.
Yes,
that would really make it pop. And then
we've got in the navy.
In the navy, perfect.
I know, we've got the memo today. We're both totally navied up, aren't we?
Blue is the colour. And this is that really, really deep, dark navy too. Gorgeous. $9.99 for 13 yards. 2.5 inch wide. Right, great.
Right,
Let's
shall
move
we
on.
quickly do another rotary blade?
Yes, please. By the way, just to say, my iPad has gone to sleep now, so apologies if I can't read any more messages, but got all the right good mornings in.
Right. Oh, that one's pretty.
Oh, that's
really bad. Okay.
No, that can't be resurrected, surely.
Well, we'll give it a crack.
We'll give it a try. So this is the rotary blade sharpener. Now this will sharpen any 45mm straight blade or any 28mm sharp blade, straight blade.
Yes, it
it's
won't
got
work on
different
your
sides.
wibbly ones.
No.
But I mean, how often do you use a wibbly one?
Yeah, true enough. But this will, I mean, you were saying it'll sharpen your blade probably up to 3 times.
Up to 3
sort of bring it
times,
back
but
to
then,
life.
you know, there's limits. There's limits
I
to
think that's
everything.
brilliant
But still, 3
value.
times more is better than none.
Yeah.
So, it's in. Let me just shuffle. Oh, right.
Yes.
Did you hear it
I
then?
did hear it. Yes.
Yeah, and you can kind of feel it. I'll let you do the other side. And you
Cool.
can
Okay.
experience the blade sharpener. Right, I'm just going to go and get oh, my bag's here. Huh. I'm going to seam ripper, because if they do get stuck, obviously fingers out the way, and you can usually just, because some of them seem to fit tighter on that centre bit than others. Right, now I've got to work out which side I've just sharpened. It's that side. Can you see it?
I can actually, it's really shiny
versus
and the other side is dull.
Yeah, so now
Yeah.
we're going to put the dull side
It's
up.
actually very obvious when you see it like that, isn't it?
I shall reassemble for you and then
Thank
you can
you.
do the wiggling.
Is it the other side that it needs to be on? That's the 45mm side,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's
Oh,
fine.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
we're
thought
good.
the blade was on the other. I'm not really paying attention
Right.
here, am I?
Off
Right,
you go.
I'm so
Always
excited
go
about...
in the same direction. Don't go forward and backwards, because if you go forward and backwards, what you're going to do is do the same bit over and over again. And then all of a sudden you'll hear it and you'll feel it. It'll get tighter as you try and push it.
Oh, I can... It is tightening up. Oh,
That's it. You're done.
that's it done.
Yep.
I done it. Love that though. So much better than having to constantly replace your blade. If you can sharpen each blade 3 times. Remember, this is 45mm and 28mm blades. There's a different side for the 28mm. A lot more use out of your rotary cutter blades and easy to do. It doesn't take long at all. Now that blade was, it's fair to say, on its knees. Wasn't it?
Yeah, that we've had better ones.
Yeah, it's definitely had better days.
Yes. So
But, fingers crossed.
let's give it a go. Remove all the bits. And I mean, this has got batting on the back of it as well,
Yeah.
so it's not an easy cut, this one.
Oh, look.
It might need another go because it was still, you know, it hadn't quite done the batting. in a
Probably the
couple of
side I
places.
did, to be fair.
Okay, we'll blame you for that. Yeah, but it is. I mean, it just works, and it's really nice that you get something when it just works.
Yeah, love that.
And it's such a good little gadget. It absolutely kind of screams through blades.
Yeah.
It's absolutely brilliant. And if you can get another 3 or 4 uses out of it, I will say the higher quality of the original blade, the more kind of resharpens you'll usually get.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. It's been a fantastic hour, Hayley. Thank you. We're flat out of time, but we do have another hour together at 11 o'clock.
Yes, all different.
All different.
All different.
So you enjoy a
Do
break.
you want a sneaky? Shall we have a sneaky?
Oh no, let's make people wait. Let's make
You're so mean.
I know. After the break, I'm joined by Kerry Lord and TOFT. We are going under the sea and above the sea and on the surface of the sea. It's going to be amazing, as always. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm gonna have a quilt.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Now, you don't need me to tell you, it is always a special day when TOFT are in the house. Kerry, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
It's wonderful to have Kerry Lord here, the originator, the head of TOFT. And Kerry, every time you come back, you show us new, fabulous projects and designs.
Yeah. I'm just having fun all the time, that's why. So there's always a different theme. I don't like to do the same thing twice, so
we love it.
Different.
We love it. And for this first hour, we're very much focusing on the ocean and the water. I mean, it's the perfect time of year to be crocheting, sort of sea-themed, water-themed, because we want to keep going with our craft. We want to do something in the cool, in the shade, but maybe you're on holiday and you need to be crocheting, I think, a langoustine, right?
I think that the langoustine is a good one to definitely have on your sun lounger or on a flight or in a service station, because when someone says, what are you making? There's no way they are going to expect you to say, oh, just a langoustine as a response.
Obviously.
Yeah.
We've got loads to share with you. And also, of course, we are launching the summer magazine from TOFT as well today in this hour. So, I mean, something for everyone. But let's dive straight in with one of your fabulous books. And you only write bestsellers, Kerry.
Oh, no, that's very kind.
This is How to Crochet Animals from the Ocean Tell me about the book.
So this is part of the mini series. So just to put that right up the front, it means they are smaller projects than the ones that you might have seen from me before. That means there's less stitches in them and they're much quicker to make. So with the mini books, what you've got is almost like a lesson or a course in crochet from the very beginning. So the very first project will be the easiest one. It'll take you through how to learn to crochet before it even starts off from that point. So you've got all the basic stitches here, but then you'll hit Mike the jellyfish. Now Mike is truly the easiest TOFT pattern that there is out there. He doesn't even have a decrease. So you're just learning to do the stitch and you're learning to increase, and then you're doing some chains on the bottom here in order to add on his tentacles. So you'll start off there, and then basically as you turn the pages, you'll learn another technique. So then you'll go on to your sardines, so you'll learn to just do a back loop, then you'll go on to your octopus, where you'll learn a half treble and a treble, so a different stitch. So as you turn the pages, it's like a little bit of a course that you can just gradually take your time, skill up with these little projects. If you've never crocheted before, then give yourself a couple of evenings to make one. But if you are somebody who has already mastered the basics, you'll be able to do a mini an evening, no problem at all. So it's a great one for a holiday. Because they're little. It's not that you've got to take loads of yarn with you or got to worry about where you're putting it all once you've made it.
Or a flight, or a train ride, or a bus ride. I was telling Kerry before we came on air, I've got a particular friend, Carrie, who crochets me the ocean minis, and I've got the squid, I've got prawns, I've got an octopus. They are all so much fun. You can see some of them up here. That I'm just going to grab the octopus because the octopus is absolutely fabulous. And this is an evening's work.
It really is an evening's work if you can crochet. I mean, this is one that we speed crochet on, so I know that I can do this one in about 40 minutes if I sat down and just focused on it. So it isn't a big project for you to do. The other thing that's great about these mini ocean projects is they work so well in any colours. So it's not like some projects where you need to make sure you've got a bit of this and a bit of grey and you're carrying tons of yarn for you. Generally speaking, the minis like this from the ocean is one ball in one colour and one ball in another colour, so you're not having to take loads of stash with you either.
Is that a hermit crab?
It's a hermit crab, yeah. Howard.
Of course, obviously. Yeah. Is it Mike the
jellyfish?
Mike the jellyfish.
Howard the hermit crab. So you make the conch shell separately, and again, it's totally removable. So it's quite a fun one for people to play with too.
So much fun, quirky, playful, just brilliant. Nobody is ever going to guess that you are crocheting a conch.
No, not at all.
Love it. 25 projects for $14.99 is exceptional value in anyone's book. Is there a narwhal?
There is a narwhal, yes. So you go right the way through lots of different ones. You've got bigger ones like hammerhead sharks, you've got blue whales, you've got a narwhal, you've even got a couple of birds. So tons of variety in terms of shapes and techniques. Like you've got a penguin, so we're thinking about the frozen ocean as well as your tropical ocean. So it really will take you, that's a bit of, the sloth isn't in there, that's an explanation for the other books at the back there and your pictures. But it'll take you right the way through the ocean. Tiny little projects, but they all work so well together thematically. So they're brilliant for displays, for doing toppers, for things, if you are someone that takes part in kind of community projects to build thematic things as well.
I could imagine doing a mobile as well of sea creatures.
Works really well as a mobile. Now, all the ones that we've just shown you are made in double knit. So everything in here has been made using a double knit. But again, like all my projects, you can use any thickness of yarn. So they don't even need to be minis if you don't want them to be. Use a thicker yarn and you can just make them bigger.
Oh, cool. And that'll still work with the number of stitches?
We'll still scale it perfectly. They'll just be bigger projects where each stitch gets a bit bigger at the end.
Oh, love it. The starfish you could almost do as like a cushion, couldn't you?
You could. If you used it in a super chunky, it'd be lovely.
Haha, love that. Grab your copy. I don't have loads. I don't have loads at all. Right, let me move that to one side. Now, let's talk about the magazine, because this is the launch of the Summer Quarterly magazine.
So this is a lovely one. So every year, for anyone that's not seen a TOFT quarterly before, this really is where the TOFT team come into their own. So as you all know, I do all the design work in terms of all of our 3D crochet shapes. So all the dolls, all the animals, all the flowers, all the veg. But where the team really get to be creative and let that absolutely flow out of them is they work together on these TOFT quarterlies. So what we do every season is we set a theme. So this time we went for kind of that retro diner. So this kind of vibe of the pinks and the retro diner, think banana split was what we decided to go in for. The photo shoot was then done in Brighton, so it matches that theme in perfectly, and we limit it down to a colour palette. But what you've got inside is 5 knitting patterns and 5 crochet patterns. So it's a combination of knit and crochet, just using that palette, but taking you through lots of different techniques. So you'll always have a bit of colour work. This is also available in the show actually as a kit as well with the blanket.
Oh,
if you wanted to get that one, yeah, which is lovely, like a great kind of summery feeling blanket. You still need a blanket even in the summer to sit on the sofa sometimes, especially if you turn your heating off nice and early like I do. Yeah, I feel like until the last week I've been sitting under my blanket most evenings. So you've got a real mix, you've got a bandana, so kind of lighter weight projects for the summer. Again, a basic knit jumper would be great even for someone that had never knitted before as a first project, deliberately designed to be nice and simple in terms of the shaping. You've got a bag charm, really fashionable at the moment.
Cute.
Fast little cute make. You've got cushions for the home. This time of year, obviously we can still make for our homes. Then you've got Lillian, the langoustine, so you've got that langoustine pattern in there as well.
Gorgeous.
And I've just done 9 daily videos covering all of these techniques. So again, don't feel intimidated about it. If you've never done it before, you can
How do we find the video?
You'll find those on Instagram. So it's literally one a day. So it'll take you through step by step on all of it. It's a little bit of inspiration, lots of patterns, so 10 patterns included, but also it's intended to kind of make you think about what you can do with this yarn, with a palette, and expand your skills into things that you might not have considered trying.
It's fabulous. Now let's talk about the details right on screen. There are 3 different ways that you can get the magazine today. You can't get the magazine on its own, but we're going to start with the making bundle. You're getting the magazine half price within the bundle. So it should be £77 for the whole thing, but you're getting the magazine half price. And then the Maker's Bundle includes a selection of absolutely gorgeous TOFT yarn. What are we getting in the
So what you're going to get is the colour palette that this magazine is designed in. So what you're going to be able to do is use it as you wish. So you can obviously decide to make your langoustines. I mean, you'd be able to make three langoustines there using those colours if you wanted to. But you've also got your charcoals and then your sage as well. So you can make bag charms, you can make the hats, you could knit the hats. Obviously, for a sweater, you're not going to have the full quantity to be able to knit the whole sweater, but obviously you could make a start if you wanted to with the colours you've got in here. It's the right colours for the cowl if you wanted to go for that. So you've got a selection of our double knit in the right colour palette to kind of get inspired by your magazine and decide what you're going to make with it. Bandanas, you could just make lots of different bandanas as gifts if you wanted to in different colours.
I'm just going to grab the cowl because I think
your eye this one, yeah.
Oh, I think it's absolutely stunning. Look at that cowl.
And obviously it's colour work, but it's very simple. It is just, you've got a chart to go along with it, and it's just really effective.
But it's so contemporary looking. Do you have
You can make this from that, yeah, you absolutely can. And that was what I really wanted to do, is make sure you had the right colours for a project like that. Yeah,
that is absolutely beautiful. And you know those days, I mean, not today, admittedly.
Yes, admittedly not today.
Even in the summer, you know, a walk along the coast, a little bit of a cowl, a little bit of snuggly round you is much appreciated. Same with the polka dot blanket. Summer's evening, no one wants to go to bed. We all stay out, little glass of Chardonnay, a little polka dot blanket on your lap, and there you are. Next thing you know, it's midnight. These are beautiful. £71 gets you the 12 balls of yarn plus your half price TOFT Quarterly magazine, the summer edition. I think that is beautiful. Now you could get the magazine completely free. Would you like to know how? Well, I'll tell you, if you go for the polka dot blanket kit, you get the magazine completely free. This is so cool, so beautiful.
So this one you're using, I've removed that darkest tone of the charcoal. So you've got your cream as your base. So you're obviously going to get all your different cream to go with you. And what's quite nice about this is you make them as hexagons separately. So if we're thinking about kind of holiday projects, what you're actually doing is crocheting these hexagons. Yeah, let's just destroy the set, you know, it's fine. That's me every time. I make it look gorgeous before we start, and then within 10 minutes I'm like, yeah, let's just take it all apart.
Well, and you know how clumsy I am as well, so.
So what you're doing is you're making these as individual hexagons, and then you put them together at the end. So for me, this is a really good holiday project as well, because don't think about the fact you've got this on your knee or you're carting it around with you as a big piece. You're actually making them all individually. You won't even notice probably how many you've made. And then it's when you get them all out at the end, you're like, oh, I'm nearly there. I've got 4 of these, I've got 5 of these. So you make them as hexagons and then you pop it together. And so it's got that cream background, and then you're going to get the sage, the apricot and the peach in order to sit with it. Now, the nice thing about hexagons is obviously this has been intended as a blanket, but I know a lot of you out there are creative enough to sew them together to be different things. So the great thing about a basic hexagon is you can turn them into whatever you want to.
It would make a great bag.
It would make a great cushion. Obviously, I'm talking to the right crowd when I'm on Sewing Street, because I know you understand how to take a basic, really pleasing shape and turn it into something else. It's all trebles, so it grows nice and fast as well. So it's not a huge undertaking like it might be. It's nice and simple, all trebles.
I was going to say, it looks beginner friendly.
Yeah, it's beginner friendly as a first crochet. If you've never crocheted a blanket before, it would be a good one to go for. You're not having to tackle lots of different things or lots of different charts. It'd be a nice simple one.
It's lovely and fresh, and also as well, what a beautiful new baby gift. Could we just have that message back, please? I want to read that one. We had a lovely message from Julie, who's in Monmouthshire. She says, hi, Kerry and Stuart, my 2 favourite people. Oh, that's a lovely message. I have the ocean book and have made loads of the octopus and the seahorse as key rings. Isn't that funny? You get a favourite pattern.
You do. I love the octopus. Like, even though obviously we've made so many, the octopus is really mathematically satisfying. It's really quick. It's one that I come back to. So I totally understand you, Julie. I'm still there as well. If I've ever got a little spare 20 grams of yarn, it's becoming an octopus.
And also, I just love how grumpy he looks as well. I'm calling him a boy. Kind of, you know, slightly or quizzical. I almost want to put little spectacles on him just to really ramp it up. He's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And what a nice idea as well, making them into key rings. If you want to go for the polka dot blanket kit, remember, you're getting all of your yarn to make the blanket. You're also getting the brand new TOFT Quarterly, the summer edition, 5 knit projects, 5 crochet projects for free. Which is a £12 saving.
Yeah, £10 saving.
£10 saving. £10 saving. Awesome. Right, let's do the langoustine. Let's do the langoustine.
Lillian, let me get.
So the langoustine comes with a magazine.
Yes, it does. I'll just find her ingredients. Here she is. So with this one, you're going to get it in the original colours, which is 2 peach. And I haven't even had a chance to really talk about colours. These colours are all so new to me as well. So these, this colour peach that we're looking at here and that has been used in the magazine is a brand new colour for this spring from TOFT. So it's not that we have used it that much before at all. You're not likely to have it kind of sitting in your stash from previous projects either. And for me, when I saw, often it's the colours that inspire the projects. It's not that I sit down and think, oh, I really want to make a langoustine. Usually I'll have been unpacking yarn for a show or something, and I'll have unpacked a box of this colour, and this ball will have fallen on that colour, and I'll have gone, oh, it reminds me of. And it's funny how that's how sometimes the ideas hit, that it isn't that I'll sit and think, this is what I want to do. It's just sometimes the colours remind you of something, and then you go down a different path. So with Lillian, it will obviously create this entire langoustine. You'll get your black threads to do your bobble eyes. It's a very different kind of crochet project and construction for me. You're making lots of small parts, but the brilliant thing about that is if you're new to this style of crochet, it's forcing you to practice your 6 in a ring start, which is the thing that people find the hardest. You're literally practicing it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 times.
I think you'll have cracked it by the end.
In a small project, you're forced to go over that same kind of basic technique, but not with too much attached to it. So you're going to practice those basics over and over again. And as I said, there's full video help for you. So it's not not that then you'll think, oh, there's loads of small parts, how do I put it together? There's a video guide to making it easy for yourself in the way that you string them up through and then you sew the finishing details on. So she's just a really fun kind of little...
And it looks articulated.
Yeah. Because it's got the movement in it, and that's what's different. That's why I've opted to go for lots of small pieces, is rather than, as I normally would, crochet in one big piece, you're making this deliberately, you haven't got stuffing in, because it means that it's got lovely movement in. You can kind of arrange it on a shelf really well, kind of sitting on a shelf, or obviously very nice to play with as well.
Very, very clever. And there's a crash, not £31. Remember, you're getting the magazine included as well. It is £28. Most affordable way to get the magazine. That is brilliant, and you are loving it. Loads of you have already gone for it. Remember, if you already checked out your basket, don't worry, you're going to pay £28 too. Everybody pays the lowest price. That is such a cool picture, Kerry.
Yeah, it is. So that's down at the beach in Brighton. We haven't even mentioned, but it will also all come in a tote bag. So you'll get it in the TOFT tote bag as well. Every kit, when you buy from Sewing Street, it comes packed in a TOFT tote bag. So you'll get one of those included as well. And of course, your lobster patch too.
Oh, now let's talk about the lobster patch. Who gets that?
So absolutely every order gets a free lobster patch on this show. So that is every item, kit that we've looked at so far, even your ocean book. If you just go for ordering your ocean book, will also get the free lobster patch with every order. It's one per order because we pack one inside that box.
Amazing, amazing. I know your patches are super coveted and collected
and this
cherished.
one in particular really was. So this is one that was hugely popular when we first released her, so much so that we had to make a second batch because she was so popular. So obviously it's just a really bold, simple one. Looks great whether you're putting it on your project bag or your stash bag, or I've seen people with these on denim shorts, on jackets, using them in different ways, not just even for their crafting.
I think I'd sew it on a bucket hat.
Yeah, it'd be a great one.
Yeah, adorable, really lovely. That's Joanna the Lobster. We love Joanna. Have you done a blue one?
I have made one. We've never made one as a patch, but yeah, I've made both a blue lobster and then obviously in all the greys as well. So once you've got the pattern, if you're someone that loves crustaceans, it would work so well in all the colours.
I just love crocheting crustaceans. I think it's awesome. You know, almost all the stock that I have is in baskets or checked out. Absolutely loads of you going for this. This is what I love about TOFT. It is sophisticated but playful at the same time. It is quirky. There's humour in so much of what you do. And the articulation on the langoustine is just sublime. It's brilliant.
It gives, I think for me, it's one of my more realistic designs. Like sometimes, say, my most basic elephant where I started, it's not intended to be realistic.
Sure.
It's not that the ears are representing exactly the shape of an elephant's ear. But with one like this, I can just go to town on deliberately trying to, even with the extra detail. So this might look complicated, but all you're doing is a line of double crochets down the side, but adding on a little bit of detail like that just gives it more realism than it would have if it was just all made from one colour.
Do you love the head scratching bit of writing patterns and create? Do you?
I do. I really enjoy I will often think about something for weeks and weeks and weeks in an obsessive, when I'm in the shower, when I'm driving my car, when you're waking up in the middle of the night, and then finally, usually now I'll be able to actually crochet it because it's almost ready.
Sure.
I've thought about it for long enough. Whereas it didn't used to be like that at all. I didn't used to understand the value of looking at loads and loads of images, doing a bit of sketching, but then basically allowing that to simmer for a while, just in my head, before I tried to make it. If I try to make it too early, it doesn't come out right first time.
No. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant. I wouldn't hang about with your checkout on that, please, because people are going to start missing out. Now, let's talk octopi. Let's talk octopi. These are absolutely brilliant. We're going to start with the giant.
Of course, why not?
Octopus.
So this is a great way. I don't get to do this on TV very often, which is why I wanted to bring them in, to explain the whole concept of this style of crochet. So these three patterns that we've got here, they're actually all exactly the same pattern. It is just using a thicker yarn and a bigger hook in order to scale it up. So it really shows you how they can become kind of home furnishings rather than just being the small toy objects that you might initially look at them at. Everything will scale up to this size so it can sit on your sofa for a cuddle or...
Literally any of your patterns you can do this
Any
with.
of the patterns in the 3D crochet where you're using the double crochet stitch, basically the stitch itself is square. So almost a cube even, if you think about it. And so it perfectly scales up into all the different sizes. So when you're using it, it means that you can just scale it, go as supersized as you want it to be. And
I want to know what's underneath.
So it's fully stuffed.
And it's absolutely, I just
sealed.
think it's
Like a
brilliant.
big- And this one, now this might look complicated. I know some of you were sitting out thinking, oh, I don't know what to do. I've never crocheted before. But this one also has full step-by-step videos. This was the one that I did last year in the summer. So this one has a video. You tackle one tentacle a day, so it's not too much. You do it bit by bit by bit. So there's full step-by-steps for this one as well, even if you've never crocheted before. And it's a really unusual structure. It's not that you are sewing all these legs on at the end. You start from the top of the head, you crochet all the way down in one piece, and then you do each tentacle at a time. Then you make the base separately and then crochet that together. So it isn't lots of sewing up. In fact, it's the opposite to the langoustine. It's actually got very, very little sewing up in its construction.
Very, very clever. You're not paying 164. Now we're doing a crash just on Giant Graham. Wow, that is a big crash, Ben.
That is a bargainous Graham.
That is a bargainous Graham. We're very, very limited, though. We're very limited. £128. Now, that is, you get that exquisite TOFT yarn in. This is the
chunky, yeah. So I don't bring this on air very often at all, so you might not have even seen it before, but just to show you how much yarn you are getting, it really is tons.
It's such beautiful, squishalicious quality.
You can
as
feel
well.
the bounce in it straight away, can't you?
You can. It's exceptional.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 balls of the chunky. It's an 8mm hook that you'll use, and so it's 120 metres per ball is what you're using. So it's the same length of time to make the big one as the small one. That's the bit that people sometimes find quite hard. So obviously it's the same number of stitches. Of course so long as you're using your hook at the same pace, then you'll be able to make the big one in the same amount of time as the small one. It's not a bigger undertaking.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, of course.
It's odd as a craft
obvious,
compared to other things. Yeah, because if you're obviously going to knit a cardigan or crochet a cardigan in a different size, you'd have more stitches because you'd need the fabric to be the same thickness. But because the fabric scales up, it means it takes the same amount of time.
My heart always sinks slightly when I'm sort of halfway through a sock and Charlie will say to me, oh, I really like that. Can I have those? Because instead of doing a size 8, I've got to do a size 12,
which
13.
is quite a bit more time.
It's a lot more.
A lot more rows.
That's amazing. I need to get into crochet. Graham is absolutely flying out. He's completely gorgeous. He's rather wonderful. And again, I think that would make an exceptional heirloom gift for a child to have. Really beautiful. We've had a few messages, Kerry, about the polka dot blankets.
Okay.
If we can ask you these at this moment in time. Keep going through for Graham, the gigantic octopus, won't you? And I'm going to grab the polka dot blanket back out. First question, this is from Alison. Morning, is the pattern for the polka dot blanket in the summer magazine, please? It was TOFT that taught me to crochet. Thank you.
Yes, it absolutely is in the summer magazine. So your pattern is in there, and there's even a construction of how we've actually sewn all of the spots together as well. So the pattern is included inside that summer magazine.
And in fact, don't forget, you're getting the summer quarterly magazine for free in the polka dot blanket. So even better, collector. Oh, this is from Anne from East Riding, who says, hello, lovely projects. What's the finished size of the polka dot blanket? Thank you.
So I'll hold it up for you here so that you can see it. So this is the finished size of the blanket. There we go. Oh, sorry, Stuart, there you go.
Yeah.
As it's made, and it's sewn up so you almost make the most of the hexagons. It's not that you're trying to remove those hexagons, you leave those hexagons in flat around the edge. So I could probably read you the dimensions, because rather than make it up for you, it will say it in here, and I don't have those living in my head right now. So let me see your finished dimensions so that you've got them. Is 1 metre in one direction by 80 centimetres in the opposite direction. But obviously, once you've got the pattern, you can just go as big as you want it to be. So because you're making them as hexagon blocks, you can then just absolutely expand those out in one direction or the other, however you would like it.
Great, easy to resize there, Anne. And also Josephine from Lanarkshire's got in touch to say, loving the show, completely addicted to TOFT. How is the polka dot blanket joined together? Is it crocheted or sewn?
So this is a personal preference. So we have sewn this one together. Again, there is a YouTube video that I've done of all the different methods. And it really is personal preference. Some people find it easier to crochet it together. I would argue it probably is a bit faster to crochet it together, but you do end up with a bit more of a ridge. So you'd feel a bit more of a ridge, and you sometimes have to be a bit careful to make sure that your tension is the same on your joins as it would be for your hexagons, just to make sure that you don't get any form of puckering because this is sitting a bit tighter. This one is sewn together, exceptionally neat. I will say this one is exceptionally neat. It's Rachel, it's not me. I'm not taking credit for this. Rachel is absolutely sewn this together exceptionally neatly. And that one is just a sewn one, but there is a video that takes you through all the different options and the strengths and weaknesses of them, and just see what suits you. Some people dread the idea of sewing something up like this. Other people quite enjoy the fact that you lay it all out and you just spend an afternoon putting it all together to finish it off.
Yeah, always good to have options, isn't it? Right. You see, as a knitter, I then discovered knitting together, and I thought, this is genius. Yeah. It's so good to have the option. Let's do medium, Graham. Is it medium, Graham?
Yes, it is. So this one's in Aran, which is our next size down of yarn. And I'm actually going to
This is your price, £72.
I'm going to keep one of all of the yarn balls here so that then at the end I can really talk to you about that different thicknesses of yarn. So with this one, you'll get 4 balls of yarn in our Aran weight of yarn, and it's a 5mm hook that you'd be using. You'll get 200 grams in the fudge and then 200 grams in the cream. Again, exactly the same pattern, about half the size of the chunky one that we saw before. Still a big feature piece in your home. If you are going to put it on the back of a chair or somewhere kind of on display, even on a child's bed, or he's a very friendly octopus.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I just love the texture on the tentacles.
Yeah, so you're making bobbles, and actually, I mean, the tentacles, as you'll find when you get to the pattern, is such an unusual structure. You're not doing them round and round like this, because it would be very, very difficult to be able to keep your colour changing here and do your colour changing really neat. So what you're doing is you go up and down with your brown on this side, and then on the back you actually turn it into rounds, so you go back to something really, really familiar. So it's a very unusual structure, not difficult, and again it's got videos to help you.
But that just makes the journey so much more interesting as well, isn't it? Things you're familiar with, that base, but
and
then
this,
adding in a few extra
so you're
skills.
doing all your basics, and then the first time you do a tentacle, you'll be like, oh my goodness me, and then know that you've got to do the same thing, obviously 7 more times, in order to finish it off.
Yes, I learnt to crochet, the twisty, corkscrew.
Yeah.
Oh, I felt like, it was like, wow.
Yes.
I just did that.
You did it and you finished it. Such satisfaction from doing, that's what I like in a project like this, is it's not even just the final satisfaction when you finished it all. Yeah. You do get such a nice kind of daily satisfaction of, 1 tentacle down, 6 to go,
buzz.
2 down.
Yeah. On the train, what are you crocheting? A tentacle, obviously. Right, and then we've got, is it little or mini, Graham? Graham.
Yeah, it's rather than mini, it is, kind of our standard size, actually. It's a bit of a boring word, but that's what we refer to it as, this is using double knit yarn, which is what I use most of the time.
It's the face. I don't know, do octopuses have faces?
They do have eyes, yeah.
So, I mean, they do have eyes, but it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So much fun.
And with that one, you'll get 75 grams of the fudge and then 50 grams of the cream.
So what weight is this?
Double knit.
This is double knit this time.
So to look at them all side by side, the 3 different weights of yarn, just to really talk through that theory, is, this is a double knit weight of yarn, which you'd use a 3mm hook for. That's the vast majority of things you've ever seen me bring on Sewing Street will have been in a double knit. Aran is a 5mm that you'd use, and it roughly gets twice as big in terms of the project at the end. And then Chunky is an 8mm that you'd use, which scales up again.
What I always notice about TOFT projects, Kerry, is that you've got that wonderful density of stitching and that coverage, but they're not hard. Do you know what I mean? I've seen some like amigurumi, which are really sort of stiff, unwieldy. Yours are soft, squishy, tactile, but you've still got that gorgeous density. How do you achieve that?
So that is absolutely all down to the yarn. So even if you took my patterns away and you used an acrylic or a cotton that wasn't a TOFT pure wool, it wouldn't feel like that. In order to get the softness, what we do is we spin with a ton of air basically in the yarn. So what we've produced is a very bouncy yarn that's got a lot of stretch in it. That means that you're not having to pull a tight tension all the time when you're crocheting. You can actually relax, work the stitches. What the yarn does is it goes under tension as you're working it. Then after you finish the stitch, it releases, and that means that it's filling in the fabric for you. It's not that you're going to see the stuffing through those holes, and that creates a thin but bouncy fabric. Little stuffing as well, like don't overstuff, that's always my tip. You're trying to fill the space to show off the shape, but you're not trying to put as much in as you possibly can.
Right.
So just light-handed stuffing, and that way you will get proper movement in them rather than them just plonking down in one place and not having character.
Yeah. It's just something I've noticed every time we've done a show together. There's that gorgeous coverage, but they're soft, they're tactile, they're squishy, which is what you want them to be, isn't it?
Yeah, you do. You find, especially with one like this, is it is very tactile, that people, they don't want to put it down when they're talking to you.
No, exactly. I'm sort of... the texture is just beautiful. Very, very clever. Very popular too. If you want Baby Graham, you will need to be quick on that. Check out your basket, and remember, you get your pattern included.
Yeah, you do. So your pattern comes like this. And again, there are step-by-step daily videos for that. So it's not even just one video, although there is one video if you just want to watch one. But if you want to tackle it bit by bit by bit, there's also a daily breakdown that you can watch as well.
Amazing. We've got a message. This is from Kate in Merseyside. She says, the Octopus family are fab together. I almost expect Kerry's characters to talk. They have so much personality. Love the bios in the books too.
I think that's how I view them too, is probably how as well. In my head, yeah, they all have probably, I can almost hear their voice, oddly, in terms of their personality. So no, that's lovely to hear.
Yeah, the family all together look brilliant.
They are lovely, aren't they? Like as a feature, there's just something really pleasing about them being the same size and just scaled down from the same pattern.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, Baby Graham definitely looks like his dad. It's brilliant, absolutely brill. Now, let's do the Sea Life bundle next.
Right, so this is one, if we're going down the Sea Life theme, I'll talk a little bit about why we don't have that many Sea Life patterns, and that's because for anyone that knows my other books, like Edward's Menagerie and Birds, there's a thing called a standard form, and that's what I design to, is when I'm, say, choosing birds as a category of animals, I'll say I want all my birds to share similar features. So they will all have the same size head and the same size body, shape-wise, regardless of whether they're a tiny Jenny Wren or whether they're a giant emu. And that means that when you look at them all together at the end, they produce a lovely collection. Now, the tricky thing for me with Sea Life is there can't be a standard form, because you obviously can't make a crab or a like the crustaceans aren't the same shapes. It's totally different to animals again. So instead, I have a different set of rules that I work to. So what we're getting in this Sea Life bundle is you're going to get 100 grams of the charcoal, steel and shale. So 3 of our greys there, and you'll get 50 grams of the cream. And then you will get the patterns for the whale shark. So this is Bryony, a really unusual one. You do kind of crochet this first and then invert it. So she has got a mouth like a whale shark, like she should do like there. You add the bubbles on afterwards. So again, don't feel worried about those. The nice thing is whale sharks are identified in the ocean by this. This is like their fingerprint almost in terms of an animal. Yeah, so they should all be unique. So that's the bit where you can absolutely go to town on where you want to place them. Then you've got Hope the whale. And this was the first ever kind of sea life that I tackled. I was asked by the Natural History Museum to capture the Hope, who is the skeleton hanging in the Natural History Museum. And so this was my first kind of tackle into a non-standard form sea creature. So I start them all crochet-wise from the front, and then you crochet along to the back, and then you split for the tail. So they all have the same structure, but it's capturing movement again. She's in the position as if she's diving down into the ocean. And then the last one is Florence the orca. Obviously really popular. This one I'd say is one of the most popular sea life ones that I've ever done. So a very different shape again. You've got a very rounded front rather than that flat front, using the charcoal and the cream as you go down. And these are created as patches. So again, not lots of hard colour changing that you're tackling there at all. You crochet these using those basics and then you sew them on afterwards.
Love the orca. Now, let's talk about the price. Oh, also, you get a patch.
Yep.
You get a special patch. Yes, this time it's Bryony, the whale shark. So would you get the lobster patch as well?
You'd also get the lobster patch, yeah. So you'd get 2 patches. Where have I hidden the lobster patch for myself? You'd get 2 patches for your collection there included with that. And the story of Bryony, the whale shark, is it's not that we have endless amounts of patches at TOFT at all. We don't have a big store or a big machine that makes them whenever we want them. We make them once and then the stock runs down, if you see what I mean. So Bryony was made a couple of years ago. We don't have many at all. In fact, there's less than 100 Bryonies full stop, and we're not going to remake her. So it is a chance to get one of those whale sharks if you haven't got one of those in your collection.
Fabulous. You get both of those. Now, let's talk about the price because we have a crash. Regular price £83, but not today. Brilliant price. Be quick on this. £66. That is a huge crash.
Yeah, it's a huge saving because our 100-gram balls are discontinued and we're now down to just 4 colours. So for anyone that's been following that over the last year, basically we're moving to 25 grams from the 100 grams just because we're finding by and large it's more economic for you to be able to get kits that use lots of small colours using 25 grams. Yeah. So we now, of our 12 colours, we only have 4 left and this is 3 of them. So that's why I can give you such a good price on it, is because the balls will not be available like this anymore. You're actually going to have spares from this once you've made your whales. You'll have at least 25 grams of each colour. So that means you could make minis from the other book if you wanted
for sure.
to. So yeah, great to be able to make.
So you can make all 3 projects then?
You can make all 3 projects with leftovers.
That's amazing value. That's amazing value. These would go so well if you get the ocean book as well. Think about it like this. Get the ocean book as well. Make some of the smaller, like the little octopus, things like that, and then create a mobile with those, with maybe some seaweed.
Yeah, because these are the big ones. Like obviously these are whales, so yeah, they work really well if you had some coral or some clownfish, and then you've got a whale flying in over the top. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Are the whale shark? Yeah.
Yeah, whale shark.
Are they vegetarian? Are they?
You're testing me now, Stuart.
Krill?
I presume so, yes, because they've got an open mouth, so I presume it's krill that they filter
filtering.
feed, in the same way as the others.
Good, very good. Oh, I'd put something like a bit of seaweed hanging out of its mouth. I never let facts get in the way of a good time. I think that's an amazing deal. £66 for all of your beautiful yarn. Remember, you've got those discontinued 100-gram balls in there. This is last chance. You're getting 3 different colours. You're getting the shale, you're getting the steel and also the charcoal. And then you're also getting the cream. Wow, so much of my stock is in baskets all checked out already. You're also getting, remember, a very special patch. You're getting Bryony the whale shark patch included, but also because you're purchasing from TOFT in this hour, you're also getting the fabulous lobster patch as well. All for £66. Incredible. But there are fewer and fewer opportunities now for you to get involved. So be quick. More and more people are putting it in their baskets. Right, we need to get a wiggle on.
I know, I overloaded this show. I apologise, Stuart. There's
we love
tons
it.
in it.
We love it.
Right, let me pop those in now. Pop those, so if I've got to get them out again, I can be organised to some extent. Right, seabird flock. This was because it's not all about, obviously, the things that are in the ocean. It's also about creatures that live on the shore as well. And it is Year of the Birds for TOFT because we've done a re-release of the birds book. So I couldn't do a show without the birds with us.
Perfect.
So you'll get 3 different birds with this one, all the yarn to make all 3. So you will get Dave the Seagull, which is obviously, I know a lot of people love this one as a mascot that goes on their travels. You've got the puffin and you've also got the pelican. So you'll get all the yarn for all 3 different birds included. So it's all these different colours here.
Brilliant.
100 grams of the cream, 50 charcoal, 50 yellow, and then your shale and your orange. So that big selection of yarn, which will make all 3.
Absolutely fantastic. Excuse me. Now, £75 is not your price. This is amazing because even at that price, it's £25 a bird.
Yeah.
60, are you having a laugh? That's amazing. That's amazing value.
And it's because they can share colours. That's what's great about it, is the fact that when you put together a trio that shares colours, it makes it more economic because it means that you haven't got to buy all the different yarn.
I think these are fantastic. I love the colour changes on the beak. It's brilliant. There, oh, there's a fish in there, definitely. Definitely had breakfast.
You could definitely put a sardine, actually, out of your ocean book in there.
Oh,
hanging out,
cool.
Yeah.
Would they be proportional?
I mean, it'd be a bit, maybe not a sardine in relation to the pelican, but pelicans eat quite large fish in there too. So yeah, you can definitely hang that fish out of there. Yes, you could. Scale it down.
Ah, really? So I'm listening. I'm
You've got it, yeah.
I've got it.
You're enjoying that scale thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
it is
so
very
clever.
fun. Yeah.
It's very clever. Brilliant stuff. Remember, you will also get your Joanna the Lobster patch with your TOFT purchase today. That's exceptional value, £60 to be able to make all three birds, the gull, the pelican and the puffin. My friends actually came to Yorkshire last weekend to visit us, and they were going to Bempton Rocks, where there is a colony of puffins to see.
I've never seen them. Yeah, it definitely would be on mine as well. I've never seen them.
You must come to Yorkshire.
Yes, I should.
I'll take you for lunch and we'll go and see
Go and
puffins.
see them. Yeah, I'd love to go and do that. I'll be bringing Gareth with me.
Yeah,
obviously.
bring Gareth.
I'm the crazy lady that always has a whole bag of my toys with me wherever I go. Yes, just hold there 1 second while I get out my crochet puffin.
So cool. It's so cool. I love them. And of course, you've designed so many bird patterns. Lots of you collect birds. Now we've got Dave the Gull on his own, and this is actually a complete kit.
It has. So this one really is, again, thinking about people that want a holiday project, or maybe just want to encourage somebody else, or maybe it's your first ever TOFT project and you don't really know where to start. So this is a fully boxed kit. Whenever you see a TOFT box like this, it means everything is inside. You don't need to get anything extra or order anything extra to go alongside it.
You even get the hook.
You even get the hook. You even get the stuffing. So you get all your yarn. So Dave the Seagull is 3 balls. So you'll get your cream, yellow and your shale. Then you'll get your eye threads to sew Dave's eyes on at the end. They're always included in the complete kit. You'll get your 3mm soft grip hook, which is what you need to be able to push the stuffing in, as well as actually crochet those stitches. Now, I'm just pulled that off the inside, but you will also get your wool needle. So you do truly get absolutely everything included. Then you've got your stuffing, ready to stuff in when you get to the end. Then you have the pattern, which is what is here. So this is his actual instructions in terms of pattern, but you also get this really thorough guide to all of the abbreviations. So each one of these is a QR code that will take you through to a video. So if you're totally new to crochet, this is all you need to actually learn from the very beginning.
And if you are totally brand new to crochet, is Dave an entry-ish?
So yes, he is. His legs are the trickiest thing. Everything else on him, absolutely, hand on heart, this is beginner level crochet. You could do this as a total beginner. So make everything else first and then tackle these legs last. And the only reason why they're going to be a bit more tricky is they have fewer stitches when you get to these fiddly bits. It's not that technique-wise there's anything else in here that isn't in here. It's just the fact it's a bit more fiddly when you've not got as many stitches in your round. But again, you've got videos to back you up on all of that, even give you tips on short changes that you can make that a little bit easier.
Amazing. Grab Dave the Gull. Just don't let him anywhere near your chips. Now, next up, we're doing Karen the Blue Crab.
So I've resisted the name Karen for a very, 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 very long time. So obviously all my projects do have names, and I know that I have so many customers that have been with me on a TOFT journey for a decade that are called Karen. I've been saving it for a really good one.
Yeah.
So this is Karen the blue crab. They are a real animal, and they are blue. It's not a fictional animal at all.
Really?
Yeah, so you're using, and they really are, go and have a look at the pictures. They are, they've got orange claws at the front, and they are grey into what is quite a luminous blue, actually, that you see in the back of them. So this is another really fun one. Friends with Liliane the Langoustine, obviously. Really poseable. So making the most of the fact that you haven't got those stiff joints. What you're doing is effectively making beads almost that you then sew together so that they become hinged. Brilliant, so that you can really give Karen tons of personality as you sit her up on your shelf.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic. And I think our most affordable kit on the hour, £21. Oh, no. Go on. They don't tell me anything. Wow, £19 for Karen the Blue Crab. That's fabulous. That's fabulous. I think Karen could sell out. £19 and you get...
So you get the printed pattern,
Yep.
which is a 2-sheet one on this, so you can see that construction nice and clearly. Obviously, you get your tote bag that it's all in, your 3 balls of yarn, your eye threads, which is what that is there, and then, of course, you'll get your Joanna the Lobster patch with that as well.
That's amazing. So you need your 3mm hook.
Yep, and some
stuffing. That's all. That's amazing value. £19, loads of, oh my goodness. I can see you checking out your baskets and absolutely flying out. Is that a little smiley mouth?
Yeah, she's got a smiley mouth, Karen. I resist smiles on a lot of them, but then sometimes they just need them. Karen just needed to show that she was friendly.
Oh
crab.
yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, of course, absolutely. She's not crabby. She's always in a good mood. I think it's brilliant. I love crabs. I think they're absolutely fascinating creatures, aren't
amazing.
they?
Yeah, they are. I could make hundreds of them. I don't think anyone would want kits for any. So far, I think I've made 5 or 6 different types of crab. I'll try and stop there. I don't think there's many of you are going to want loads and loads of different varieties, but I have made a ghost crab, a Halloween crab, obviously the hermit crab,
a Halloween
Karen the crab, Atlantic crab.
Thing?
Oh yeah, and they're purple and yellow and black. They're called Halloween crabs. Yeah.
Annika's got in touch to say, I've just finished a Karen, was such a fun project.
Good, I'm glad to hear.
Love it. Over 20% of this stock has already gone and been checked out. There's another 30% in baskets. You are loving Karen. There's a lot of love for Karen today. My sister had 2 really best girlfriends who were twin sisters called Karen and Sharon. And there's actually, you think, oh, would you pick those 2 names? There's actually a really beautiful story about why they both got those names, but I'll tell you another time. But just super. Morning, Stuart and Kerry. 3 years ago, we went on a sea trip to see puffins off Guernsey. Oh, that sounds like a lovely trip. They are so cute and smaller than you think. That's Kirsty in Northamptonshire.
Oh, sounds amazing.
Message, yeah. That's just brilliant.
She's just very pleased. She sits so well in the same way, Karen. The crustaceans are very different again in terms of having all these joints and these bits and pieces. They just sit so well on your shelves.
Sitting there together.
On your kitchen side.
Do you get langoustines and blue crabs in the same locale?
This, I don't want to misquote. So blue crabs, I have actually caught and eaten blue crabs. So this tends to be American, kind of like Cape Cod territory.
Oh, lovely.
Whereas langoustines, I think are much more coal. I don't want to. I'm not a botanist or a.
No.
I don't want to get it all wrong. Yeah, I have a limit to my knowledge. At the point at which I did all my research, I would have been able to absolutely answer you. But now, a few months down the line, unfortunately, it's got full of all the other things that I've had to fill it up with since then. Yeah.
Now we're going to do the great white shark. Oh, now this is beautifully rendered. It really, really is. Now, I'm not going to mess about with this one, Bryce, the great white shark. We've got a price crash. You are going to have to be really quick, though, because my stock is incredibly limited. £26 for Bryce. It's a fabulous name.
And the reason why it is so limited is because of his patch. So this Bryce patch is him. We literally have all that is loaded, as in, that's it. If you don't order a Bryce patch now, you won't ever have a Bryce patch because it's not coming back. So that's why that stock is truly very, very limited, is because we found these on our annual stock check. I didn't think we had them anymore, but we had a small handful of them, and this is your chance to get them with Bryce.
He's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I love the way the patch at the front sort of gives him a little bit of a smile.
Yes.
It's just, I don't even have 20 of these, by the way. I don't even have 20. So many of them have checked out. Is Bryce Australian?
Yes, he is, yeah. Great white, yeah.
He's got that attitude.
Yeah, he is.
Tell an Australian, they're chilled, they're laid back, kind of a little bit of a smile, but a bit of a cool dude.
He is,
really.
and very angular. So different again, if you think about the kind of shape of the whales, where I'm trying to put movement into them, it's almost the opposite, that even though you're using soft stitches, it's to try and get those, those straight triangles.
They just glide through the water, don't they? They're not rippling.
No, they're not ever diving downwards or upwards. They're just, moving forwards.
Single figures. Single figures for Bryce. Bryce, I feel like I need to say that in an Australian.
Yeah, you do,
Just
that's how he talks in my head, so don't worry, you're on it. Hit the nail on the head, yeah.
Somebody said to me the other day my accent was terrible, and I was really offended because I always thought my Australian accent was quite good.
Right.
What do I know? I've got 7 left. I've got 7 left. All right, mate. Oh, just off the coast of Australia. Oh, that's nice. Oh, it's great. Do you know, Charlie is so funny. We only have to, we haven't even left the airport in Australia and he's already saying, g'day, g'day. He just turns into an Australian. He did live there, in fairness.
Okay.
But he just slips back into it. Gorgeous. 6 left and then it's gone. Remember, Bryce Patch is never coming back. This is your last chance, your one and only chance, in fact. 5 left. 3 left. That's how quickly things change. It's going to sell out. Well done if you got yours. We've got one more kit this hour, and it's the Ammonite.
Yep, that's here. Right, it's good.
Oh,
Thankfully, my brain was in gear. That coffee obviously kicked in from first thing this morning. So this one is Cliff the Ammonite. Now, an Ammonite is no longer with us. It's obviously a fossil, as you usually see them, but this is a depiction of it before it's fossilised, just to explain how geeky this one's gone. Now, you'll get this one with a free copy of Spring 2022. So this is a magazine.
That's amazing.
Where you're going to get the whole magazine. Cliff's pattern is in it, but you will get the whole magazine included. So you're going to get 10 patterns anyway. You also get...
Wow. The value's amazing.
Yeah, it is. This one is an absolute deal, and it's because we need some shelves for some very special TOFT quarterlies that are coming out next year. So we need some more shelf space. So we're going to say goodbye to 2022 with this one. So you will also get a Mary Anning pin, and that's because for me, Mary Anning is a really special woman in history doll that I've done, and she is obviously really strongly associated with fossil hunting. That's the seashells. She sells seashells, Mary Anning. She's associated with ammonites, and she's got ammonites actually depicted in her pin badge. So you will get the whole of the magazine with 10 patterns. You'll also get the pin badge, as well as actually your yarn to be able to make Cliff the Ammonite.
That is absolutely exceptional. I'm just going to show you very quickly as well. And we're crashing. Are we crashing as well?
Yeah.
Good gracious. £31? No. No, no, no. No. I wasn't expecting that much of a crash, Kerry.
This is the biggest deal on the show, this one.
Wow. £21. That's for the full magazine. I've just opened it at this page. Look at this blanket. That is absolutely beautiful. The starfish blanket. That is one of 10 patterns in your magazine that you're getting here. Some beautiful knit projects in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Plus, you're getting your yarn to make Cliff,
yeah, not very
course,
original name.
found in a cliff.
Yeah.
Gotcha, makes sense. You're also getting that beautiful enamel badge.
Yeah.
That is exceptional. Wow. 10 left. 10 left. Be quick, won't you?
And they're the last of those magazines too, so thank you. That means we've got that shelf space. TOFT is 20 next year, so if I've been a little bit absent to you all for a while, it's because my head is very much in. I wish it was partying. My head is in everything that we're going to do next year. So I feel like I've been submerged in planning into 2027 and 2028. Wow. But it's going to be an awesome year. So I need some shelf space in order for us to actually be able to do everything we need to do.
Hey, £21, we're happy to help.
Yep.
Amazing. Let's do the Sea Life bundle recap. It's been very, very popular. And again, it's one of those last chances here. Exceptional value, but you will need to be quick. This is to make the three gorgeous figures here that I've got. You've got the orca, you've got the whale shark, and you've also got the whale.
The blue whale. So I've hidden that one from myself, Stuart. I don't know where on earth I've put it.
Okay.
Unless we've put it... Oh, no, here it is. I've got it. Here you go. So you'll get 100 grams of the steel. You'll get 100 grams of our charcoal, and then 100 grams of our shale, and then 50 grams of the cream, as well as obviously the Bryony patch that I've hidden. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, so you'll get that patch included with that one.
And again, this is the only way to get the Bryony patch.
It is, yeah. So we produced them for an event a while ago. It's not that they're readily available, and they're always free patches. It's not that you can't buy them in any way, shape or form. When you see one, you just have to get it because they're not readily available.
Absolutely. Don't forget as well, though, you will also be getting your lobster patch as well, because you're purchasing from TOFT in this hour. Absolutely amazing. £66 for that. Kerry, What a fabulous hour.
Thank
I've
you.
loved
Sorry
it.
for loading it with so much. Yeah. We'll go again in an hour's time, shall we?
You can go have a rest, but I'll see you in an hour.
Yeah.
Totally different
Totally
hour.
different, yeah, as in no repeats, total different hour. Different
love
different
it.
gift.
Fruity,
Fruity.
foodie, market bags, you name it. Right, we'll see you in an hour, Kerry. But don't go anywhere because Hayley Smith is joining me after the break. We're going to craft ourselves silly with another totally new show. See you after this.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Slip stitch is a hand sewing technique that's brilliant for closing turning gaps if you're leaving them in the bottom of a bag, but also sewing one piece of fabric to another, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So I've got a piece of fabric here that I've sewn together, and then I've left a gap for the turning gap. So that you can close this by machine, but I think if you do it by hand, you get a neater finish. So to do this, thread a sharps needle with some sewing thread and bring your needle out just a little bit along the seam. It makes it a bit secure. Leave an end on the right side, and you can just hold that down with your thumb. That stops it coming undone. And then work 2 or 3 small stitches on top of each other just to secure the thread. You can cut that off later. Now thread your needle under the fold of the fabric and out the other side. Then on this side, if you hold the 2 pieces of fabric together so the folded edges are level, push your needle just under the fold so you can see it's not coming into the front or back, just have the fold, and then into the fabric on the other side. Now take a vertical stitch going from one piece of fabric to the other and bring it out, and then back under the fold of the fabric so that all you're getting on the right side are these little vertical stitches. So this is why slip stitch is also known as ladder stitch, because you've got the long stitches that go under the fold that are the uprights of the ladder, and then you've got these vertical stitches that go from one to the other that are the rungs of the ladder. So all you need to do is continue working in this way all the way along. If you then pull that thread, that closes the gap, and to finish, again, just work a few small stitches, 2 or 3 on top of each other, just to secure the end of the thread. And that's how to work slip stitch.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Do you love colour? I love colour. Do you love colour?
I do love colour.
We love colour. This hour is absolutely saturated in beautiful colour.
Yes.
So many gorgeous little things that I know you're going to want. We're going to start with K Facet.
Yes.
And we have got some beautiful mini charms.
Yes, we
These
do.
are gorgeous. We'll start with the blue, Hayley.
So this isn't everything that's in there. This is a kind of snapshot. These are a proper trifle of CAIF. These are different collections, but what we've done is we've gone anything with a blue theme.
Yes, and we
is
get
within there.
40 2.5-inch squares.
Yes, you do. So some of them, some of them will repeat, some of them won't. But again, the patterns are so large that just because there's another bit of that fabric in there doesn't necessarily mean you're getting the same bit.
No way, it looks completely different. So we get all of these prints.
Yes, and more. There's more in here still that I still haven't got out, but there's only so much room on an A4 sheet.
Absolutely gorgeous for £6.49. Now, I think of these as like a little bag of sweeties. You know, it's £6.49. You get a gorgeous mix. You could make purses, bags, cushions.
If you grab that one,
Yeah. Oh,
that
yeah.
one is done with this pack and then one of the plain on rolls.
Very nice. Very nice.
And it looks completely different. It's the same kind of set of, it's come out the same pack, but that's one done with a dark navy background to it, and then there's one done with a lighter one. So, I mean, you can take it in all sorts of directions.
Fab. You know what I would do? I would pair these up with a solid or a tone-on-tone, make 2 half-square triangles, trim them up, pop them to one side. Think of the incredible colour sort of study quilt you could make if you get all of them. I mean, just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we've been a bit fast and loose with blue because obviously on a cave piece, I know this one here looks very kind of black and purple, but there's great big blue flowers in another part of that same print.
Also, that's
So we've
exactly
been
what
quite-
Cave does.
Exactly.
Cave doesn't do a blue quilt. There's green in there, there's purple in there, there's pink, there's red, there's orange. So this is just beautiful. And for all of you Cave fans out there, what an opportunity to get 40 2.5-inch squares for under £6.50.
But it's lots of different collections as well. So it is a kind of a bit of a best of. There's bits of everything in there.
So ones you may not be able to get anymore.
Yes.
Fabulous, absolutely fabulous. It's what Cave does, isn't it? Little bits of loads of different fabrics.
Yeah, Absolutely.
can be very hard to source yourself. This is brilliant. 42.5-inch squares. This is the blue collection from Cave Collective, £6.49.
What colour do you want to do next?
Can we do the greens,
yes,
please?
you can do the greens.
I think the greens are stunning.
So there's that one.
Zesty green. Now, absolutely beautiful there. I'll show you a few more of the prints that you get. And also as well, I think this really illustrates very well that although Cave's prints, by and large, are quite large scale, don't they look brilliant as 2.5-inch squares? You still get loads and loads of interest and detail there.
We've done a sample which uses one of the... I was just going to put it on the top. I wasn't going to flap it around. But these are the interfacing panels that we're going to show you in a little bit. But look at it just as a background. This is the green pack. And this one's got so many different colours that you could throw any colour you like in the middle of there.
That's so beautiful.
But also it's interesting using it as a background rather than as the feature. Because
I agree, it's very clever.
Another one of them.
It's very clever.
Well, that one's used the...
Oh, wow.
That one's used the reds pack.
Yep.
But again, we've done that as the main feature, and then we've done a different kind of multicoloured background.
Now, you're really making me think of a quilt here. Can you imagine doing a quilt that was all different coloured backgrounds? So you have a green background with a heart, a blue background with a heart, and you could do like 9 of them in a quilt, in a lap quilt. That would be stunning.
We'll come to these backings in a minute because these make life a lot easier, especially when you're working with all of those teeny tiny squares.
Oh, you are spoiling us. I'm going to pop these zesty greens back in shot so you can see. I wouldn't hang about on these. We've got okay stock, but so many of you going for them, and it's £6.49. These are not going to hang about. There's lots of prints here that I recognise from recent collections.
I hope you're going to put all these back.
I certainly am.
Good.
But there are also fabrics here that I have not seen for a while. So this is a great way of getting a sort of curated collection.
Because, and the reason that we have all these is because we do a lot of cutting for other people. So we've got a kind of manufacturing facility. We chop up fabrics for other people. And then when we've got, say they've sent me 12 bolts to go into a collection. And not all of those 12 bolts will be the meterage that they say they are. So there's always like 1.5 meters of one and 0.5 meters of the other. So instead of sending those back, we buy them off them.
Gotcha.
That's an excellent price because it would cost them more to post it back.
Yeah.
So what we then do, and this is why it's such a mixture, because we've taken that whole cave collection that we've got and we've made these. But I think they're so stunning, especially when you use them all together.
I agree, and such great value. Absolutely brilliant.
It's like if you only had 3 or 4 of them, and they didn't go, then it wouldn't work. But because there's so many of them, and it's just got a colour theme to them, they absolutely work.
Oh, totally agree. There's 81 in baskets. I do not have anything like that number left. I mean, I know you're probably waiting to see them all, and then you'll check out in one go.
So do we need to do this again then?
No, I'm just saying I would actually check out. If you see a charm pack you love, in your basket, check out. Next one in the basket, check out. You don't pay any more postage. It's one postage all day. It's the smart way to shop because it means you get exactly what you want. We'll do reds next.
Oh, you've got that one?
I've got the reds right here. These are beautiful.
So these ones, again, some of it's kind of best of cave. Now you can see we're starting to kind of repeat a few of them there now.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah.
But like you say, that one is the same as that one, but look, totally, you've got the turquoise there, you've got the lilac and the yellow there.
Because if I've had repeats, what I've done, we tried to get 20 designs and 2 repeats of each. Not always possible because, again, of the way we work and what we've got available to us. So some of them have more than 20 designs in, some of them have less. But, I mean, again, that one and that one's the same. But in that case, you have almost got the identical one.
Wow, 58 in baskets. I don't have that many. Oh, wow, there's 62 in baskets now. I've got low 40s left. You are going to... Now I can see you checking out your baskets. I think you see, this is the way to go. Grab the colour that you love, check it out. Next time you see a colour, check out.
Oh, where's my red sample? Oh, is that my red sample? No, that's bright. I've already done the red sample. It's down here. It was the
yes, the heart
one. There you go.
Really
But,
works.
I mean, that could be a plain background. That could be something like a white on white in the background that you use to really make it stand out. Or you can have the, the multiple. It's entirely up to you.
Keep checking out.
The
I've
black
got less
frame
than
on that
30.
really
Less
does it.
than 30. Right, brights next.
Is this one, and the sample is this one.
Wow, there's already over half the stock that I've got remaining in baskets. Loads of you have already checked out. These are the brights.
This one...
Bit of a rainbow mix here.
Yes, this is just everything. This is totally Kaffe. This
Yeah.
is all of the colours, all of the time, all of the designs, everything.
Yeah.
This one.
Really nice to see as well some polka dots in there, some stripes.
Yeah, we've made sure we've got a good mixture. So you've got your kind of geometric ones that you get from Brandon. You've got your Philip ones.
Yes.
Sorry, I've got a
those
really bad
gorgeous
tickle.
kind of artistic vintage florals from Philip Jacobs. No, do you want some water?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, if
that
you
might
could grab some water, that would be lovely. Thank you.
But you've got the
Thank
mixture, so you've got kind of all three in there, and normally it's maybe not ones that you would kind of put together, but when you mix them all up, you've got a little sample of the
Yeah, it looks
bag there
gorgeous.
with the
To be
diamond.
fair, Hayley, we were all talking early morning actually about this sort of or this or that. And we were like, we don't like this or this. We like all.
of it.
We like all of them. So we like all the colours in the brights, but also if you got one pack of each of these charms, put them all together. Oh my goodness.
Absolutely, you could add them all
Wow.
together. So the last option that we've got in this is muted. And that is not something that you would naturally think of with Kaffe.
No, you wouldn't.
But what we've done is we've picked all of those kind of slightly darker prints. And it just, it works. So it's ones with kind of the blacks in, the slightly more muted tones. And even if you think maybe you're not a Kaffe person, then try this one.
Yes.
Is what I would say.
It does make sense, absolutely. And I think I agree. You've got those kind of more, perhaps more vintage colours, those more, as you say, muted, antique-y shades, which really, really do show a different side to Kaffe. The teals, the deep purples, the blacks, and the browns in there as well.
Just all of it works
Yeah.
together, because the thing is, because you're not trying to get an exact match with anything.
No.
And it all comes from generally the same colour palette with the Kaffe Facet Collective, so it will just work.
Yeah, beautiful. Again, super, super oversubscribed. If you want the muted pack, I think lots of you are going for one of each. Don't blame you. This is a rare opportunity.
But it's also an opportunity to get a massively big spread of collections, because it's not just one collection here. It's multiple collections over multiple years.
Yeah.
It's
It is great. It's almost an archive, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we usually, the smallest cut we have of Kaffe would be like a 10-inch, like sort of
It's like a best
pack.
of, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a great way. £6.49. I've only got low 30s left of this pack, and way more in baskets. Way more in baskets.
I shall go and stack them up.
Brilliant, thank you. Now, one of the things
actually, I
which
won't,
I always
because I'll keep the
recommend
solids.
that you can put
Same
with
as
very
the
patterned
green is
fabrics
there.
are solids, are plains. We're going to start with the blues.
Oh, I've just got the greens out, man.
So
If
here
I take
are
that off,
the blues.
use that as background, and because we picked the colours for these packs specifically to go and work with the Kaffe packs. So that's what you'll actually be getting. That's the Kaffe pack that we would recommend it went with, but that's what you'd be getting. You're getting 40 in here, you're getting 20 in these ones. So they are such a small price point, these, and I think they are so super cute in terms of being able to get a taster of everything. And sometimes you don't want lots of it. There's 5 colours and there's 4 of each. So maybe you're just wanting 4 to maybe put cornerstones in something. Maybe you're just wanting a few to, finish out a design. Something like, the little bags that we've got there. You don't need loads.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Or if you combine, say, for example, 1 pack of the blue Cafe, that's 40, then you've got your solids 20, 60 combined. That gives you so many options for layouts, doesn't it?
And you can kind of chuck extra, the kind of plain ones in there, but it's such a cute little pack.
Yeah, it's fabulous. So you get these 5 different colours. There's like sort of bright sky cobalty blue, a kind of Aegean blue, that lovely slate, the darkest navy, and then that fabulous teal colour. Again, doing exactly what Cafe does, which is to interpret blue in its widest possible term, including everything inky dark, right through to your green blues as well. Fabulous.
Yeah, and they just
£3.49
are
now.
designed to work. They're just designed to kind of work with their little friends, with these, and it's all good.
Ace greens next then.
Well, that one I was ready for. So
now, of course, just because you've bought the green Cafe doesn't mean you're necessarily going to put the green solids with it. You can, but you could put the greens with the reds, for example, which would look fabulous.
The reason we did 20 was because most of the little panels that I will show you shortly, one side is about 20 squares.
Got you.
So you could have one side that was in plains and one side that was in Cafe and make it go even further.
Yeah, beautiful. So these are your 5 shades that you're getting, 4 of each, 20 in total. And it's called Tranquility. Got that gorgeous kind of foresty, leafy shades there.
Then it's coming right through into your mints as well. So you've got your lime green, what we class as like a holly green, a hunter green, a lime, a pepperminty colour, and then into your kind of more soft chartreuse as well.
Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. That's the green.
Get this one back. This one's reds. I shall make piles over here, tidying up.
So you get, again, 20 squares, all 2.5-inch squares.
Now, we've said reds. However, there are a couple of pinky shades in there, just because if I whip this one out and pop it with that, you can see kind of why we've picked the ones that we've picked to put in here. We do think about this and don't just clash a load of stuff together.
Sure,
just
absolutely.
letting you know.
Yeah, no, it's gorgeous. Kind of those bold lipstick shades, aren't they, really? And they really do add a lot. Like I say, you could just as easily pair those red solids with the green Cafe pack or the blue Cafe pack. You know, that's what's fabulous about
Bring
Cafe.
out other colours within it.
Yeah.
And they're just really cute, really usable little kind of snapshots of colour.
And £3.49 for a pack of 20 squares, all pre-cut. So you can either cut them down, but you can just sew them too. Really fabulous. I think things like makeup bags, toiletry bags, little storage cubes.
Well, that's it. I mean, we've got the little project here with us. I've got a couple more down here as well.
Some lovely little things.
So that one's just using the blues. That one's using mixture of patterns and plains. You know, these are kind of perfect for this, and these you can actually make these or have got the patterns for these. These are coming very soon.
Yeah, great. Absolutely gorgeous. Just show you those. Look, I love that cube. That's really fun. Again, all these different things that you can make using your 2.5-inch squares. I think these little zippy pouches are great.
It's actually the same panel. So the same, in the panel, you'll get 4 of exactly the same piece. So you can either make 2 of those, you can make 2 of those, you can make 1 of each.
Brilliant.
It's exactly the same panel.
Brilliant. Great. We'll see those very shortly. Right. Next colour.
So this one is the bright option. And again, we've picked the colours of the little pack that we've made to work really, really well with this. So you're picking out the pinks, you're picking out those purples, you're picking out those kind of tealy greens in there. It's got that beautiful kind of corally colour in there as well. Everything is in there to pull out all of the colours that you will see within the Cafe pack.
Yeah, that's kind of jewel bright and gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, stunning on its own, actually, and nothing to stop you multi-buying and just using the solids on their own.
No, absolutely not. Why not?
Super pretty. Or those colours with the blues or the reds, actually, could make
I think that pink and that
Yeah.
one is within the reds. That
Yeah.
colour's within the blue pack. So yeah, there's no
they would
reason
go
why you
really
couldn't mix them up.
nicely. Fabulous. The stock is dwindling fast, so if you want the bright solids, be quick, won't you? And then last of all, we've got the muted shades.
Now, we struggled with what to call this, and muted is what we ended up with, just because there was kind of, it is just some of the more understated CAIF patterns and colours. And look at them together, though. You can see, again, we've pulled out all of the colours that you can kind of spot within here. So we haven't gone like, it was really tempting to go for like the blacks and things, but it was kind of too dark.
Yeah.
So we went for all the kind of softer shades, so you could at least pull out some of those pops of colour from the one that we've added to it.
But you know, Hayley, I'm also thinking, I'm spotting now your fabulous 2.5-inch scoop rolls and thinking, so we've got some other things coming up very shortly, which will also go very well. I think by the end of this hour, you will have quite a few projects all sorted out and you'll hit the ground running. Yeah, this is very inspiring.
Right, so should we do the interfacing?
Let's do interfacing.
We'll bring exactly the same panels back in.
Should we do the heart first?
Heart first. So that's how it comes to you.
Gorgeous.
Yeah,
right, so this is our interfacing in here.
Yes, so it's interfacing in there, and it is marked out with little kind of spots for where the heart bits should be, and plain bits for where the whatever your kind of background's going to be.
Have you got an open one?
I haven't got an open one of them, but I've got. Go on then.
Yep.
Go on then.
Love to see what's inside. This is a great concept, and it kind of makes everybody accurate.
Yes, it does, because it levels the playing field. Now, these backs are not how I would recommend doing the backs. We have done these for speed. The backs, I would recommend you open the seams and press them out.
Okay.
It's just, you're going to reduce bulk, because if you fold them and fold them, in some points you're going to get one layer of fabric, and then in other points you're going to end up with 8 layers of fabric. So we recommend opening them out.
Got you.
So,
oh, this is clever. So I'm going to move these out of the way. So you print these as well
We print
in-house?
these. We've printed them on interfacing. So what you do, it's like bullseye. Stay out of the black and in the red. Or is it the other way around on bullseye? I don't know. But what you need to do is you need to cut your squares so that they fit like that. So you're not crossing over the black lines, you're just staying, you're covering the red, but you're staying out of the black, because when you come to sew it together, it will just automatically fold.
But yours are already cut to size. If you're going for these,
so if you're going for these
charms,
are already cut. But if you're cutting them off, you know, maybe old pieces of fabric that you've got, maybe a fat quarter, or you're using scraps up, because these are great scrap busters, absolutely brilliant scrap busters. Now, the half square triangles that you can see up the corner here and down the sides there, you need to sew those first. So you would take your 2 pieces of fabric, you would sew, rather than half square triangles where you do either side and cut down the middle, you need to sew exactly on that line. And then cut off the excess, because if you do it the other way, you'll end up with your triangle being just too small. So if you do it exactly on the line and then open them out, then that will be absolutely spot on. So you need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 half square triangles. You stick it all down. When you are ironing it down, it does say in the instructions.
So one side is fusible,
Yes, one side is fusible. Press it down. As you press them down, make sure you cover any bits that you're not covering yet with just something like a bit of baking paper or something like that, greaseproof, something like that, just to make sure it doesn't stick to your iron. And then it is as simple as fold and sew, fold and sew. I have got a demonstration for a little bit later, but I'll go and get the one that's
okay, fab. So this side is printed, this side here has the fusible. You can feel the difference.
Yeah, you've got one bobbly side.
Yep.
Yes, this is the bobbly side. So that's the printable side. And then when you come to sew them, it will just kind of flop into place. And then you follow the red lines, flop, follow the red lines, flop, follow those red lines, and then do it in the opposite direction and it will just kind of fall into place and it will give you those perfect points.
Brilliant. Love the fact that this is a sort of self-contained project in a cute little envelope with instructions as well. You get full instructions for how to use your interfacing, your printed interfacing. You just add your own fabrics, and as you said, great scrap buster.
This one, there's 64 squares on that. I've just counted them. So this one will easily do either the main heart or the background in one of your cave packs, and then just add anything you like into it. Now, obviously, these are 2.5-inch squares. You can use the rolls that we have for that as well. You can use up your scrap bits and pieces. Anything you like. It's just a really nice, kind of quick.
Yeah, it's
especially
fab.
if you've lost your mojo or something.
Yeah,
or
I
you're
agree with
looking
you. A
for
small project.
Really accurate results. Because
Yeah,
if
and
you're
it
a
does make it
beginner,
accurate.
I think it does kind of knock your confidence a bit when you've got those kind of projects and it never comes out quite like you would like. But with these, you're going to get those perfect points every time.
Fab.
Then, which one do you want to do next? Diamonds or checkerboard? Let's do diamonds, because I've got that one here. So, and they'll come to you in those little envelopes with your instructions and everything. So on these ones, you get 4 of the same panel. Now, this one looks a bit wonky-donkey. Do not panic, it will come good in the end. Because you can see you've got all these kind of extra little triangles, top and bottom, on things. And that's because you're working on kind of point, on the diagonal, then it needs that to kind of fit back it together once you've sewn it. So don't worry, they're there for a reason. Don't chop them off, cut it out. Well, what you do is you rough cut them first. So that one's been kind of rough cut out. I'll take this away from behind it so you can see. Rough cut out, and then all of the shapes have been fused onto it.
Oh, so you still cut out like little triangles?
Yeah, I'm still cutting out the little triangles and things like that. This one needs a proper press because this has just been, because when I'm putting them on, I use the little iron and I just kind of use it on the corners and just kind of tack it down. And then once I've got everything, then I'll give it a proper press to make sure that everything's fused. And then once everything's fused, I tend to leave it for at least 5-10 minutes to cool down properly before I start manipulating it. Now, if you change your mind and you want to, you know, maybe you change your mind and instead of the blue there, you want to put a purple. Heat it up again, gently peel it off, and then you'll be able to replace it with a different colour.
That's good to know.
At this point. Then it's fold and sew, and fold and sew. And you'll see in a minute when we start sewing this one that it kind of pulls itself. It goes really wonky, and you think, oh my gosh.
What have I done?
What have I done?
Yep.
And then it all just fixes itself. It's magical. It is magical.
I love that for $5.99 you get that printed interfacing and your instructions. It's very good value, and it will encourage you to use up your scraps, which I'm passionate about.
Yes, absolutely. And this panel, as you can see, has 4 panels on. It's 4 panels exactly the same. You can make either the zipped pouch or you can make the little storage bucket.
So you could make 2 of those or 2 of those.
Or 1 of each.
Great. Fab. 1 of each, I think. We've got 1 more to show you. And then we will see a little bit of demo. Very good. It's totally different to everything we saw this morning. I love it.
Yes. Well, we do different things.
Yeah, definitely.
We do different things.
Definitely.
One thing I might need to do is plug in my sewing machine, Stuart.
Yeah,
Would
no
you
worries.
be trusted to do that one on your own, do you think? I'm going to go plug my sewing machine in.
All right, no problem at all. Right then, so the checkered. Do we have the interfacing here?
Oh, Stuart, you can't be left alone.
It's in there, thank you. All right, great. Okay, so this is the checkered storage set. So you remember this gorgeous little box and also this. So rather than having the squares set on point, they are set straight. So possibly if you were looking at the last one and seeing those little triangular bits at the top and thinking, oh, maybe that's a little bit fiddly for me, this one you are just setting out in straight rows. So you can see there, you've just got straight rows, and then just like a little row of 3. So a lot more straightforward. You do, of course, get full instructions as well. with your interfacing in a handy little wallet. I think that's really cute. You know, that plus a couple of little mini charm packs, that's your packing, perhaps for a day sewing with friends. Maybe you're going on a little day retreat or just hunkering down at home and having a fun day's sewing. I mean, however you want to do it. I think there would probably have to be cake. There would definitely have to be tea/coffee or soft drinks, whatever you prefer. But yeah, really, really fun, easy to do. $5.99 for your printed interfacing. And remember, you can make one of those and one of those from the interfacing, or two of those or two of those. Absolutely exceptional. Very good. Right. How is it looking over there on the
Well,
demo
good.
table?
I have plugged things in. I mean, you know, you forget sometimes that you've got to sew stuff. So, we've got the mats as well.
Yes.
Yes. So we've got pressing mats as well, but I will show you those in just a second. So, to start off, all you're going to do is cut your pieces out. Position them on there. I'm gonna hang on. I don't know which one's my right. This way. Okay. I've never mastered that, you know.
Left and right.
Left and right. I think it's subjective because it could, you know, it's always back to front on here anyway. So I just gave up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this round. So I'm not going to press, because I'm just pointing the iron up here. So I'm not actually touching any of the bits that haven't got any fabric on. But once you've got the whole thing covered in fabric,
yeah.
Did I take that with me? I didn't, it's there.
Oh, yeah, no worries. There we go.
Thank you. Once you have it all covered in fabric, then you can take an iron to it, give it a proper press, make sure all those corners are attached. And then
I'm just wondering, Ben, if the Millwood pressing mat would be useful for this. With
what
your
you can put
goddess
on
sheet.
top?
Yeah, well, you put one underneath and one on top. It's like a Teflon sheet. Yeah, if you've got one of
Like a
those,
sandwich.
this is the time to grab it.
Okay, so once that's pressed in place, then you're going to take it to your sewing machine. And you're going to start and you're going to go all in one direction first. So we're going to flip that over. I'm just going to turn this off and get it out of my way before I... Oh, that was squeaky! The sewing machine is lovely, but quite antisocial. Why do you say up? I think you're fine. One second. Ooh. It just says up. Maybe it wants needle up. Yeah, there you go, needle up. We're fine, we're fine. So we're going to fold it, and then just along that line, we are going to sew. And I'm going to do as many as I can very quickly. At least we'll get a front put together.
Great. So rather than sewing a 1/4 inch seam allowance, you're sewing on the red line.
So I'm going to make sure that this one's pulled out of the way, and just, yep, fold it on the black line, sew it on the red line. Super, super easy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just one of those kind of projects that's always going to just work. You know, you're not going to have to think about it too much. It's more about picking the colours, placing the colours where you want them, and then it's almost quilting by numbers.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Very straightforward.
Sewing by numbers.
And I suppose once you've placed your squares and ironed them in place accurately, then as long as you fold and sew where you're meant to, you're going to get a perfect result.
Yeah, and none of these squares that I've done on here are accurate. They're all, you know, a bit kind of wonky, and oh, that was my fault. I should have cut that properly first. There we go. None of them are accurate. None of them are where they should be. It's all, you know, a little bit wonky. My cutting's not that straight, but it doesn't matter. This is very, very forgiving.
Okay.
And as you kind of work, can you see it's pulling everything in, but it's also, if I put it there, let me just shuffle that a little bit. Can you see it's kind of all starting to go a little bit wonky and
yes.
a little bit diagonal?
They're not square anymore.
No, That will fix itself.
Great.
Don't worry, because this is the part where you start to panic because everything's getting a little bit wonky-donkey. Don't worry, it will all be fine, I promise.
Trust
I've only
the
got
process.
2 more to do, and then we'll start coming back the other way. Oh, you might have to do a quick reminder because my bobbin's just run out. I was playing bobbin chicken, and I have lost.
You lost. You lost.
I have lost the bobbin chicken.
Why don't any of us like winding and changing bobbins, eh? I don't know. Well, make sure you get your interfacing. At the moment, Hayley's using the diamond storage set, which I've got right here. This is the diamond storage set. So you can make one of these and one of these, or 2 of those and 2 of those. So you decide how you want to do it. You can use your scraps, you can use mini charms. They're already pre-cut into 2.5-inch squares, or just dive into your stash and see what you can come up with. Have a play. Now, the way this works is it's printed interfacing. Everything's printed there for you. Place these squares inside the black lines on the fusible side. Iron them into place, being very careful not to get your iron on the interfacing glue, and then fold and sew, fold and sew. $5.99. You get full instructions as well. Very good value. How are you getting on, Hayley?
I had another bobbin wound. I should have just changed it to that one in the first place. But I didn't, because I was playing bobbin chicken. Okay, so that is what you end up with. It is very wonky, but that's fine, because it is going to fix itself when we come back the other way.
Okay.
I'm just looking for my seam ripper. So what you should do, I'm not going to do because we are pressed for time, but what you should then do is open up these seams. So you can either use a seam, it's not very sharp seam ripper, or you can take scissors and just cut off that edge. That was not a very sharp seam ripper at all. So you just snip off that little kind of edge bit that joins them together on the fold, and then press them flat. Now, I definitely recommend taking the time to open these out and press them flat, because you will get a much better result in terms of your points, and your points will be a lot flatter.
So you're pressing open?
Yes, press them open.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're doing some in one direction and some in the other, this, when I now fold it, will be an even amount on each side. But this one next to it, when I fold it and open it back out, I'll end up with nothing here, and I'll end up with 8 layers on the other side. Oh, that's too much bulk, isn't it? So yes, I'm not going to do it because we're going to get this done in time today. So this one, I'm just going to quickly whack that with the iron and just press that a little bit back on, because I mustn't have caught that one when I... Yeah, there's still enough heat in the iron to do that. So yes, I would spend the time and press these open. Now, when you're pressing on the back, you want a little bit less heat, because you haven't got anything to protect the interfacing from the heat of the iron. Mm-hmm. On the front, you've obviously got the fabric to protect one from the other. So on the back, just a little bit less heat, and then obviously set it from both sides before you then flip it and go back the other way. So that's what you should do. We're not going to do that. We're just going to steam through.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
But can you see the difference that it's made, though, on
yeah.
this one, which is sitting nice and flat, and then these ones, which are still a little bit raised? That's definitely worth the time doing. So, next one. We're going to come back the other way. And this is when the magic's going to happen, and that kind of wonky-donkiness is going to resolve itself.
Okay.
So we are going to go fold it, and it's just exactly the same process as we did in the other direction. We're folding on those black lines and then sewing along the pinky red ones. Let me just move that along just a touch. There you go. Oh, yeah.
I do love a little afternoon project, don't you?
It is. It's a nice quick one, and it's doable. I mean, I would say an hour
Oh, nice.
If you've got pre-cuts,
Yep.
absolutely, you can kind of get this done. I'm just going to turn this speed down a little bit because it
Smashing.
goes racing away. There we go. That's a bit better.
Ah, lovely.
And
you know when you sew at the
don't
right speed, because it sounds right, doesn't it?
need mega precision on this. Obviously, the more you can stick to the lines, the better. But you don't need mega precision, because what will happen, if I just open that bit out there, can you see, when you stitch it together, because it's already folded and all of the raw edges are encased within there, it lines those points up absolutely perfectly for you.
Fantastic.
So fold that one. This for some reason keeps putting its needle down when I don't want it to. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I think it needs a rethread. That's what I think.
Okay, do you want a minute or two to do that? Are you all right?
We're just going to power through.
Okay.
We're just going to power through.
I do love it when a product does sort of half the work for you.
But can you see now where we had these side bits? If I grab that one, because where are we? We are at the top. So let's swizzle this round. So at the top there, where this little pink one up here was this one. And then there was a blue here, and then we had a blue on the side that was bigger than that corner. It's all now pulled itself back into line.
Now a straight line. Yeah, clever.
So the maths is all done. You don't need to worry about that. It will just, don't worry, it will just work. All you need to do is fold it and sew it. Stay out of the black lines, off the black lines. The reason I say stay off the black lines is just because it will make it so much easier for you to fold them. Because if you've gone over the black lines, it won't just flop in half like that.
Got you.
It won't just fold. But you must stay within those red ones, because the red ones are where you're going to sew, and that's where you're going to kind of create your kind of nice stitch lines. So there you go. I've got two more to go. Can I just think?
Nearly there?
Them? Yeah, I've got two more. Let's just do it. I'll just sew them quickly. Just chat amongst yourselves. You don't have to chat amongst yourselves. You can chat to Stuart.
No, we're intently watching. It's great to see how quickly the project comes together, isn't it? And presumably, so you make two the same.
Yep, so you make two the same, and then you can turn those into, I think there's instructions for the zipped pouch in both of them. The pots, even easier, you just don't even bother putting the zip in, you just make the two pieces and sew the bottoms, make a lining for it.
Great.
So if you're going to make a lining for this, I do recommend that once you've actually created your finished sides, take a template off that.
Yep.
So use these as a template, get them all lined flat, and then use them as a template to make your other bit.
Perfect.
One more, and then we're done.
One more seam. That's amazing, actually, to see all that patchwork done. If you think about how long it would take to sew all those individual squares together first, the fact that you've ironed them to that clever interfacing and then fold and sew, I just think that makes it not only quicker and easier, but really fun.
Yeah, well, it's also, it takes out the stress of matching points and things
I don't
like
do
that as well.
sewing. I refuse.
So, obviously, it's wanting to curl up because I haven't pressed it yet. So let me just quickly, it should still have a little bit of heat in this. There you go.
Great.
One side done.
Smashing. And you've already got the boxed corners done. Right, now let's talk about that ironing mat that you've been using.
Just gonna heat
that
this
has
back
been
up.
intriguing us. Tell us about the mat.
Okay, so the mat, let me just do a little shuffle so I can get it back in the middle, because that will make everybody happier. So the mat is made of foam, so it's got foam on the bottom, and then it's got a wool layer stuck onto the top. That means it is really, really good at trapping air. So all of these bits of foam in here, which are recycled and recyclable, trap loads and loads of air. So if you have, well, it can be pressing seams out, it can be doing anything you like. I'm just going to put some wrinkles in this. Just bear with. There we go. I'm going to make sure my iron's heated up. I think it is. But all of that air that's trapped reflects back up and takes the wrinkles. I should have used like a plain piece because it's a bit
No, I can see
harder
how
to see
well
on
that's
this.
ironed, yeah.
But if I put some heat into it, I'll just put a little bit of heat into this piece here.
Wow.
Because there's and it's not hot on my hands, but there's so much heat retained in the mat that's what will make less work of it because it's reflecting a lot of it
Well,
back.
that's so useful if you've got something like some vinyl that has got a crease in it, because you can't iron that,
No.
but you can iron your mat.
Anything that you need to kind of retain the heat. So it could be fabrics that couldn't be ironed. So it could be things like that interfacing where you can't iron directly onto it because it's going to stick to it. Then you iron the mat, heat comes back through, and you can literally just hand press. If you've got a clapper, something like that, that will work as well. It's really, really thick, so it's very...
Is it one-sided, Hayley, or can we use both sides?
Yes, no, it's one-sided.
One-sided, yeah.
But it's really thick, so if you've got things that you want to like pin into place...
Oh, I'm thinking about it as a blocking board.
Yeah, blocking board, it would
crochet
work
or
really,
for
really well
knitting.
as well. Or you
macrame.
can... Maybe you're kind of planning out blocks and
Do you
things.
have to block macrame?
As well.
Or are you thinking like doing macrame? Doing it?
Then-
Yeah. Yeah?
That's
Clever.
going to hold it on as well because you've
So
got...
it's got a
that
layer of
pressing.
wool on top?
Yes, it's got wool on top, and that's what stops it burning. Because obviously if you just iron directly onto the foam, then that would melt and it would burn. So the wool stops it, but then all that foam has all of that heat kind of retaining properties. So
Nice size too.
Yeah, we do a bigger one, but we haven't got that at the minute.
What size is that?
This one is 48 centimetres by 36 centimetres.
Fabulous.
And then the bigger one is double that.
Okay.
But it's also really good because it's got that kind of cushioning property. If you've got a bouncy machine, you know what I mean?
I do. The ones that threaten to take off when you're going full speed. Yes. Put your
It's like
sewing machine on
suspension.
top.
It's like sewing machine suspension.
I love it. I love it. Sewing machine suspension for $27.99. Right, we've got 10 minutes left.
Am I coming this way? Okay.
What should we do now? Batting, batting, batting.
Right, I think the super stiff and sticky has gone, I believe. Let me just go and get my box. See, this is what happens when you don't have the box. We'll go and get the box.
Let me help you with that.
It's all right. I'm a big girl now. Well, I'm not. That's why,
That's why you need the box. Brilliant. There we go. Right.
Right, so the super stiff and sticky has all gone, but we do have the OG super stiff.
Oh, so this is one that we would use something like
Yes,
a 505.
so this is
bond.
what is in all of these ones because it does exactly what it says on the tin.
You can see there how that is just the firmness and weight of the batting, that it is standing up for itself. It's still very soft and flexible, but it really does stand up for itself.
I mean, that's what's in all of the little pots.
Great.
And it's kind of, it's big and it's got enough body to it to add structure,
Yeah.
but then it's also still soft enough and light enough not to weigh a ton.
Yep, really useful. So things like baskets, boxes, bag
Yeah,
making.
boxes, bags, all of that kind of thing. This one is absolutely perfect for.
Wow, 5 metre roll for $18.99.
It's a whopper.
That's a lot of bags.
It is. It's about 5.
It's a lot of bags. Also, as well, I would use that for things like table runners or placemats, where I want that thickness, protective.
Yes, it's got that little bit of kind of protective nature to it.
Yeah.
It's not heat proof. It's not a thermal one, but there is enough there that if you put, if you put a dinner plate on it or like a serving plate on it, you'd be fine. I wouldn't necessarily put, a piping hot lasagna.
Casserole,
or
no,
something
but
straight
like
on
I
it.
warm plates up in the oven.
If I would,
that would
I would if I had, say, a couple of layers of that in, because then there's going to be enough. I had a meeting with a wadding man.
Oh, as you do.
And yes, well, as I do, yes.
Well, me too.
Yeah, so I had a meeting with a wadding man. We've got lots of new ones shortly.
Oh, very good. I mean, it really is. They're unsung heroes, aren't they? What goes in the middle?
They are, and this one is another one of our absolute winners. It's our super slim. So the thing with wadding is sometimes It's just a bit chunky, and that project that we showed you earlier with the Frank project, where we had the scissor keep, that was kind of 3 or 4 layers wrapped on top of each other. This will do those kind of projects beautifully, where you want to add just a little bit of a body into a zipped pouch or something
I'm
like
thinking
that.
as
It's
well,
just
Hayley,
enough.
quilted clothing, because standard quilt batting is a bit thick for quilted clothing. Now, although this is 47 centimetres wide, and for a lot of dressmaking applications you'd want wider, just use batting seam tape to splice 2 widths together.
We can bring you bigger bits, that's fine.
But even on this would still be very useful for quilted clothing. Bargain price as well, $14.99. That means that you are only paying £3 per metre for this.
It's good.
Wild, it's wild. Right, 2 more.
So,
this is super slim again.
yes, what we affectionately refer to as the kitchen roll, and the toilet roll.
I can totally
There's
see that.
no,
That's not what they're
there's
for.
no way of getting around it.
It's not what they're
is there,
for.
though?
No, there isn't. They do
There's
look
just,
exactly
that's what
like
they look
kitchen
like, and there's,
Yes.
there's no way of getting around it.
Let's do the kitchen roll first. So this is $8.99 for 10 inches wide by 5 metres. Love
got distracted.
So where would we use this, Hayley, in particular?
Quilted to go. These
Yes.
are perfect for quilted to go or smaller projects like the ones that we've got on with the little interfacing panels.
$8.99 for that. And then the
In
smallest...
the toilet roll holder.
Is that the smallest size you do? Yep.
Well, yes and no, but we'll
Here
come to
today.
that in a second. So this one is your 5-inch. Again, quilt as you go, absolutely perfect for any of your kind of smaller projects. Anything where you've got to pre-cut a lot of batting first. This is a perfect size.
Well, quilt as you go borders would be useful. You've got 2.5 inch. I was going to ask if you'd got this because
Yes.
I love making
Where
jelly
did
roll
that-
rugs.
Oh, this one.
Yeah,
Bear with
and this is what you need. I mean, nobody wants to spend days cutting 2.5 inch strips of wadding. So this is already done. This is one continuous piece. There are no joins on there, are there?
No joints on them.
No.
No joints. And that's the kind of thing you can make.
Nice.
It's using one of our special jelly rolls, or I can't call them that. It's honour rolls.
Yeah.
I've got to call them.
Yeah.
So that uses one of them. Sasha did this one for me, but that's a 12-metre roll, obviously with a little bit in the centre, but that's a 12-metre roll there.
Fab, yeah, really effective. And that's your 2.5 inch wide. And that's 20 metres in length. Now, obviously, if you are planning on making a large rug for the fireside or the side of a bed, you probably want to get yourself 2 or even 3 of these rolls in stock in order to do that. You probably want about 50 metres for your average size rug. So a couple of those.
Yeah, 40, 50 metre one will do it. I'm just going to go and get the rip-proof paper. My test piece.
Oh, yeah, that you've had screwed up in the back of your cart.
Yeah,
This is
I
rather
have.
clever, actually. Rather clever.
Yours will not look like
paper.
this when it arrives with you. However,
Hopefully not.
I thought I would do a little test. So I put this piece in the boot of my car, and then there was stuff in and out of it. There was, that looks like nails or something. There's been all sorts in there. And it has survived.
Yep.
It has survived a month in the boot of a car, just being not looked after and not cared for. So this is non-rip paper. So you can, oh, I did it! Oh, I've been waiting to do that for ages. Apparently there is a way to do it, and I
You've
think
just
I've just
done it.
found it. I don't know how I did it.
Change the graphics.
Oh, I did it again!
Rip
I think it only goes in one way.
Ah.
But you have to really do some to go and get it.
I couldn't rip it. I don't know what that says about me.
Don't know what I just did then.
I can't rip it. This is rip-proof paper. So you get 2 sheets
Well,
this
because
size.
somebody told me there was a way to do it, so I've been trying, and now I think I've just discovered.
Job done.
But yes, you would cut this out with your scissors or your rotary cutter, and then you will use pins.
So are you using this for, like, if you like, almost like forever patterns?
Yes, absolutely. So
we've all got those patterns, haven't we, that we make a gazillion
or
times.
a CPP.
Yeah.
And you want to cut them out and then be able to reuse them over
you die
and over
cut
again.
this?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. You can die cut it. You can cut it with scissors. You can cut it with rotary cutters. You can cut it with just about anything.
Yes.
And yeah, all of those things where you're going to use them over and over again.
Yep.
It's absolutely perfect for.
Yeah, we've all got those dressmaking patterns, maybe a bear, it might be a bag, that we just make a gazillion of. It's so useful to have almost a kind of permanent pattern that you can really kind of use and abuse.
Well, we had A4 sheets, and I think we're just about out of those. So this is the bigger pieces that people were asking for.
Yeah. Now, can you iron it to get it flat and straight, or do you need to protect it with something?
We'll find out.
We'll find out. Oh, this could go one way or the other, couldn't it?
Wouldn't it? No.
You can't, no, you can't iron it. Okay, don't iron it. And don't try ripping it either.
Well, you can. The thing is, you can try ripping it, but I have now got the secret, which is split it with my nail first.
Got you. Because of course you can cut it with scissors or a rotary cutter.
Yeah. So I did manage to rip it, but I did have to kind of get my nail in there first.
Fair enough. You can't just tear it though. And I'm really strong. Fabulous. That is $12.99 for 2 sheets.
Yes, yes. So for any of your kind of big ones, bigger projects, then that's perfect for.
Let's do the rolls. Now, 2.5-inch rolls, loads of different colours. Now, we have really run out of time, so we're just going to show them.
I'm going to show you the 3 new ones.
Yep, lovely. All available on the web. If you look on like today's show deals, you'll find them all. Ooh, yummy. That's gorgeous.
Right, so this one is kind of all your pinks. Oh, I found a nice way to do this the other day, and now I can't
Teals,
remember.
purples, that's gorgeous.
Right, there's that one, which is all of, as you said, teals, purples.
What's that one called?
This, I think it's called Magenta Bay or something. This one is a pastel version of our rainbow roll.
Pretty.
So if you're wanting something a little bit softer,
Yep.
then that pastel one is beautiful.
Well, it's like sort of
And
unicorn
then-
rainbow, isn't it? Beautiful.
Yes, it's just a little bit softer than our other one, which is a little bit more pride.
Somewhere over the rainbow, in fact, it's
Yes.
called.
And then that is your new one that's in the blue, which I think is called Indigo Sky.
Oh, that's really
So
pretty.
they're the 3 new ones.
Don't they all go nicely together as well?
Well, I think especially because it's got the same kind of
Yes.
tealy colour in. I think those 2 would make
One of each, make a jelly roll race quilt.
Absolutely. Or add a plain in.
Yep,
As well,
definitely.
add a white, or we've had people add colours in. So yeah.
Well, we are out of time, Hayley, but it's been wonderful. Thank you so much for all the demos as well. It's been
welcome.
ace. Remember, all Craft Yourself Silly products are on the website, so you can go and feast your eyes on these beautiful 2.5-inch strip rolls and mix and match to your heart's content. Hayley, do you know when you're back?
Yes. Oh, well,
Good.
first of all, actually, we've got... well, yeah.
That's answer enough.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Stuart. No, we've got the Coloricious show before that. So Coloricious is a part of Craft Yourself Silly. It's wooden block printing.
Oh, yes.
So that is coming up with Sasha on the 5th of July.
Fantastic. Pop that date in your diary. We'll see you very soon. I'll see you after the break. Kerry Lord is back. We're talking foodie crochet. The set looks incredible. See you after the break.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it. Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside. So your ironing looks really crisp.
Oh, what a lovely show we've got for you now. Kerry, this is awesome.
Lots of fun. Yeah.
Lot of fun. I'm joined by Kerry Lord, head of TOFT. And we've just got the most terrific show for you. Food, fruit, vegetables. Always a lot of fun from TOFT, but I mean, your foodie things are just fabulous.
Yeah, it is, and it's a range that keeps growing. Like I didn't ever again set out to necessarily say we'll design a whole food range, but as things become popular, or you get the right colours, or maybe you just fall in love with eating a particular thing myself, and then next thing I know, I've crocheted one.
Why not? Yeah, absolutely. Inspiration comes all the time, doesn't it? Now we're going to jump straight in with something of a must-have, but we've got very, very limited quantities.
Yeah,
Kerry.
I feel like I have to carry it very carefully.
Very
it's that
carefully.
special. This is a very special thing for anyone that is a patch collector, and I know some of you are out there and you will have watched the show because you knew some patches were coming. Now, this one was a real limited edition with the vegetables book when it first came out. It's extra special. I'm going to take this one off the backer actually, even though this one isn't one of the ones that's getting packed, because it actually has a hole in the patch backer that the beetroot sits within. So you do actually pull it from the ground, so it's even more special than that. Basically, we found a very small quantity of these, again, like we did with the other patches I mentioned on the other show. So this is a chance to get this beetroot patch if you haven't got it. You'll also get 2 skeins of the beetroot, which has now gone into 25-gram format. So that's, again, 200 grams of your beetroot. You could knit with this. It's a pure wool double knit, so you don't need to make vegetables by any means. It's obviously a lovely colour to wear. But then you will also get a beetroot patch included with that. It's an absolute bargain. It's a special, very special one.
Very special, and we're not stopping at £63. We'll show you the price. I love the fact that you literally have to harvest it.
Yes, you do. You have to harvest it yourself. And that's the kind of thing that I guess we have so much fun with the food range is, going that extra mile to think about the fact that that little tip would look so much better if it was under the ground when you first got your patch.
So cute. Everybody's already checked out. You've just got a lovely surprise, haven't you? You thought you were going to pay £63. You're actually paying £23 or less than that. That's a whole nother TOFT project you can now get yourself.
Absolutely.
Way more in baskets than we've got. That beetroot colour is a very me colour.
It's a lovely colour to wear. Like, obviously, it was intended with a beetroot in mind, but it's just a good wearable colour, whether it's hats or absolutely anything.
It's that gorgeous, earthy, clarity purple. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful colour. And you get that very, very, very limited patch. I've got 4 options left, 3 now, last 2.
I'm just going to put that away then there.
1 left. I'm going to take it away because it has sold out. Very well done if you managed to get that. Now, we're going to need to be quick because we have got a lot to get through.
We have.
Important news here. So I'm just going to grow.
Revealing the secrets.
But I just need to get slightly closer because this gorgeous giveaway comes with every order in this hour. Now, don't worry if you ordered in the last hour and you got your beautiful lobster patch. If you shop in this hour, you're going to get the ladybird charm.
Yep, you are. So this is a stitch marker or centralizer. Now, the word centralizer, I'll explain just in case it means anything. Doesn't mean anything to anyone. So basically, there's a lobster clip stitch marker is what you're going to get, which you can use as a regular stitch marker if you're used to using something that you put in and take away. But I tend to use them in my patterns to mark the centre of things. When you're like crocheting the tummy on an animal, it will say add a centralizer, and all it does is it allows you to line up markers when it comes to your sewing up. So it's a lovely little stitch marker there, ladybird, and that will come in every single order from this show.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, we are going to start. I do love a rocket lolly. Very nostalgic. This is a kit. These have been flying out. Oh, wow. Okay, look, we're not even paying £21 for these. If you bought the beetroot yarn with patch and you saved yourself, was it £21 or £23?
Yeah.
Well, £19 now of that will get you your duo ice lolly kit. And this is a bit of retro loveliness. We all remember eating these lollies.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And obviously, when we're sitting in a heat wave, I think a lot of us are sitting there longing for a lolly. So why not match your crochet project to what you want to eat? So in this kit, the thing that's obviously very unusual is you will get your 2 wooden sticks as well.
So
a total first for the top really there. You're going to get those wooden sticks in there. And just to explain why is because it's actually this one's very geeky, and I'm going to actually use my crochet hook to turn it inside out for you. This is the level of geek that I like to go on with this kind of pattern. So when you're crocheting, you actually crochet an insert, and I've been geeky enough to actually change the colour. That's all I wanted to show you. So obviously it is like you're going through to the next slice of the lolly, of course, that level of thinking. Of course. And that then means that you can pop it onto that lollipop stick at the end if you want to. If you don't, then alternatively, you could stuff, like if you don't want to give a child a lollipop stick or anything like that, you could obviously stuff down that thing that you've already crocheted, so it would work as a stick as well. So just a lot of fun. You get your eye threads included in there as well, and then 3 lovely colours that are really unusual together. Like I can't think of many times I've combined the 3. So apricot, sage, and raspberry.
You know that lovely apricot shade? Is that one of the new colours
Yes,
for
it
summer
is.
season?
Yeah, so they're 2 new ones, the apricot and the raspberry, and they just work so well with that sage from the pastel range in the middle.
Absolutely yummy. You're getting your eye threads in there as well. You're getting your lolly sticks, full instructions, flying out. I mean, for under £20 to make 2 gorgeous TOFT projects. Really fun. Full of personality again, as always, and the perfect thing to crochet while you're on your summer holidays.
Yes, it is. Again, people wouldn't expect that, would they? What you're crocheting? Yeah, lolly.
Yeah, rocket lolly. Yeah, but this won't melt. We might, but these won't. These are so popular. I'm saying that because I don't want anybody who's currently got it in their basket to miss out. So do that in your basket and check straight out thing that we recommend sometimes. Sometimes it's okay just to leave things until you finish shopping. This time around, I'm going to suggest you check out on this. You're only paying 1p&p. Remember, it doesn't matter how many times you check out. Now, of course, I'm going to go for the big one. Guilty as charged. Hello. Now, this, absolutely gorgeous. We're talking, whoa, ice creams here. We've got chocolate, peppermint choc chip.
Yeah, mint choc chip.
Mint choc chip. We've got this one, which is a strawberry vanilla. I love a triple scoop. Waffle cone, of course. Sprinkles. Of course, sprinkles. And we've also got a chocolate with chocolate sprinkles as well. I do love a bit of chocolate.
So
actually, I don't.
You don't? I'm not a chocolate.
No,
I would
cake,
never
chocolate
choose
ice cream.
chocolate. No, I wouldn't.
Neither.
No,
Me neither.
I'm actually a sorbet fan, so I'm not sure this bundle's for me. I'm more of a sorbet person.
Gorgeous raspberry mango.
Yeah, exactly. Those colours. Yeah.
Delicious,
lovely.
delicious. Well, next time. But these are so much fun. I love kind of prop food. Kids love prop
Kids love it. So with these, what you're going to get is enough yarn to make 3 cones. So you're actually going to get 150 grams of the camel there to make your waffle cones. Don't be worried about the waffle stitch. So what you're actually doing is just in the same way that you make a waffle, you're actually making a square. So it's a little bit like making a blanket square using the waffle stitch, and then you just curve it up to become the cone. So it's not a complicated one to make at all. Okay. And then you've got 3 different colours of topping. So you've got that chocolate, which is here represented in the chestnut. It's funny the way, obviously I'm so familiar with the colours, but when I think about it as an ice cream colour, it totally changes my perception of the colour. You're going to get peony, and then you're going to get sage again. And then you actually get a big bundle of threads with this one in order to do all of your detailing and your lengths on top. So loads of kind of options for you on how to finish them off. Obviously the 3 patterns, and you can then decide whether you're going to make them so that they're removable.
Yep.
Like this, you don't have to sew them on. So it means that children could have quite a lot of fun if you do want them to be play food. They could have fun kind of getting you your ice cream and making you your ice cream.
Love that.
Or, obviously, you can just sew them all up if you want to. So you can sew them
make
so they don't
3
move.
ice cream
You can
balls?
make 3 ice cream balls, and you can make 3 cones to get you going. But believe me, this is the kind of one where you're just going to want to go for it.
Yeah.
Because even this colour works actually quite well for a coffee ice cream too. So if you just want to make 2 cones, but you want to make additional ice cream flavours, then you absolutely can. So it's more about giving you the building blocks for you to be able to mix and match all the patterns.
I love it. And also, once you've got the pattern, think about those other perhaps leftovers of yarn that you've got. So, for example, if you have got some of that gorgeous beetroot DK, you could do a raspberry sorbet.
Lovely.
And then Kerry would be happy.
Yes, I would. And you can make, and like any yarn colours that you've got, you can go for it on splodges, toppings, use those threads to add the embroidery on. You could do a little bob cobble like we saw earlier with
Great
the
fun.
with the others to put nuts on.
Like
So
a
just
cherry.
have fun. Yeah, cherry on top.
You're not paying £62. You're not paying £62. Another crash. Love that. I love that. £58 today. Now, if you've already checked out your basket, don't panic. You haven't missed out on that saving. You pay £58 too. It just means you were ahead of the game. You got what you wanted, and you can sit back and relax. It's a trio of TOFT ice creams in waffle cones. I love them. Absolutely love them. These would make the most fun play food for children, but also a really fun thing to make, a quirky thing to make in your home. They're brilliant. Great base pattern as well, very, very popular. Great base pattern just to have as well, aren't they? Now then, the Garden Vegetables book. An absolute beauty, this.
So this is one, it's the time of year, well, I don't know if any of you out there are like me. I fell in love with gardening and growing vegetables when we made this book. So a lot of these veg, the not so good looking veg, are the ones that I did grow in my veg patch, which is where we did all the photography. And then I went out this week and oh my goodness me, my weeds are out of control. But for example, I did actually grow these tomatoes, which is very nice. So it's a very nice, like this truly is my little patch where we grow vegetables, where we then did the photography. These are carrots from my garden. And this really is a project of hobbies combining and overlapping and sharing. So during COVID, in between packing all of your parcels, of which obviously was pretty intense most days, what I was doing was actually, my release was to go into the garden and grow flowers and vegetables for the first time. So we had to introduce new colours. So there's a lot of inspiration inside this book, really. It kind of pushed TOFT in a totally different direction of having to get a bigger palette. It will teach you to crochet from the very beginning, so it doesn't presume that you can do it. Even going through things like right side and wrong side, reading charts, how to read your patterns. And then we get to the actual project. So all your kind of instructions are at the front there for everything. You've got a practice potato that you can warm up with. So this is a little sprouting potato just for you to learn how to start, get used to the one stitch, the double crochet stitch, and learn how to do your decreasing. Also practice your sewing. Yeah.
Kerry, I'm just giggling slightly because the guys are getting ready for Hobby Maker afterwards. And when you said, obviously the book starts with a practice potato, and Michael was just like, what? Yep. I mean, it makes perfect sense to us.
Yeah.
And to you at home, but Michael hadn't got a clue.
So then what it does is, what I was quite keen to do is do it more like a cooking or a gardening book rather than a crochet book. So it's actually seasonal. So we start with carrots and then you move through seasonal. But there are symbols that indicate whether it's a beginner or whether it's an intermediate or an advanced pattern. So you'll be able to dive in at your skill level without worrying about it. Even if you're not somebody that crochets or you're thinking of getting it for somebody that isn't a crocheter, for me, there's never been a TOFT book with such great photography in terms of just being able to flick through it and enjoy looking at the pictures.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous.
It's different again to the books that you might have seen because it really was a challenge for us to obviously get the right thing in the right season, actually be able to kind of like sort the colours out correctly, have fun. Like everyone would like a pickle in their life. Yes, it is, yeah.
Gorgeous.
Little positive pickles, cheer somebody up. And obviously children do love them in the same way. They've got legs, by and large they've got legs, but they are optional. So these are actually sewn on separately. So it means that if you just want them to look realistic, you just leave off the eyes and leave off the limbs, and you can almost do it as still life and arrange them in a trunk.
Grumpy artichoke?
Yes, he's a very grumpy artichoke, yeah. Artichokes is one thing I've done phenomenally well with, actually. It's the one thing that every year doesn't need any love and comes back. I've got like 9 or 10 on my plant this year, yeah, huge.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, seems very happy.
Yeah.
Not so much with cauliflowers.
I love plants that thrive on neglect.
Yes, so do I, yeah, I do. Especially in a busy year I like those ones that'll bounce back quite fast.
Yeah.
So you've got everyone's favourites.
How many patterns do you get in the book?
I'm just going to double check in case, yes, 30, I thought it was, yeah. 30
Such great value.
Yeah, and no standard forms again. So like we said earlier, these are all original shapes. It's not that you're making them all the same shape.
Or the butternut squash.
Original shapes.
Lovely. Okra.
Didn't grow those, obviously. Pumpkin, great for Halloween. Like, these are the kind of pattern that you'd go back to in lots of different colours and variations to do displays for Halloween.
Oh, imagine making a basket or like a trug in your kitchen or, filled with crocheted vegetables. What a standout piece. Sprouts for Christmas, of course.
Obviously, yeah. So he closes the book. Yeah. If you want to grab the trug, you can bring them in to give an idea of how big they are. You can just destroy the display.
See, there I am
There you
thinking
go.
I'm being clever, say, what about piling them in a trug? And of course, you've already done it.
So these are made from double knit yarn, just to give you an idea of size. So this is if you use a double knit, this is how big they will be. Again, same thing we said in the first show. If you use a 4-ply, they'd be realistic. So if you use a 4-ply, they'll be to scale, as they would be as a real veg. I call this Spanish scale when we joke about the size. Basically, this is the size that fruit and vegetables are when you're in Spain.
Lovely.
Versus in the UK. But you could go bigger again. So you could decide that you wanted to use a thicker Aran or chunky yarn, and you could just make giant peas in a pod if you wanted to.
So much fun, aren't they? They really are. I love the little button mushroom.
And there's that beetroot.
Gorgeous. Purple carrots, of course. Carrots were only orange because the king
I think so, yeah.
Of Holland wanted, that was the colour, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. They're brilliant, aren't they? Absolutely fantastic. So much fun. Let's do the cherries. Are they cherry tomatoes?
Yes, cherry tomatoes.
Cherry tomatoes, sorry, yes.
So this is obviously following on from Veg Book, and this pattern is in the Veg Book, but this one is a boxed kit, which means that it is a TOFT complete kit. So this would be a great one for somebody to try for the first time, or if you don't want to think about what to take away with you as a holiday project, you can just take this whole thing and you know you've got everything. So this is what it makes, is 2 little cherry tomatoes on a vine. You can add legs if you want to, so you've got the legs included as well. You've got all your instructions with your QR codes, like I said before. Then you get your yarn. So this one's got 2 balls of the ruby and 1 ball of the green. Now, because this is a veg box, as you see, it's craft rather than the one that we looked at earlier, it actually means it's all natural ingredients. So this is 100% natural inside. Ooh. So even your crochet hook has got a wooden handle rather than being the regular TOFT black handle. And then your stuffing is actually a plant matter stuffing. So you've got that in there as well, rather than being, so it's all fully biodegradable and compostable.
I love that.
Along the lines of, obviously, it's likely to be a person that does enjoy growing their own veg.
So you could compost the packaging?
So you can, yeah, you can absolutely, it's fully recyclable. The actual thing itself would be entirely compostable. Not that you would want to, because obviously you want to get years and years out of playing with it first, but it just means that if you want to go for something that is thinking, for a thinking person that likes gardening, then it's not that they're going to think, oh, like, no, that kind of conflicts with what I'm thinking. It's all totally natural when it's in a craft box like that.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. And I love the complete kits because you've got everything you need. £30 for a pair of cherry tomatoes, complete with everything you need. Your stuffing, your hook, all of your yarn, of course, and full instructions. And a nice sort of beginner-friendly...
Really beginner-friendly, yeah. So a brilliant one for someone to start with. Effectively, you're making a ball, like a giant juggling ball or something like that. So it's a great shape to actually start with in terms of learning the stitch, increasing and decreasing.
Absolutely fantastic. Cherry tomatoes for everyone. That's gorgeous. What next? Let's do peas in a can.
So this one's, have you seen these before?
I've seen the cans.
You have seen the cans before.
Peas.
So these
so clever.
Are really fun. Like, of all the packaging fun that we've had, I think for me this is one of my absolute all-time favourites. So the peas are truly, truly a beginner project, as in absolutely my 8-year-old daughter would confidently be able to crochet a pea. And if I was going to teach her something from the very beginning, even younger than that, then I'd go for a pea as a starting point. So I'm going to open one of them for you so you can see. So this is actually the crochet kit. You get the crochet hook on the side, so obviously that's your 3mm hook ready to go. And then when you receive the kit, there's lots of jokes on the outside to make people laugh and giggle. Again, QR codes to videos to learn, but it really is about having a lot of fun with how long it will take you. So per pea is approximately 8.3 grams, per can is 25 grams. So it is a crochet on full power for 30 minutes to complete your kit. So it's for somebody that you know would find this funny. You actually take off the top in order to get to your kit, and obviously that would then be recyclable, so you dispose of that separately. And your whole kit is packed inside here. So you've got your 25 grams of your lime, you've got your eye threads, you've got your wool needle to actually sew up. Then you've got your stuffing neatly rolled into the bottom. Wow. And then the pattern It's not that you've got to rely upon a video or anything like that at all. Your pattern, you just gently roll it out of the middle of here.
It's a recipe, really.
It's a recipe, yes it is. And it sits on a little recipe card like that with all your instructions to learn how to actually make your piece.
I mean, it's so well thought out, every single bit of it. The execution is amazing. Have you entered that into like sort of packaging awards?
No, we haven't actually, and we
So
should have done because
should.
it's not even a recent TOFT product. It's been one that we've done for years and years and years and years. They make such a good gift for somebody, even if they're not a crafter.
No.
At
We
all.
did the baked beans
Baked
in a
beans,
can
is that what we
before
did before?
Christmas. Yeah, it's brilliant. I love it. And can you crochet one pin?
No, you can't. That's what I was actually just looking to make sure again that I didn't misquote how many it is on here. It's 3. You can make 3 pieces. So it means that you can even try it with a couple of people together. You make one, then make the others to kind of encourage them if you are teaching somebody.
Yeah.
But it also means they get another go at it. So by the time you've made 3, like I said earlier, you've learnt your start 3 times over, you've learnt the stitch 3 times over, and you've learnt your decrease. So it's great practice to feel confident to then move on to crochet an animal or whatever you fancy next.
Super cute. £18 as well. It's a great price, isn't it, for something so beautifully done. I'm feeling fruity, Kerry. We're going to start with the fruit salad bag kit, one of my all-time favourite TOFT projects. This.
It is. Yeah, I remember you must have done the show with me when I had it on before.
We did. This is absolutely beautiful. It's slices of fruit, front and back. There's kiwi, there's orange, dragon fruit, apple, orange.
Passion fruit.
Passion fruit.
You even get inside here.
Gorgeous bag. The price is crashing, by the way. You're getting a full magazine in there, aren't you?
You are. So you're getting the full magazine. So the pattern for the bag is included in the magazine, so you will get that. But actually the whole concept of this magazine was to take it beyond the instructions. So you get the granny square breakdown for all these different fruit slices. So you can do pomegranates as well, because they're not featured in that one. So there's lots more options beyond the ones that you see there.
Tomatoes.
Yeah. And this is then the whole kit. So I'll get the yarn out so you can see just how much yarn it is.
It's a big kit, this,
It's a
isn't it?
really big kit because it is such a range of different colours. Like a hugely broad range of colours so that you can mix and match them all to create the different slices.
Oh, gosh, lovely.
So you can see it looks like a fruit salad bowl when you begin with, doesn't it, when you get it out? And then obviously you've got all the cream. So it is a huge amount of yarn that you're going to be working with. The intention was to turn it into a bag, obviously, in terms of the design. So if you fall in love with the bag, make a bag. But I just want to throw it out there that, again, I saw a woman make a fantastic cardigan using them. So obviously once she's got the pattern and she's got the ingredients, she's then sewed the granny squares together into a cardigan. She wore it to a show and it was absolutely incredible. Or again, blankets, it could be cushions,
scarf,
it could be
a cowl.
Yeah, those granny squares can become lots of different things once you've got all your yarn with all your different colours. And that's the challenge really of a pattern like this, is obviously it's got all these different colours in, little bits of all the different colours, but that's what makes it such an incredible looking bag, is the combination of all those little different colours.
It is beautiful. I'm just going to stand up
and
show you that bag. It is completely gorgeous, really stunning, and so much fun to make as well, with all those different elements. Yeah, it is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Got that crashed price as well, £126. Remember, you also get that TOFT Quarterly magazine, which has 5 crochet patterns in it, 5 knit patterns in it, and so much inspiration. The photography, as always, is completely beautiful. We're going to do the market bag kit next, which is also featured in the magazine. That's this kind of, I love these kind of expanding fruit and veg bags, aren't they, really? You take those when you're going to the market to get your fruit and veg. Or
even to the beach. Like, it's obviously a bag that you can put absolutely anything in. So this one's in our Aran weight of yarn. So all you're going to get is 2 balls of our Aran. So that's the thicker yarn. So you're going to be using a bigger size hook. It's a really quick make. And obviously, again, once you've got the pattern, you can make it over and over again. They roll up nice and small. So you can pop it and it can be practical to take it out with you if it is a shopping bag. And you will get the whole magazine included as well. So you'll get all those granny square patterns in exactly the same way. Ooh. There's berets, there's shawls, there's cushions.
And am I right, we can't get this quarterly magazine on the show on its own.
On its own, no.
So if you want the pattern,
Yeah.
either option, you're getting the magazine for half price, but £42 for all the yarn and the magazine to make that gorgeous bag, I think is an absolute steal. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Could I do that as a beginner crocheter?
Yes, you could, yeah. So it's not got many stitches and it will grow really fast because you've got it in the Aran weight of yarn.
This might be a daft question. Could I make, I know you can change the weight of the yarn and make bigger or smaller. Would that work for something like a bag?
Yes, it would. Perhaps not quite so proportionally, only because we're not doing just the double crochet stitch in the same way. So the only thing you'd have to watch out for is it growing in one direction, possibly more than the other. Whereas when we do just the double crochet stitch, because it's a cube, it's proportional. But obviously with something like this, the great thing is you're starting at the bottom and you're going up. So it would just mean you just keep repeating until it was the length that you wanted it to be. Yeah.
Very clever. That's lovely. Remember that TOFT yarns are really the heart of every project.
Yeah, they are. So it is a pure wool. We don't talk about it enough because I almost forget that bit. But that's where it all began. So it is a pure wool spun here in the UK. We pride ourselves on the quality. Like, I know that obviously a lot of the time you'll see us crocheting ice creams and things like that from it, but it all came from knitting at the very beginning. It's a top quality pure wool, really nice to actually work with, whether you're knitting or crocheting, and then really lovely to actually use. So yeah, hard wearing, bouncy, and just goes from strength to strength with wear.
Yeah, squishy, soft, beautiful. Right, next up, we're going to do the fruit slice clutch. I love this. Very nice.
So this is again using just those same granny square patterns that we've used on the back. So what you get there is the ability to have this, because you've got the magazine included. You could make this with different ones if you wanted to, if you put more yarn in. So included in the kit, you're obviously going to get the right colours to make it in the lemon slices. But once you've got the magazine and you've got the building blocks, you could make these into pencil cases, crochet hook holders. They can become whatever you want them to be. Glasses cases even, if you just put 2 in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good
totally.
Good little holiday glasses case, yeah. So
even one actually would make a little coin purse.
Yeah, would make a great little coin purse. That's the nice thing about granny squares, is the fact that obviously they're so versatile. Once you've got building blocks, you can just go for it. So you will get the zip included in that one as well, if I can just find where it is.
Now, for people who aren't sort of, as au fait with sewing, is putting a zip in a difficult job?
So there is a video, again, that goes with it, because I'm not confident doing things like this. I'm not a sewer, I'm definitely a crocheter. So there's a video where I show you how I've done it. I'm just using my same regular wool needle and the wool. It's not that you have to use a thread or anything like that separately. The zip is open enough as a structure that you actually sew right directly into it, so you're not having to do any separate sewing on a machine or by hand. You just use the yarn that you've actually made the granny squares with, and you sew straight through it.
Oh, that sounds easy enough. £37? No, it isn't. Oh, lovely. So you get your magazine, 10 projects in there, everything to make your fruit slice clutch, and you're only paying £33. Don't forget too that with every purchase you are getting this gorgeous stitch marker or centralizer in the shape of a ladybird.
Yes,
that's great. Don't forget that's across the whole hour. Even if you shopped in the previous hour, you don't just have to be a TOFT customer today. It's buying within this hour, or products which are featured in this hour. You might have bought them off the web an hour ago.
Yeah,
that's okay.
That's still, absolutely.
That's
it's not about it being right now. It's on the products. Yeah.
We've shown it on the show. If you buy it this afternoon, later this evening, you're still going to get that stitch marker or centralizer. That is fab. Absolutely love that. Now, we've got some lovely things in jars.
Yes. So more fun with packaging. So following on from the fact that obviously the cans and tins had been so popular, a lot of people I'd noticed when they were making their fruit and veg didn't know where to put them, or to put them on display, or again, people more and more, we're making crochet objects and we're putting them in our home as home decor. So the whole idea of gifting you a crochet project but in a jar is more that you can display it in your home afterwards. So what you get, what you get included is you obviously get your TOFT ribbon and you get a blank gift tag. Now that's because you can either gift the kit onto somebody, or actually I think what more commonly happens is you will do the crocheting for the person. You'll then fill your jar back up with the crochet and then you'll gift it to them with the crochet objects inside. So you will obviously get your piece of linen to be able to finish all of that off before you put that in place. And then your kit again is loaded inside the jar for you. So you can take it all out, crochet your strawberries to your heart's content. And then
how many strawberries do you make?
You make 2 minimum, 3 if your tension matches mine. Just watch that yours isn't any bigger than that. And it then means that you can load them back in. If you used your yarn inverted, like an unripe strawberry, you'd easily be able to make 4. It's just the fact that obviously this ruby is your main colour, so you could make them in the lighter and do them in inversion as if they're ripening within that jar. So then you load them back in, and it means that then you can gift that back to a person.
Oh, what fun.
Written for them, and then that can sit on their shelf, bringing a smile to their face, and they won't be expecting that at all. Maybe you're someone that makes jam for people normally, but you fancy, giving them some crochet jam for once.
I want it for the jar that says TOFT.
Yeah. It's obviously
So
practical,
lovely.
for storing your things in as well. Like a lot of people use these for storing even their bits and ends of yarn, and you know when you always end up with those little bits of ends.
Crochet hooks.
Yeah, crochet hooks fit in well.
Yeah. £26. Yes, £26 for that. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. And again, such clever, witty packaging, which it really appeals to me.
Yeah.
Really
It's definitely for adults, yeah.
Yeah.
It's to make you just not take yourself too seriously and bring a smile to your face.
I am all for that. I am all for that. Now, I do have a different jar. Is this...
So this one, and I'm going to pronounce this word's just gone out of my head. It's the Sharon fruit. The common, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I've got an absolute blocker on pronouncing that in the correct way. So this one is just that. You'll be able to again make 3 of them in the same way. So you'll get 25 grams of our green and then 25 grams of the apricot included.
Can I just, I mean, everybody knows that you work really, really hard, Kerry, to make sure that things are accurate. But look at the way that Kerry has done the curl on the leaves at the top. If you've ever bought or eaten the Sharon fruit, you'll know that that is exactly what the leaves are like on the top. That's taking nerdiness to a whole new level, and I love it.
I have to, for the fruit and veg, I often have to buy the actual thing because I can't even do it from picture to understand the construction of how it works.
And I love Sharon fruit.
Yeah, so do I. Then you can just pop it, back on the inside, pop them in and gift it again in the same way.
It's great. Whole kit for £20. Super, super cute. And what, make a couple of the specimens?
Yeah, at least 2, if not 3 again in the same way.
Ace. That's great. Love that. Can you make Sharon fruit jam?
I don't know. I've never seen it, so I presume not. It's not a thing I've ever seen, but I don't know. Maybe you can.
Well, there's your challenge.
Yeah, soft fruit. I can't see why not.
Oh, Ben's going to research it for us. Good
So we
old
know the
Ben.
answer,
Good old Ben. I think you can probably make jam out of most things.
Yeah, I think you probably can.
One way or another. Jam or chutney. It might make a good chutney, actually.
Yeah, because it's not... Yeah, it might.
You can. You can. You can. We'll get the recipe. I might put it in one of my packs. You might put a recipe.
Recipes,
next time.
I know, all of that. So tempted by things like that. I'm not somebody who's particularly good in the kitchen. I can't say that I am, so that's where I'd be hesitant, to make sure that I was doing it properly.
Now, one of my favourite types of jam, raspberry.
Now, this one is obviously the most classic and probably the most... The other ones are a little bit more out there in terms of, strawberry not, but the other one is. But raspberry jam is the best, most classic, and obviously this is a smaller jar size. So just to point that out to everybody, the other 2 were in the larger jar sizes. This is actually a smaller jar size because it's designed for just one ball. So you'll just get your 25 grams of raspberry, obviously your eye threads included in that as well, as usual. You do get the patterns, I presume that you all realise you will get the patterns with all of these, but you will get the patterns separately as well. So you'll get the patterns that go with each type of fruit, and that way, once you've made them, this one's lovely, you can pop all your raspberries back inside and then close it off like that.
Fabulous. Love it. Love that. Such a fun little project to make. And the stitch on the raspberries looks really authentic.
This is a bobble. It's a very different technique, but again, there'll be a video that goes with it. So it's a bobble that you're actually doing. So a bit more like how we did the Graham the Octopus tentacle texture, in the same way. And it does make it look like a raspberry,
They are really clever. Gorgeous, those. £15 for those. Very, very affordable. Remember, you will also be getting your stitch marker included with your purchase. I think that's probably the most affordable thing on this.
Yes, it absolutely is,
Brilliant. Absolutely fab. Fantastic. Great. That's the raspberry jam jar kit. What an amazing show today. I am fired up with loads of ideas. I don't know where to start. Loving the creative crochet designs. That's from Helen in Newport.
Oh, thank you, Helen. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, that's what I aim to do, is pass on that inspiration.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Job done. Yeah. Job done. Hi, loving the shows. I made the fruit bag for my mum, lucky mum, for Mother's Day. She gets compliments everywhere she takes it. That's from Jo in Merseyside.
I know, it is the kind of piece that would start a conversation, because obviously crochet is so fashionable right now in terms of what people are wearing. I don't even mean in terms of as a hobby, as in fashion. It's it is a very fashionable thing. There's nothing better than, I mean, imagine making that for somebody who would love it. Yeah,
absolutely gorgeous. Christine's got in touch, says, Kerry, I bet you could crochet all the food and items from the Very Hungry Caterpillar. I did a story sack for the school using polystyrene. It was so difficult. I think crochet would be a lot easier.
Yeah, I think crochet probably would be easier. Yeah, I'd love, obviously, I'm very familiar with that story, as I know a lot of you are. Lollipop, I've probably got. In fact, we might have most items on the show,
I think so.
Sausage, I've not tackled that.
Plums?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Plums. Easy. Fabulous. Okay, right, what should we look at next? The pineapple.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be coming in last. So this one is a really fun pattern, very different again technique-wise. So with the fruit, the reason why the fruit I've kind of left them till last is because they are so varied in terms of their textures and their shapes. So with the pineapple, you're going to be tackling colour changing, and then you're actually just doing chains to try and capture these lovely, if you can see that nice and closely. So you're colour changing that in, but you've also then got the texture of the fact that you've got a chain worked onto the top of the fabric as well. And then obviously those unruly leaves where you'll be practicing all your different stitches. So how these are done is you're doing all the different lengths of stitches right the way up to those biggest ones. So very simple, but really effective, and it gives you that lovely movement. And these come in fresh fruit bags. So whenever you get vegetables or fruit, they actually come in brown paper bags from TOFT, like this. So it's like you've been to the grocery store. So you will get your printed pattern. And then again, you'll get your 25 green, 25 camel, 25 yellow in order to make your pineapple.
That's lovely. And your eye threads, of course, included.
And of course, your eye threads, yeah.
Just need to add your own crochet hook.
3mm crochet hook and stuffing. So that would be for absolutely everything on the show, apart from the cherry tomato boxed kit. Whenever it's a boxed kit, well, and the tin, they're included, but everything else you'd need your stuffing and your hook separately, so you don't end up with too many.
No, cool.
Because once you want to, if you want to get all 3 jars, you don't really need all 3mm crochet hooks.
Although in fairness, how many 3mm crochet hooks have you?
I mean, I must confess, I have to sometimes go into dispatch where we ship all of it, and actually the thing I'm worst for is the wool needles, and the team will laugh. I know the team will be watching as they're at HQ. Even this week I had to go and get another 50 of these because I don't know what I do with these. I just don't understand where they go. Yeah.
You'll find a hoard of them one day.
Yeah, I will.
Someone will have been
in my washing
somewhere.
machine filter is
Maybe.
where I sometimes retrieve them from. Not ideal. They do survive.
No, I'm sure they do. Now, we do have a few tools and some toy stuffing as well on the hour. These are important little sort of added extras. If you need some toy stuffing, we have TOFT toy stuffing. It's £6 a bag, and that's the one that comes in the lovely
Yeah, it is.
calico
Unfortunately,
bag.
I haven't got one here to show you, but basically,
Got a picture.
yeah, there you go. There's a picture of it like that. So it comes in a cotton bag. It's enough to make 5 Ed's animals, so it'll do an awful lot of things. But if you're going to go for, you know how we saw the giant octopus this morning?
Yes.
You're going to need a few bags for that. So
Right.
if you are somebody who's going for a larger project who thinks you want to supersize all these patterns up using chunky, then make sure you get at least 3-4 bags so that you're not going to run out.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really worth getting, and they come in that lovely TOFT bag too, which of course is so usable as a project bag. Now we've also got some crochet hooks. Let's do 3 mil, shall we? Are we going to do them individually? Yeah. 3 mil, most useful.
Most useful. So that's every single double knit project I've ever brought on. So it's 97% of what I ever do is going to be a 3 mil hook. So 3 mil hook. And the important thing is they're soft grip. So it's if you are learning to crochet and you don't have a crochet hook yet, having a larger handle to hold on to is a real benefit of having something small that you're trying to kind of, your hand can get quite cramped holding on to something that's narrow. They're also very useful for pushing stuffing down into parts. So once you've made something like a pea, you'll have a little opening at the end that you then push the stuffing into before you gather it up. And that's where the handle is particularly useful.
Cool. That's the 3 mil. Now, should we do the 4 mil? Is that for Aaron?
The 4 mil is for the polka dot blanket that we had on the other show. That's what I was just trying to get my head around. So that's for when we're using a double knit yarn, but we want a bit more movement in it. So rather than it being a dense fabric like it is when we're doing the 3D shapes, we want a bit more movement in it. So a 4 mil for a double knit if you're wearing it. Yeah.
Great. And then 5 mil.
That is for the Aran. So that would be for whenever you're using our Aran yarn. So that would be in the octopus, the large octopus that we had earlier, and also your market bag. You'd need a 5 mil.
And then the super big daddy octopus, was that the 8 mil?
That's the 8 mil, yeah. So that's when you get up to an 8 mil hook, it's really big. That's why your stitches are so big when you're doing it. The handle, as a result, is a slightly different shape, so it's a bit more 3D. Again, just to make it really nice and comfortable when you're using it. But yes, it seems much, much bigger. So yeah, you've got the 3, 4, 5 and 8. If you got all 4 crochet hook sizes, you wouldn't really need another crochet hook size for any TOFT patterns. Like, that's you covered on every size that I would ever use. Yeah.
Fabulous. You know what I'm going to say to you? Is that?
It's muscle.
I wanted. I knew it was some kind of shell.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get there. Right, we are going to have another look at, excuse me, how to crochet animals from the ocean. This is a fabulous book from Kerry. It's one of her minis. It's been so popular. 25 mini menagerie patterns, and these are all an ocean theme.
Yeah, they're all an ocean theme, and it's set up slightly differently in the fact that it's intended to be a true course almost. So if you're someone that's never crocheted before, or you know someone who wants to, my advice would be start at the very beginning, and then as you go through the pages, you actually pick up a new skill on each project. So it really is intended for you to kind of skill up and learn as you go making them all. If you can already crochet, then don't worry, you can just dive in wherever you absolutely want to. So we're going to start off with the jellyfish. They're all made in a double knit, the ones that you're seeing, which means, oh yeah, there you go, it's a lovely reference for scale. So just to have that, that's using a double knit yarn. So if you used a 4-ply, they probably would be exactly the same size that they are in that book. If you used an Aran, they'd be twice as big again, or a chunky, they'd go bigger again. So you can use any thickness of yarn. You've got the sardines. I'm not sure. Oh, I have got a sardine. This is a sardine, an unfinished sardine. He's not got his little fins on the front there. So there's a little sardine for you.
Something else.
Yeah, even smaller than a sardine.
Oh, are
I
they?
think. Yeah. So you've got your sardine. Then you've got your octopus.
Oh, octopus.
All-time favourite. I mean, this one you really won't get enough of it. As in, you could make them over and over and over again. They work in every single colour going. Is what's really nice about them.
Yeah.
And in hand dyes. If you're someone that does like hand dyed yarns, has a little bit left over, it's a brilliant pattern in hand dye. Then you've got your sea urchin. I didn't bring him with me, Dale. He doesn't get on TV very often, poor guy. He has got eyes in there somewhere. Yeah, he's quite shy. Yeah. Then your pufferfish. So you've got your pufferfish. This is just slip stitch chains on the top. So it looks complicated, but you just work them on afterwards. So nice and easy to do. Bit of inspiration in terms of putting your whole coral reef together. The squid, yeah, he's with me.
Squid.
This is
I have a squid.
You've got one of these, yeah?
I have a squid, yeah, but the one I've got's got sparkly yarn in it as well,
great.
so it's really
Disco
fabulous.
squid, he sounds fabulous, yeah. So this is another one of those patterns that's probably really realistic actually when you look at it. One where I've really tried to capture all the different anatomical elements of a squid. Quite a fun one. Starfish.
Very cute.
Yeah, nice, basic, cute pattern. Would work really well in lots of colours, again, in the same way. You're not sewing all these pieces on. You're actually doing them as you go along. So you make the whole star, a bit like the octopus, and then you stuff it and then just put the base on the back. So it's not lots of sewing up involved at all with that one.
I like the way the start is almost like his little mouth going, ooh.
Yeah, in fact, it means it's entirely no-sew. When I think about it, that is a no-sew pattern.
Hurrah.
Yeah. Then you've got a little turtle. She's not made it with me, but another little cute turtle that obviously fits with the theme. Works well in lots of colours. You can see them in all the different browns and greens there. The little crab, he's not with me either, I'm afraid. I can't fit them all in. The lobster.
Blue lobster.
So that's the blue lobster, yeah. A little mini lobster. Your sea slug, Ace, he's got a name.
Gorgeous.
Then the hermit crab, who is with me,
have
but
that,
in a
yes.
different colour. Yeah, so this is it made in a ruby red. That's it made in the natural camel like that. So they do have one larger claw to their smaller claw. Again, took a lot of research to work out what a hermit crab looked like when it wasn't in a shell.
In a shell,
yeah. Because they only get out for like seconds before they get in the next shell. Yeah. So then later on, you do have the pattern for the shell. So obviously you can then put them inside. Your seahorse, and again works well in so many different colours, the seahorse. Yeah, it's quite a big one, the seahorse, actually.
And isn't it true that the male seahorses are the ones that have the babies?
Yeah, they are, yeah.
Yeah?
Crazy seahorse.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah, amazing. Then prawns, which I believe you have a prawn as well.
I have
yeah,
prawns,
you do. Yeah, so a little prawn. A fun little pattern. A pelican. So lots of variety. It's not just creatures from under the sea. You've got lots of different shapes. A little ray. Then...
Hi, Ray.
A shark, baby shark, obviously very popular. Baby shark, I know that a lot of people use these ones for mobiles, so they make lots of these.
Don't do it, I've got an earworm now.
A blue whale to go with that one, so a slightly bigger one. A narwhal, again, very, very, very popular animals at the moment. Sea snake works well for Halloween, that one as well. So if you are thinking of making Halloween displays, not just for the sea snake works very well at Halloween. A full hammerhead shark, which I must have tidied away. I did have that one with me earlier. I've tidied all too many of them away. And your clownfish.
Clownfish, good.
So you've got that one. Your mackerel, which is here.
Yep.
So your little mackerel, little cutie with a bit more detail in. Baby penguin. So you've got that one there. Your conch shell then finally, which is your shell that then means that you can put your hermit crab inside, but is another one that I've seen a lot of people use for home decoration. So use a thicker yarn and just scale it up to being something bigger, and can work really well just sitting on shelves or side tables in your home, especially if you are someone that lives near the seaside. Yes, it takes you right the way through everything in 25 projects.
Where's the mussel?
It must not be in there. I must have just brought that with me. I apologise.
Kerry just brought a little crocheted mussel. I mean, why wouldn't
I just
you?
looked at the bag and thought that it was in the ocean. So I must have just snuck that one in with me. And her. This one's not in either.
Little mussel.
Just to confuse you, this one's not in either, actually, Stuart. I confused you. There's a few red herrings there.
I thought they were castanets. I was about to say, is this the Spanish book?
That's me, yeah, just picking up the ocean-themed things. Yeah.
Love that.
These things all live in a food and ocean-like place. This one must have come out the food bag, I think. Probably where the food lives. Yeah.
The thing is, Kerry, in your world, it makes complete and utter sense.
Yeah, if it's got eyes, it should have been in the food section.
Yeah.
I apologise. Yeah.
No, not at all. Not at all. Book's been really, really popular. It's $14.99. It's How to Crochet Animals from the Ocean. Now, we've also got Garden Vegetables, an absolutely beautiful book. I think one of your most beautiful books. It is that photography, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, and with Ocean, just to mention quickly, you will get a lobster patch with that. So with the Ocean book, if you order that, because that was from this morning's show, you'll get the lobster patch with that one as well.
Excuse me. So the vegetables.
So the vegetables, you don't have to be able to crochet in the same way, but then there is a lot of variety through it. So it's a great one, again, to try a little bit of things you might not have tried before. So with the veg, I've actually used the odd chart, which is very unusual for me to use a chart. Some of you might think that that's how crochet is presented. Actually, this style of 3D crochet doesn't tend to get charted usually. It's only when I've done a flat piece. So this is the corn on the cob leaf, that actually you would put a chart in. So it's quite nice. It means that even though you're not tackling something big like a shawl or a blanket, just making a corn on the cob will actually skill you up enough to then be able to feel confident that when you next see a chart, or if you've got a pattern the chart and you'll think, oh no, it's going to be okay. Like I have tried a chart on that little thing that I did before.
Yeah. Yeah, it's often the best way of learning something new, isn't it? Just try something small.
Something small, yeah, so that you feel like you're just doing a little bit of it rather than committing to something that's all charted.
Yep. The beetroot's gorgeous.
It is. It's hard to pick your favourite in this one, I think.
And all of them, again, you can make them with or without the arms and legs, can't you? If you just want to make the sort of veg on its own.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people that for things like harvest festivals that are making displays for churches and other communities just opt to not put on the eyes or the limbs so that they can be quite realistic, especially if you use a 4-ply.
Like that, yeah.
They will go down to being that actual real scale. That's how I was intending the whole thing, is that if you go downwards, then they can be realistic and you can put them on display.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. There's so many different things. I think 30
different patterns.
30 different patterns.
In fact, I think there's 31 because I don't think I even counted that poor little practice potato in there. It gets forgotten. So I actually think there's 31 in there because he didn't get counted. Yeah.
Fab. The most popular TOFT item today has been the Sea Life Bundle.
Oh, fabulous.
The Sea Life Bundle. The orca, the hammerhead shark, and the blue whale.
Blue whale, yeah.
All your yarn. You also get that very special hammerhead shark, not a hammerhead shark.
Whale shark patch, yes you do. So yeah, you're going to get 300 grams of TOFT double knit, and it is a phenomenal price. That's probably why it really is a phenomenal price for that much yarn. So you get 100 grams of the steel, 100 grams of the shale, 100 grams of the charcoal, and then 50 grams of the cream, and that's enough to make all 3 of those designs with leftovers. So
they're a really good size too, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're big. They're a significant make. The way that I do all the aquatics is you start crocheting from the front and you gradually work towards that tail. You're not sewing the pieces of the tail on separately. You actually split that round into 2 pieces and then crochet them almost away from each other at a right angle. So again, trying something totally new that you might not have done before.
Fabulous. Kerry, when is the next time that we can actually catch you in person at a visitor show?
So it is at the Festival of Quilts, which is coming up at the beginning of August.
Yes,
yeah.
31st of July, 1st, 2nd and 3rd of August. Can't wait to see you there. It's going to be amazing. Thank you for 2 brilliant hours. Wonderful. All right, it's time for our menu. Let's see what's coming up on tomorrow's show. First off, at 8 o'clock, we've got an hour of art gallery fabrics. At 9 o'clock, it's Maison Fauve with the Hesperide blouse with Amber Elizabeth. At 10 o'clock, it's Amber Makes Beach Huts Summer Season with our Rebecca Reed. At 11 o'clock, it's the Tommy Gaia shirt dress pattern by Liesl & Co. with Amber Elizabeth. They really test my pronunciation out, don't they?
Doing very well.
And at 12 o'clock, it's more Amber Makes Kits. Thank you so much for your company, not just today, but all week. It's been a blast. I'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere. It's Hobby Maker up next.